Saturday.
Stop the meeting, start the training.
The Saturday agenda.
Tough talking off the field and then the tough actions on the field.
Do I blame coach or do I blame players? I don't know which way to go.
That seems to be a very open question as to whether he'll be there next year.
You can talk about the strategy, but a big portion of the game still is what's happening right at the contest.
Taking care of AFL news from on and off the field. Welcome to the Saturday agenda.
If you go on the ground, you're fit, and that's the way you should play.
On ABC Radio and Grandstand Digital.
There's a very different dynamic that operates around the final round of the home and away season. It descends upon matches in different ways, either a desperate struggle to make it or, as in the case last night, to honour the departed. And that's much more significant than the result of the match. It was a very strange night at Docklands. It was actually quite a lovely night, and it's ended with three champions being chaired off after Josh Gibson had walked his lap of honour. So 48,000 came to share in what was essentially a dead rubber, and not a single person left before Luke Hodge, Bob Murphy and Matthew Boyd were chaired between both sides on the wing at Docklands. This is a truncated edition of the Saturday agenda, given that what has taken place, and we've marked the passing of Drew Morfitt with Mark McClure. We've got Peter Bell with us. Belly, welcome to the agenda.
Yes, sad news overnight, and just loved hearing your reminiscing and the tribute to the great Drew Morfitt.
And Jake Niall from Fox Sports. Hello, Jake.
Thanks, Jared, and just to echo all the thoughts about Drew that have been said, and very well put by all of you.
All right, thoughts to last night? It was a funny old game, Sellers.
Yeah, it was an unusual game. But that sometimes happens in round 22 or 23 it is. So, but the Dogs, neither of them could make the finals. But what I saw last night was I saw the emerging of the youth of Hawthorn, and I really like what I saw. Sicily's a player. He came back after last week sort of trouncing and marked himself as going to be a star of the future. You can put in Mitchell, who we know about already. O'Brien, O'Meara started to play some well. He had 11 tackles last night. That's the start of building yourself a base for the future. And then you got Hardwick, and then you got Morrison. Morrison, first game, picked 74 in the draft. Not a bad kid, goes okay. Brand, and then you got Howe, and there's a few others as well around the place. That is the future of that football club, and that's what I took out of the night for Hawthorn. The stars all leaving, Burgoyne will stay, and all of a sudden you may have a future there in a few years' time. They got to build. Their leaders are going, and that's a tough time from when the big boys go. Who's going to take over that space? Roughhead was magnificent. Best game he's played for the year with 5 goals. And what happens to the Doggies? When you get a tall forward who can mark, and we saw it last week. And we saw it last week with Port Adelaide.
Charlie
Dixon went bang and kicked 4 and took marks like all over the ground. I think he looked 10 or 11 marks. And they have no defence. Zero defence to tall players who take marks. Paddy Ryder took a couple of marks, kicked a couple of goals as well. Those sort of things kill them. And they fight hard, the Dogs, but they just cannot defend a tall forward. And they were shown up last night again. Similar type, inside 50s, but beaten comfortably.
Peter, what did you take out of last night?
Yeah, look, a farewell to champions, most of all. Josh Gibson, first of all, as you said, what a player to be a best and fairest in a premiership season twice. And I've got to admit, when he made that move from North Melbourne across to Hawthorn, I didn't think that he was capable of becoming the player that he became. He was an extraordinarily good defender. Well done to Josh Gibson. And the rest, seeing them chaired off last night, emotional. Matty Boyd, gee, you can find the footy. Last ever game, 33 possessions. That was his great strength. And the ability to go from the midfield back to the defence and sure ball handling and good ball use. That's what I remember Matty Boyd for, and Robert Murphy, the spiritual leader and talisman of the Bulldogs. Great speed, great athlete, terrific. Even last night a couple of times he swept onto that left foot and just pinpointed a foot pass. Brilliant player, brilliant person. And I guess also looking at it from a football point of view, Jared, not only did we farewell those champions, but we farewelled the Western Bulldogs premiership defence. It was a miracle story last year. They've had a misfiring season, but there's a bit to like about some of the young players that are coming through. I'm a big fan. I've mentioned this a few times. Bailey Dale and Lewis Young's come through. They've got the champ in Bontempelli, and I think Marcus Adams can come back and really shore up their defence. There's been a lot of talk about their lack of key defenders, and he's a little bit of the forgotten man.
We'll talk about the trajectories of both Hawthorn and the Bulldogs in a moment's time. But, Jake, as farewells went, it was as good as any I can remember.
It was entirely about the farewells, and the game was kind of like an exhibition game in a way. And the lovely touch at the end of the game when Chris Judd and Luke Ball both went on the ground for the broadcast and talked to Luke Hodge, which was, I thought, a nice touch. And I love the communal sense between the two clubs. It was one of those real coming togethers in the football community to pay tribute. And this is so much better than when you played, Sellers. This stuff wasn't done really at all, was it? You just sort of walked off the ground and retired a couple of weeks later.
Yeah, we did. But
Carlton probably sacked too.
Yeah, well, a few of those, yes, that happens every now and then. But there's nothing wrong with that either. This is a business, and they do it much better today, that side of things. But I think there's a lot of things that could change, that could make it better. I think an aftermatch would help the players, console this push, shove, rough before the game starts. It's all rubbish, let me tell you. Complete and utter rubbish. And no one likes it. It's unsightly. And I think that we need to bring back the time when you actually spend some time together so you can work out who the good blokes are and who aren't. They don't even talk to each other. They don't know each other, some of these guys. You know that Luke Hodge is a star, and you know Gibbo's pretty good, and you know Boyd is fantastic. What a player. And we all know Bobby Murphy, good fella.
What we need was that moment where Bob Murphy, Jared, broke with the ball and was streaming towards goal. And if he nailed it, then I know. Our whole crowd, even the Hawthorn supporters, would have liked to have kicked it.
Yeah,
he just couldn't.
He didn't just miss.
He missed by a mile.
He put it in I can't wait to read what he makes of that.
Yeah, that's the end.
Because he'll have an understanding of it. It ended up being his last kick, and the game was there to be reignited, and he was just so clever. And he beat Sicily cold, and he was out the back, and he was bouncing, and then the ball was 30 rows back in the crowd, almost 40 metres away from the target.
Oh, look, he knows it's the end. He got another year out of himself, and that was fantastic for him. And look, did it matter who won? I didn't think it mattered at all. I think the crowd went there to watch these guys play, and you said they stayed there till the end. I couldn't believe the size of the crowd. It was massive. Couldn't see a hole in the stands. It was just tremendous, and they did applaud both. They all roared when Hodgie got the ball. They all roared when I thought that Matty Boyd was in the best three players on the ground.
I did watch that thinking that he's probably made a blue Luke Beveridge not playing him as stubbornly as he hasn't, because Boyd has been in good form other than the injuries that he's endured along the way. He's still a potent force out of half-back, which is a great way to finish, but I think he could have been useful to them at various stages.
Well, what a player he's been. I heard Belly talk about him. He was a star midfielder. And Luke comes along and says, mate, you're playing half-back flank. What? Excuse me? I'm going okay where I was, wasn't it? No, you're not. You're going there. And this is the reason why I want to build a defence first, and that's what we've got to do. And they stuck to their guns. Robert Murphy went back there and changed that football club's mode of transport or mode of operandi to push them into a grand final. That is incredible for those blokes, and I love what they did.
I think the other effect of the Bulldogs season, Sellers, is that what we've seen, where they've ended up, and what we saw last night and what we've seen over the whole season, but particularly last month, makes what happened last year seem all the more incredible. It has this effect of enlarging an aberration, it seems. Where are they as a footy club? It's almost got to disregard the premiership and look at them like any other team that's got reasonably young list, building. What do you think?
I think it does. It enhances what happened last year. And a bit like what happened with Leicester City and the EPL is maybe things aren't supposed to be analysed and made sense of. Maybe some things are just to be appreciated for what they were, and that's 4 weeks that I doubt we'll ever live through again in footy. And it has an amount to the emergence of a super team. In fact, they look a long way from a team that can put together anything to be a top side in recent time. That's going to be the challenge. So just before we take up the Bulldogs, let's hear from Luke Beveridge last night.
Ultimately, looked down at our forward line, 1 point, we had Louis Young and Paddy Lipinski and a couple of other guys. They just never played together down there, so we sort of makeshifty, but we just haven't got anyone down there to take a mark and let it find teammates in open space. So, really pleasing that the boys hung in there. We nailed one or two of those ones on the run, and we're a goal down, and who knows what can happen. We're coming hard, so it's really pleasing that the boys could finish off like that. It's a shame we couldn't win it. We got really badly beaten in the big man area, which is as you're alluding to, Steve-O, it's been a common thread, and it's something we've got to find within our own ranks and see what's available. It has been a muddling year for us, and obviously we, 11 and 11, we halved the year, and it's not ideal. It's not what we set our sights on. Games like tonight we would have won last year. We haven't quite been able to cover key personnel, and we probably haven't, as a group, come on as we would have liked to have. So I think we have a core style that holds up week to week. I think we have really good plans that we come in and out of. Obviously, that's affected by various things, whether it's your own troops, whether it's the opposition, whether it's where you're playing. But, there's a significant change sweeping through our club again with the two boys in Boydie and Murph retiring tonight. Our younger guys need to make sure that they pick up the slack there now and that they own the leadership side of things. We'll need improvement from all our players, and that'll be through various physical mechanisms too that'll help us.
So what are we to make of the Bulldogs' premiership defence?
Well, he's right. They don't have any tall forwards to mark the ball, and Cloak wasn't the answer, and it didn't happen. Campbell played there last night, took one mark, looked pretty good early, took a nice mark, but then it was left up to Hunter and Picken and Dale and Dalehouse and McLean and all those smalls, and you can't operate that way. I thought they fought extremely hard. I thought they really, their inside 50s were pretty solid. They did a good job in that area to get it in there, but they just can't take a mark, and sometimes playing in the forward line at the Bulldogs, they handball, go sideways. You would lead 4 to 5 times before you get the ball. There's no speed in the way they get it in there. It's a convoluted way to push it forward. And if you're a forward, you'd be screaming. It'd be difficult. And that's why they're smalls. They have a very small forward line because they don't have anything else. But they need to find someone. If it's Redpath, it's not going to be Cloak. I think Cloak might be done. Whether it's Campbell, who's been injured most of the year. Maybe they just need a focal point to hit to. And those smalls around them are pretty good. I reckon they hung in all right. They only got beat by 9 points. It wasn't a smacking.
Nope.
And at times they looked like they were going to get rolled by 20, 30, 40. But no, they got a bit of grit. They fought hard. And they hung in there. Their defence was poor too. When you have a look at, they had got young kids called Young in there. The Williams is down there at some stage. Young Williams. Their defence was blown apart from last year's grand final too. So I just think this might be the way of football now. We had 10 or 15 years of sides winning blocks of 2s and 3 grand finals. Will we have that again? I'm not certain we will, because it's even. It's tight. There's good. Is Adelaide going to win? Is GWS going to win? We all think GWS will win it and they'll go on. I'm not certain.
Peter Bell, what are your final assessments on the Dogs in 2017?
Well, I think their 2016 premiership was deserved but unexpected, and I think they're still building. Look, you take premierships when you can get them, but the early signs were there, and it came from Luke Beveridge himself. He mentioned early in the season that a couple of players didn't come back in the condition that he was expecting. They lost that pressure around the footy, which meant that the smaller forward line didn't work as effectively in 2017 as it did in 2016. I agree with Sellers. They really need to look at their forward line. They need to get more out of Stringer. Redpath needs to be in there consistently as well, but they're probably going to look around for someone else, whether it's through the draft or trade. Tom Boyd's an interesting one. I see him as being a second ruck and forward that can help out. They've got a good young ruckman in Tim English coming through, but he needs time. I mentioned Marcus Adams before. And then if English can come through and Tom Boyd can come back, that means you can use Roughhead as a defender and Marcus Adams and Dale Morris. It looks okay with their young midfielders like McRae and a few others. But the forward line is where they definitely need to do something. And I reckon there will be a lesson learnt from the players that need to learn it about turning up in the right condition, because everything went their way in the finals in 2016, and then they celebrated hard, and perhaps some of their players didn't come with the right attitude, and that's why they found themselves in the position they're in 2017, along with other factors as well.
The Hawthorn side of things is they looked in ruins in the first portion of the season, and they salvaged all of that quite well. 10.5 wins from the point that they were at after half a dozen or 8 weeks is a very fair return. This is Alistair Clarkson.
Obviously, this time last year, he never knew he was going to play footy again. So, only he can really understand just what his body went through in terms of the illness itself, but also to get rid of an illness like that, you have to do some pretty horrific things to your body, and that really knocked him around for a time, and he's carried himself really well in that period of time. His footy isn't at the level that it was prior to his illness. Will it ever get back to that? I'm uncertain, but we see glimpses like we did tonight that he could still have a really important role for us to play in the years ahead. Yeah, we were without a doubt disappointing earlier in the year, and then we had a fair string of injuries to some senior players, and we're going to inject some younger players into our group. It took us probably until about the halfway mark of the season for them to actually really consolidate their positions and believe that they belonged at AFL level. And some of them have been around for a fair while, some of those lads, but they just hadn't had the continuity of playing, and that's because we've been in high performance mode for a long period of time. And they showed themselves, they showed their teammates, and more importantly, they probably showed the supporters of the Hawthorn Footy Club that there's some light ahead. A lot of hard work and another good summer. Hopefully we can build on this year and find our way back up the ladder and hopefully play finals again next year. When you're not performing well, is it your personnel or is it your method? And there's a combination of both. And that's testing for all our coaches. But we've got a really hard-working coaching group and our great support from our board and footy administration in terms of what we need to do, and realistic in terms of where we were at the early part of the season and what we needed to do to get ourselves back, not so much into the season, but just start to demonstrate that the pathway forward for us has got some blue sky to it, and I think we were able to show that in the second half of the year in particular.
Alistair Clarkson there. Peter Bella, with that summary, is it blue sky ahead for the Hawks?
Absolutely it is. They've got the best coach in the business. He'll be planning something. He'll be vindicated that it was the right decision, as great a players as they've been, to move on Mitchell and Lewis. You can see the improvement in the back half of the season. They've got a bloke called Cyril Rioli who'll come in and play. They've uncovered a star in Sicily, really like Tim O'Brien. Mitchell's been prolific. What can they get out of Jager O'Meara? And right now, Al will have something up his sleeve. He's just that good a coach. They've got a great organisation, and they keep being challenged, don't they? Cameron Bruce, who's got a very good reputation, he's been poached by Carlton, but they'll bring someone else in. It would not surprise me that they're back playing finals as early as next year.
Well, they're bringing in Scott Burns, Belly, so he's leaving Collingwood and he'll be going to Hawthorn, and that'll be announced, I believe, next week. So you're right, Alistair Clarkson, and that's a great, it's probably, for Scott Burns, that's a great thing to happen to his career, because once you're at Hawthorn, you just have more credibility.
It seems that way because Team Hawthorn, the actual level Hawthorn coaching thing has been the stars. He's produced 5 or 6 coaches for the competition, and that's a legacy that I don't think anyone else has ever done. It's amazing stuff what he's been able to do. He is the best coach in the competition. At the start, they were lost. He lost Lewis and lost Mitchell. They lost their way. They lost their method. They lost their movement of ball. The players were confused. I'm sure he was confused. He didn't realise the devastation that he'd done to the player group. And then he brought in some kids. He brought in some youth. And all of a sudden, things turned around. Sicily, they had Hardwick come in. They had Morris. They had Mitchell. Mitchell was a good player from the start. He could almost win the Brownlow medal, Mitchell, now. I really think he can. He's a freak of a player.
Have Sydney been let off lightly for that, Sellers?
Well, they couldn't afford him. And
money.
It's money. It's all about cash.
Should they have kept McVeigh?
Well, I don't know that he's going to go this year. So 1 year with McVeigh out or whatever, who knows? But look, it's what's happened. You can't cry over spilled milk, and neither can. And that's what I really like about Clarkson. He got rid of those players, but you know what? He's built up a new bunch of kids who are going to take him to the next level. Can they win a grand final? I was sitting there listening to Dermott last night saying that they'll win a grand final in 21. I think he's dreaming, but because you can't get that leadership back that they had. It's going to take some time before they build that. Are they a ripping side yet? I think Ruffy will go in probably 2 years. He's 29 or 30 now.
Yep.
30, so he'll be gone in a couple of years. He's had a year off, may help him a bit more for a bit longer, but, is he going to get better than what he is now? Not really, I don't think so. He was great last night. Loved the way he played last night. His movement was good, his marking was fantastic, but everyone does that against the doggies.
Well, what's exceptional about him, Sellers and Belly, is that this is Alistair Clarkson, is that he's able to be a development coach and a contention coach. Some coaches can't do that. He seems to be able to shift gears, and he shifted gears very quickly and very successfully with all these assistants going.
And that's the point. He doesn't need a bunch of assistants to be hanging around for a long time. He just continues on with them. Some clubs are going to change all their assistants to help their senior coach. I don't actually get that. Do you?
No.
Me either. Why would they do that?
All right, I just want to, before we finish the agenda, I do want to ask Peter Bell about Fremantle, back-to-back 100-point losses, and it's raised a whole lot of questions, certainly in the East, about what is going on with the Dockers. How alarming is it to see the team lose by such big margins in consecutive weeks?
Okay, so those losses, unacceptable. 104 points consecutive losses. So put that on the table. Inexcusable, unacceptable, strong words. Where I think people lose a little bit of sight is where Fremantle are at exactly. First year of a 4-year rebuild, huge list turnover. All 4 draftees playing for the best part of the year from the 2016 draft. To have a ruckman who was 19 years of age and a backup ruckman who's an 18-year-old centre-half back. So the club is 100% committed to Ross Lyon. Ross Lyon, I believe, absolutely 100 committed back to the club as well. They've reached a tipping point, as Ross puts it, whether it's fatigue that comes in, exhaustion, I've heard all types of words. It is unacceptable to lose like that, but we've got a longer-term plan in place. We'll go back to the draft. We'll be active in the trade scenario, I'm sure. And you look to see significant inroads again next year and less of these types of games, because it wasn't just the 100-point losses. There's been a few other bad ones as well in the back half of the season, but also some really good performances against GWS and Geelong on the road. 8 wins is probably about where I thought Fremantle would end up in season 2017. Much work to do, but you can't gloss over the fact that they've been terrible losses.
So worn out rather than deep-rooted problems. That's your contention?
It looks that way to me. Definitely worn out. Look, it's been a long year. You know that it's tough, a tough environment. Ross is a ruthless operator. He expects a lot. And to me, that's how it looks. A young team, when the senior players aren't out there and performing well, then unfortunately in their football evolution, the young players haven't been able to stand up in the latter half of the year, and that's where I see things.
All right, Peter, fantastic to have your insights. A shorter edition of the agenda given circumstances. Appreciate your input.
Thanks so much.
All right, Jake Noel, you stay on for the press room and we'll deal with some of the other issues in the game as they are now. And Mark McClure, he'll be in place when Melbourne and Collingwood meet at the MCG this afternoon on Grandstand AFL.
Australians trust ABC News. And did you know abc.net.au/news delivers
local news relevant to where you live.
Australia's best live coverage as news breaks here and overseas.
abc.net.au/news with excellent interactive features and in-depth analysis.
It's Australia's most active news service on social media. ABC News is for everyone.
And it's free.
abc.net.au/news.
Hey, that noise, what's that racket?
That's the press, baby. The press. And there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing.
You're with Grandstand.
Welcome to the press room. On ABC Radio and on Grandstand Digital.
The MCG ahead of round 23. Collingwood's season ends today. Melbourne is certain to play finals, really regardless of what happens. If you run the maths, it's a preposterous circumstance that would have them missing from here, but they want to finish on a strong note and set themselves up for a preliminary final. Our tribute to Drew Morfitt, our late colleague who passed away overnight, is now on SoundCloud and Twitter, and you can access it through Facebook. The thoughts of Mark McClure, a close friend and colleague, Andy Roberts in the same camp, David Morrow, who for so long led our rugby league coverage and had enormous experiences with Drew both at the races and at Olympic Games, and Stephen Quartermain as well. That's there for your enjoyment. Gerard Waitley and Jake Niall in place from AFL Media. Ashley Brown. Ashley, welcome.
Hello, Gerard.
and Michael Gleeson from The Age.
G'day, Jared, Jake.
Nice to see you back.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's good to be back. Well, it's sort of good to be back. It's good to see Sally winning again overnight. So, the athletics was tremendous, particularly with culminating in Sally's victory.
It's impossible not to start with Collingwood today, given they are before us and given there is no decision. Nathan Buckley at his weekly press conference was a couple of days after the board meeting, which had put his job in play but hadn't made any determinations. This was how Bucks framed things.
There's a process in place for what the future of the club's going to look like, and I think the club's communicated really consistently internally and externally about the timelines. And clearly the board meeting on Tuesday was the next stage of that to get the feedback from the review. And I applaud the management of the club for the way that they're going about it and taking the time that it needs to make some pretty important decisions about what the future looks like.
You said before that it's a two-way street. Yeah. Do you want to be here next year?
Yeah, I do. I love the club and want to see it succeed. So whatever role I'm asked to play in that, I'll play it. Whether it means stepping back and stepping away, or whether it means stepping up. The club, it's not about me, and it won't be about any other individual in the club. It's about what's going to give it the opportunity for sustained success. So I'm totally committed to the footy club and doing what has to be done.
So that's Nathan Buckley as he enters what may or may not be his last game as Collingwood coach. They said it would run the distance. It had run the distance. Now there's the question of whether it should run the distance. Michael Gleeson.
Well, I think even those inside the club now expect that the decision will be made very soon after this game. Now, whether that is, I doubt that'll be today, but I would suspect that we'll know by, if not tomorrow, by Monday, as to Buckley's future. This week we've had... Scott Burns is now departed. He's going to the Hawthorn coaching panel, which is interesting because there's a lot of criticism that when you want to share the criticism of what's occurred at Collingwood and blame List and blame assistant coach, it's interesting that one of their assistant coaches is immediately picked off by the coaching panel that everyone wants to be a part of. So I think there's that was just an interesting shift for me. It seems to be that the logical thought would be that it's either Buckley goes, they all go, or most of them go and Buckley stays. And I still there's a growing sentiment around media circles that there will be a Buckley lasts for another 1 to 2 years and they change those around him. I just can't understand the case that is put for that. I don't understand on what basis you re-sign him.
I thought the Eddie Maguire Perth radio is interesting this year. So many things drop on Perth radio, Jared, and Eddie's comments about you just don't see. There's reasons for second coach, and we don't have them here at Collingwood. And I'm interested in Jake's views on those remarks made during the week, sort of going off Broadway a bit, and probably the strongest support that the president has shown for Nathan for quite some time. And really, we all know at the end of the day, it's going to be the president's call on what happens going forward. I thought that was an interesting remarks from Eddie then.
I think Eddie might have been talking about sacking someone before their contract's up. I'm not sure he was saying, because some people don't define sacking as not having your contract renewed. That is not. So do you agree with that, Glenn?
Yeah, because he also, in that same interview, he did say, we honour contracts at Collingwood. Well, that's sort of implying, what we've done here is honour the contract.
If they removed him before the contract had run, we've let it run. Look, I think I've said some of this before, but I'll just reiterate. I think it's surprising that Nathan Buckley could have his position renewed.
Yeah.
I think if this was a normal club and normal situations, we would look at the bottom line, which is 6 years of continuous regression or stagnation. And he is a fantastic person, and I think it's become almost, in much of the discussion, it's become a referendum on Nathan Buckley's character, which is undoubtedly fantastic, and a referendum on how he's been treated by Collingwood, which hasn't been necessarily great. But there's only two questions that are of any relevance to this. The first one is he a good coach? The second one is he the right person to take this club forward? And I think that from where they sit, we could be sitting here in round 8 and having the same conversation if he's renewed. Well, I don't think that's going to go away, Jared. If you give him 2 years, that's not going to stop. They're going to go to a younger model of... They're going to go through a list regeneration process. That will be in the review. So, anyway, that's...
They're not about to regenerate further than they've already regenerated. Sure.
No. They're going to go younger, is my understanding.
Oh, well, that's an entirely different circumstances. They're already young enough. That's the main case for him is they have become so young, and this has always been my contention, that this year is par, and then from here, this is actually where you get something out of the regeneration. They deliberately stepped backwards. They probably went much further backwards than they had anticipated, but that was just the reality.
And then they tried to compensate.
Yeah, and that was that's been a rogue move against everything else that they've done.
Yes, agreed.
Is if they plan on going younger, then Buckley's got no chance. I would be.
That's right.
That amazes me.
If they're going younger, then how can he be coach next year? That's my essential summary of it. They need this club hasn't got time. They've got to get themselves time. If you go with him again, they don't get time. Peter Jackson just walked into the booth here. His club created time for themselves. Collingwood have been in this situation where they're under time pressures.
Yep.
That's
partly because he also inherited a premiership team.
That's right.
And then 2 years into that, they started, almost immediately, they started deconstructing that premiership team and rebuilding it from the start. And what you're saying is that now after 6 years, there's still a further step backwards to go forwards in a list, and yet you're going to retain the same coach to carry on through that. Before we get on Peter, the other problem I have with the idea of retain the coach, change the assistants around him is twofold. One, that it suggests that it was all someone else's fault, and it also suggests that it's about making Nathan successful, perhaps more so than making the club successful.
But renewing him is not... So this is the problem I have. It's not an act of recrimination to move him out. What's the point in recrimination? Is that, do you believe in him or not?
Exactly.
And so when I first raised this in round 2, it was a leap of faith. It's still a leap of faith. Are you prepared to take the leap of faith or not? Do you believe he's your guy? And if you do it. And this is an agonising way to do it if you end up taking the leap of faith. Or if you don't believe in him, then bring it to a halt.
But the very point is, after 6 years, it shouldn't be a leap of faith.
But
you should know what you've got.
No, I disagree with that. Sometimes it has to be. Richmond took a leap of faith with Damien Hardwick, and had they not done, he wouldn't be in the job, because had they not given him 2 years, they would have sacked him at the end of last year. Geelong took a leap of faith with Mark Thompson, because ultimately they decided, no, this is our guy. We've got a whole lot of things wrong, but fundamentally, he's our guy. I accept the point that it's become a referendum about his character, but what it should be is it's a referendum on whether he's your guy as a coach.
I totally agree with that, Jared. But I guess I'm saying that we're looking at a body of work here that's now 6 years, and they should have enough information to make that decision. And I think the evidence, it's hard to make a case that he is a good coach. That is hard to make.
Well, it's gone the distance, and that's a fascination in its own right. Collingwood plays Melbourne this afternoon. Peter Jackson's the Chief Executive of the D's. Welcome, Peter.
Thanks, Jared.
This should be the day where Melbourne returns to the finals for the first time since 2006. What sort of day is it for the club?
Oh, look, it's a day. It's another sort of stone in the journey, or the path of the journey. It's, of course, we want to win today. Of course, we want to play finals. And if you do play finals, we don't want to fall over into it by others sort of not winning over the weekend. But now, this is a longer journey we're on, and it started in 2014, and it was a total rebuild of the club in virtually every regard. Just listening to you guys talk then, I think at the end of 2013, after we restructured the club, there's about 10 players, maybe 11 that were there out of the 45 at the time are still there today. And so all the coaching, all the footy department, the executive, the club's been totally rebuilt from the bottom up. So it is a long journey, and I think there's a lot of nervous anxiety out there with Melbourne people. They've suffered for so long. They hope it all goes well today. So do I. If it doesn't, well, we'll see what happens. But it's a much longer journey than just today.
So in that journey, how vital is it to make finals?
As far as the club's concerned, on and off the field, we're exactly where we plan to be. We wrote a plan in 2014 of where we wanted to be, commercially, off-field and on-field, and we're at that point. We've got one game to go, and if we win it, we play finals, which was part of the plan. If we lose, it's not the disastrous plan. But I certainly hope we get there. It'll be a welcome reward for all our very loyal supporters. It'll be a reward for the guys. I think one thing I would say is so far we've won 12 games this year, home and away. Last year we won 10, but I think this 12's been a hell of a lot better than last year's 10. Much better than 2 games because we've done it in the face of injuries, illness, suspensions that we wouldn't have otherwise wanted to have. We've beaten better teams this year, and we've had some disappointments, and that drives our supporters nuts. But all teams lose those games that they wish they wouldn't, but they do. But we've beaten some pretty good teams this year, and we can see where we're going. So it's been a good year for us, I think, so far.
How different is it in a general sense now than I think it was quoted that you'd had the 5th worst season of any club ever when the rebuild began, to then reach this point of satisfaction that the plan has trended the right way, that the team has trended, everything's trended the right way. How different is it now, even in a commercial sense, in a general sense around the club?
In every regard, there's no real comparison to what I remember when I walked in the middle of 2013. Even the faces, as I just said, are completely different, bar a few.
Well, how bad was it?
Oh, well, I mean, you only have to look at sort of a few key performance figures. The 7 years, 2007 to 2013, was the worst 7 years in the history of VFL, AFL on-field performance. The footy club won 2 games less than what Fitzroy did before they went into the demise. We also played 2 expansion clubs during that time. We were playing against kids, so it was a pretty poor performance. We reported $3 million loss in 2013, of which 1.7 was actually operating losses. You're losing cash, and the rest of it was write-offs. So it's a pretty low place to start. We had numerous different coaches. We changed the board. I mean, what else can we measure? I mean, people forget what it was actually like to be there in such a short period of time, which is really between beginning of 2014 and end of 2016, I think is a credit. And it's not about any individual in the club. It's just about the plans we put in place, the transition from Roosie to Goodwin, how prepared both of those were to do that and respect each other and respect the club to get to where we've got to. So the transition has been seamless. It's the people that have been brought into the club. And I think the most important thing for me, really, as I said to the club way back in the middle of 2013, all we want to do is get respect to start with. And then we'll worry about the culture of the club afterwards, because winning games out here is an outcome. You win games because of everything else you do. And so that's what we wanted to do, and part of being respected was to become a destination club, which, Lewis, Hibberd, to name 2, would not have come to this football club, I don't think, in 2015. I don't think Jesse Hogan would have signed on in 2014 in a similar situation. He would have looked at his options, and other players have done that and they moved on, but now kids want to stay, people want to come, and that's probably the main measure of the success of the club, I think.
Jake Lever would be a nice...
I had a feeling when I was saying what I was saying that was going to be a great segue for someone to go into that name.
Do you get involved in that much, Peter?
I don't get involved in football decisions, Jake. The day we do that, we're in trouble.
Budget, though.
Commercially, we know exactly where we are in our ability to pay, and we've banked some money because we've got a young list. We've been able to bank money, so we've got the capacity to pay. We haven't got the capacity to pay the sort of numbers that I saw on the back of the Herald Sun yesterday in terms of Dustin Martin, but even if we did, I'm not sure we would. But that's they're decisions for other people. But we've got a capacity to get into the market if we've got the need in our playing list, and the right sort of player wants to come to our footy club. Yeah, we've got the capacity.
Would you clear up the curiosity as to whether Melbourne has met with Lever or not?
Would I clear it up?
Yep.
I'm not talking anything about list management because I don't think it's the right time. Today's about qualifying the finals. He's playing with the Adelaide Football Club. There's other players that list management talk to their managers about during the year. It would be disrespectful to the Adelaide Footy Club. It would be disrespectful to Jake Lever to even talk about it today, and it's disrespectful to Collingwood to talk about it. So we'll worry about that after the season's done and dusted, and we'll just worry about today.
Peter, Paul Roos's fingerprints are also all over the footy club. And he's been a season out now, but what did he bring to the club and how important has he been in getting you to where you could be a finalist as of today?
Look, the thing about Roosie, you've got to look back over the Sydney journey for the last 15 to 20 years, and they're the one footy club that have been consistently in the finals for all that time, I think, bar 1 year, am I right in saying? And that's an extraordinary performance in a game, in a competition that has a draft and a salary cap, to be able to do that. And part of it's about list management, part of it's about the culture they built. And Roosie started off that in the Sydney Swans, and that's what was paramount in our football club. We needed to build a culture that had the right standards and behaviours, brought the right people into the club, and then the wins would come as a result of that. So he started that process off, and he was critical to doing that. He also was important to us commercially because his name, his presence in the competition created a bit of hope around place with sponsors, with members. So people, as Jake's, I heard saying before, gave us some time. And he also gave us some time in the football sense as well. Jake's spot on there because a first-year coach would have struggled with the history that Melbourne have been through to keep messaging the future. When a guy like Roosie, with his reputation and background, he can message the future and people will believe it. So he was critical for the footy club.
Was that the respect you're talking about? You said you first of all needed to win the respect back of football.
Well, that was part of it. That was an opportunity to win respect. Bringing in Roosie was an opportunity to win respect. Then what we did, like how we played, decisions we make, off-field, the way players perform, off-field, on-field, the way we all make decisions, how we start to operate, what people look outside and see us as a footy club. Are we a hard competitive footy club? Do we have a good culture? Do we make good financial decisions? Have we got good people around the club? So it's a cumulative thing, gathering respect, and I think we've done that. But I think the most important issue is he gave us the chance to start that process.
Peter, just listening to everything and obviously knowing a lot of Melbourne supporters who are very, very upbeat, I'd say of all the supporters in Victoria, they're the ones that seem to be the most optimistic that I deal with.
Jake, Richmond.
No, I think Melbourne. I think Melbourne, from where they've come from.
For the long term?
For the long term, yeah, for the view ahead. Is there a danger, though, with everything that's happened from where you've come from and how well it's been done, that there's an orgy of self-congratulation?
Oh, not inside the club. I mean, one thing I do notice about Melbourne people, they get easily excited, but people who get easily excited get a little bit too easily disappointed. And I understand that with the history, but that's footy and that's the right of the spectator, the fan, to go on that roller coaster ride, to be critical, to get upset. But the overwhelming messaging I get back, like when walking around the MCG, is one of thanks for where our club's got to after where it was. So, they're hopeful. Yeah, they get excited on a day-to-day basis. I don't think there's any. I think.
What about inside? Like, can you get a bit ahead of you? Do you think?
Only in the sense that young guys playing football, and it's happened in every team over the last 30 or 40 years. Young kids haven't yet worked out that it all may be gone tomorrow. Their career's going to come and go that quickly. The missed opportunities. Every football club that's been successful has done that, or if they had early success, then they floundered for a couple of years. So until the kids running out on the ground actually understand that, you're going to get some ups and downs on the field, and that drives us all nuts. But there's no sense inside the club at all that we're ahead of ourselves. Quite the opposite. We know the journey we're on.
Simon Goodwin has had an exceptional first year as coach, I think, on any measure. What have you seen in him? Has he lived up to the idea in your mind?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, very, very happy with that appointment. Very happy with the transition from Roos to Goodwin. They both deserve a lot of credit for the respect they showed each other and the club in making that transition seamless. It's very important that a senior coach incumbent like Roosie at that time would allow that transition to happen so easily. I think one of his great strengths is his relationship he builds with the player. He builds a very strong relationship at foundation level. So then he can talk to them and give them the feedback that sometimes they need, and then they play for him. And that's they'll take the feedback and they'll play for him. And I think that's absolutely paramount in what he does. The interesting thing is when he walked into the club, and I was talking before about getting Paul Roos there to drive the culture. When he walked into the club for that first presentation, I don't know that Roosie and he had ever met, and if they had, it wasn't in any in depth. But he was using the same sort of language from where he came from that Roosie was using for where he came from. So you could just see that it was going to work, and it's proven that it has so far. So, and as again I said, the challenges with injuries and suspensions and illnesses that we've had this year, and the players to pick that up and cover that, I think it's been a very good year for us so far.
Peter, do you think, I spoke to a Melbourne person not long ago and I said, what's more important, the talent that you got and the role of Todd Viney and Jason Taylor in calling out the right names, something the club didn't do particularly well, arguably, before that, or the culture of getting players like Jack Watts and Max Gawn to realise their potential?
Well, there's no one answer to that, Jake. I mean, there's no one person responsible for the success of a football club. There's so many people that influence success of a football team. It starts with list management. It's just like horse racing. You know, if you don't get the horse right, you're not going to win a race. If you don't get the right list put together in the first place, and it's not just talent, it's character, it's competitiveness, it's the own culture. You get the weight of numbers, and then some of those other guys realise the journey they can go on because of the weight of numbers around them. Having a Jack Viney, having a Nathan Jones, having a Jordan Lewis come in, a Michael Hibberd come in and sort of show. And one of the first players we did that was with Daniel Cross, because, you know, a guy that trains to be an AFL player, there's no one else better than Daniel Cross, and he just blew their minds when he came into the club in 2014. They said, wow, is this what you have to do to be a good AFL player? So there's no individual that's responsible for where Melbourne Football Club is. It's a collection of a whole lot of things that we've done. It's a collection of all the people we've put together in the club, and it's working so far.
Peter, we appreciate you coming in. Enjoy the afternoon. I'm sure you've got a role to play more than just this afternoon as well.
I might enjoy the end result. I'm not sure I'm going to enjoy the afternoon. You don't do that when you're the CEO of a football club. But thanks anyway, Gerard. Appreciate it.
Peter Jackson, the Chief Executive of Melbourne, with us before the D's play the Pies to firm up their place in the 8th, and then we'll see what happens from there. You're on the press room with Gerard Whateley, Jake Nile, Ashley Brown and Michael Gleeson. We spread to some other issues of the week. What's Gary Ablett doing hiding behind vans and running away after being named and then withdrawing from that Gold Coast team? This has genuinely degenerated, and I would
a bit of a circus.
Absolutely blame on both sides now.
Yeah, look, I think that it is reached a bit of a farce. But look, he wants to go to Geelong. I can't see how Gold Coast can hold him. Now, thinking about it more and more, I know that's been your line, Gerard, but there is another lever for him to get there. Think about the Gold Coast position if he retires. If he actually holds good to that threat, they're going to be keeping a guy on their list, arguably paying him something or not. They'd be holding a spot on the list for a guy who doesn't want to be there. If they delist him, Geelong can pick him as a delisted free agent under the rules, as I understand it. So let's do the trade and just get this whole circus over with.
Did you drive here with the headlights on, Gerard, today?
Oh, no, that's as silly as everything else that's going on. But that can happen. As the longer something draws on,
But it is complicated by the contract situation, isn't it? The front-ending it, they've paid, in some regards, they figured that they've already paid a portion of next year, and there's something deserving to be coming back to them for that. I've got great sympathy for that. You agree to front-end something, you're doing it on the basis you will see it through to the end and acknowledge that last year will be something less than, that you've already been paid a portion of that. How do you not get something back for that?
I think they'd all done a good job until probably the last 10 days. That had been my view the whole way through. But how he got named and then pulled out within 2 hours, that's shooting yourself in the foot. And that makes it look ridiculous.
Yeah, and I spoke to them and they said he's going to be named and he's trying to play. And, yeah, it didn't look great because it played to this idea that he's a bit reluctant to actually, that he's basically left the building already, didn't it?
He was trying to play a game, just not the game they were hoping he'd play.
Yeah.
Is there a sense of foreboding around Dustin Martin that hadn't been there in recent weeks?
I think we're all presuming to know. We're all presuming to second guess what he's going to do, and we don't know. No one knows what he's exactly going to do. So we can all assume if that amount of money is dangled in front of you, that you go. But I don't know.
Is it clear or not whether he's met with North Melbourne?
He's met with the leadership group. I think it's fairly clear, yeah. So, yes.
I think there are two people who might know what he's doing. That might be his father, and I suspect Choco Williams might have a reasonable idea as well. I think the trip to New Zealand's really interesting as well. I think, I've come around. I thought he looked, and you can't even tell from body language what you see in the ground. I thought he looked really invested in Richmond, but then you're hearing what you're hearing now, and it really is line ball.
Richmond, talking to them over the journey, they have gone as far as they can go. And they've gone to that 7-year, 1.1, around that mark. And if talking to people around footy, an interesting conversation is what can you win a flag with paying the upper level of a player? And someone said to me yesterday, $1.2 million. That's about as high as you can go. If you get to the 1.3, 1.4 mark, players start to go. You start breaking up your team. Geelong would have faced this with Gary Ablett. Geelong made that decision. Hawthorn arguably faced that with Buddy Franklin. And Sydney, when they took Buddy Franklin in, the first 2 years were only 700,000. And they had a little window there and the pain was deferred a bit. So, yeah, I think that...
The only other thing about that is the stretch of time over which the contract extends does enable them... does make the contract in its 6th and 7th year, if, say, in Buddy's situation, he's still playing, or in Mark's situation, the money is comparatively lower.
Yeah, but not for Richmond. Not for Richmond, because they're trying to win something soon.
Yeah.
They can't front load the contract. North Melbourne can front load. They can pay Dustin Martin $2 million, $2 million, $2 million, and then shrink it down.
Then do a Gary and decide he wants to go back to Richmond.
Yeah, that's right. I'll go back to Richmond. Yeah. So, yeah, look, it's a fascinating story, because if he doesn't take a 7-year contract of over $1 million, that's quite a story. That's quite something.
Anything else grab you?
Well, the one that grabbed me most was the two things off the top. Scott Burns moving. I thought that was incredibly telling about what's going on in Collingwood, and Sally overnight. Can't get away from Sally.
Sally Pearson's accomplishments are amazing.
Also, Clarkson can be interesting. No team in the finals. Is he going to spend the next month being a bit of a spokesman for footy, and he's not invested in the finals? He's already talking about the bye week being wrong. I think his role in September, I'm interested in whatever he has to say over the next few weeks.
I wonder if he can get traction on that, because the coaches have voiced that view to Gill and McLaughlin previously, and Gill happily slapped that down yesterday.
It was interesting. He raised that idea. He talked, going right back to that Sicily thing and him being targeted. It was just like this grasp of irony that was missing. It was like, you are the architect of unsociable football and you're not happy about it. He did acknowledge that himself, that they'd done it, but yeah, I hope his sentiment gains traction.
Yeah, I'm interested by the wooden spoon game.
Yeah.
And the number one draft pick discussion around that is actually interesting. This year doesn't seem like there's a standout. There's Cameron Rayner and there's young Dow. And
pre-season draft might be important.
Pre-season draft could be important though, but just whether, North being in a position where if they win, they have pick. North would jump 3 spots conceivably.
We'll keep an eye on that throughout the afternoon. Jake, Ashley, Michael, thank you.
Thanks, Jared.
See you for the finals on the press room. This afternoon at the MCG, it is Collingwood and Melbourne before us. We'll have Luke Ball and Mark McClure for the preview next.
We're on the road every day.
Through all kinds of stormy weather.
Following the story in every way, from far-flung corners of the world
to what's making news right here in our own backyard.
7 p.m. news on ABC TV, walking you through the stories that matter every night with the people who know. 7 p.m. news on ABC TV. Know the story.
Mic checks. Check it. 1-1. Q audio.
Grandstand. AFL.
You're with Grandstand. Stand by. Players are ready. You ready for it? Here we go.
Fans around the country, stand up. Don't sit down for this.
Grandstand AFL.
Welcome to Grandstand AFL.
Sets it classic fly from Jeremy Howe.
From 60 out, he bends it back, he's got it! Kicks towards full forward, it bounces in the goal square and tumbles through.
Grandstand AFL.
In the pocket with 2 bounces, can you believe it? He gathers the ball, has a bounce and another, screams into goal, brings the house down.
Danger coming in the goal square, he got it through,
Unbelievable from Dangerfield.
The 2017 AFL Premiership season with ABC Grandstand.
Saturday afternoon brings us to the MCG in this final round of the home and away season. The Demons are looking to put the final touches on their finals qualification. They should be there. They surely will be there regardless, but go out and beat Collingwood and make a good thing of it to prepare for an elimination final. The Magpies season is coming to an end, and that prompts all sorts of uncertainty because decisions aren't made at the Magpies. What happens next, I imagine, will unfold reasonably quickly after this game. Gerard Waitley with you at the G. Mark McClure is with me.
Hey, Gerard. How you going?
Good. And Luke Ball
You coming good?
is in place. Yeah, we're
I
getting
feel
there,
a
aren't
bit
we?
better too myself.
Yep.
Not much better, but a bit better.
What's wrong?
We have marked the passing of Drew Morford today and earlier in the day, and you'll be able to sample that on SoundCloud and Twitter.
Sorry, I thought you were... how do I feel now? Can I start again? God, I thought you were talking about a sniffle or something, but very, very sad day.
So for our national audience just joining us, that is all there to be savoured. A voice that's lost but won't soon be forgotten. Drew at Olympic Games and international cricket, and here at the G calling AFL. So we've marked all of that. We've taken a quaddie in his honour, and we'll probably drop that in throughout the afternoon as to when we get bowled out of it.
Just hope we get past the first league.
It wouldn't be doing
a rare occurrence
if we did. Yes. All right, so what's before us? Let's before we get to the nitty-gritty of the match, just the overriding view on Collingwood, who come here having not made their decisions. They run the journey of the season, and the huge level of uncertainty I suspect is playing out in the smattering of a Collingwood crowd that is here.
There's a lot outside.
Is there?
Yeah, there's a few running around outside, but they... Look, it's interesting. You go, Luke.
Well, no, I hope they turn up. I hope they turn up regardless of the what's happening around the game. I mean, it's the last game that they're going to watch their team play for 6 months, isn't it? So we all know how much we miss footy when over the summer period and when it's not there. So I would hope that, is it Collingwood's home game or Melbourne's home game?
Collingwood's
home game. So I would hope that they turn up. You would expect that they'd be at least matched, if not outnumbered by Melbourne supporters, given what's at stake for them today. But I would hope that as a show of support for the club, more so than any individual, that the Collingwood supporters get here today.
Are they engaged? That's more the point. Are they in the game with this? Do they actually like what's happening at their footy club? The review that comes through, we don't know an answer to at the end of the year. After 20 years, this guy's been involved in this football club, and after 20 years, they still can't make a call on the coach. I find that extraordinary. We have a look at Clarkson, who's lost assistant coach after assistant coach. He doesn't need assistant coaches, but they're building another set of assistant coaches around the coach. What's the problem? You tell me.
Well, it's interesting. I was listening to the press room before, and I think it was Jake who pointed out, listening to Eddie's comments on radio during the week, I got the feeling from those that they were setting everyone up, or he was starting to condition everyone to a re-signing of Nathan.
But
that's what I took from that. I know where you sit on it, Sellers, I know, but I'm just saying, sitting back objectively, that's where I sit. So I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 48 hours we come out and he's been re-signed for another 2 years.
I had a thinking halfway through the week that he may come out and resign after the game anyway.
Resign?
Yeah, just resign himself.
Okay.
One of the things, if they don't have faith in you to sign you prior to the end of the season, why would they have faith in you for the rest of your life? That's one of the calls that I thought about, and I may be wrong, but he sometimes might, if he doesn't like what they're putting together, why would he stay?
Well, it's a play from the players' point of view. It's their last chance today to show their sign of support. And I know you shake your head at that, and the decision probably, I mean, if they get beaten by 100 points today, it might have something to do with it. But if you're one of the 22 players running out there today, and you're feeling like that it's still up in the air a little bit, then you can show your support for the coach today by how you perform.
My thoughts are that the players are really trying hard, and I see that every week. There's no doubt about that. No one doubts what they're trying to do, but do they have the right method? Are they given the right information? Mm-hmm. Are they getting the right style of play to play with what they've got? So there's a couple of issues there. We don't have to worry about that. We've got to worry about this game. Beautiful afternoon at the MCG.
Perfect for footy, isn't it?
Melbourne have got a chance to make the finals. It's a day to practice to be perfect, I would think, to start your finals campaign. Have a week off in between, but really put in a good effort this afternoon. And I really like the McDonald boys down back. They're big, tall, and they run really well. And Tommy McDonald can go forward as well. I like what he does there. Hibbert's been an absolute star for them in the back pocket. Jetta's been really good. And Hunt, who gives you a really good run from halfback. I think that defence is very, very good come finals time.
I agree. Yeah, agree. They've been really good to watch this year, haven't they? But in a way, it's interesting today, and talking to a few Melbourne supporters I know, in a way this is the final exam, in a sense, and then we know that the new season starts in a fortnight's time. But, if you're liking it to school, they've had, various sacks, I think they call them these days, smattered throughout the season, and they've passed them, most of them they've passed really well. They've had 12 wins. We heard Peter Jackson talk about that. I agree with him. I think their 12 wins this year have been a lot better wins, if that makes sense, than the 10, and they've played better. They've looked like a finals team at time. They've been hard and tough around the ball, and then they've had the flair of some of those guys that you mentioned. So I come along, really excited and looking forward to watching Melbourne play today. Having said that, this is the final exam for them. There's no good ticking off sacks throughout the year if you don't get to the exam and freeze up.
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that's the key to them is their contested ball's been solid in most of these games. And when you go through their midfield, Petrarca will play there at some stage, but Oliver's the one who's in and under, who does all the work there. And Salem, and you also got Dom Tyson and Bernie Vince, who's rough and tough, and sometimes he plays back, and so does Lewis play back sometimes. But they have got enough. Hannon, I think, up forward, I really like the way he works. Pedersen's earned his spot, and so has Hogan. And then they bring back in Watts. Well, I don't understand why they bring back Watts yet, because I'm not certain that he's the key to their game. Contested ball's his problem. And that, if you're going to play finals, you've got to do a lot of it, and he doesn't do any of it.
I agree he's not the key, but is he in their best 22? I think he is. I think he's certainly at his best he is. I think he was unfortunately stifled about mid-year, I think, when he was going pretty well. I think the last time remember, you recall the game they played against Collingwood, he really got them over the line. He won the match for them here on Queen's birthday.
Yeah, but it's all outside ball.
Yeah, and I understand that. Yeah, I agree with that. But I think the guys that you mentioned before and what Oliver's brought to the team, I think Viney's crucial. We know he's not out there today. They need to get him back for the finals. But they've been able to add enough contested ball winners to their team. And even Hannon and Harms and these guys you mentioned bring that to the forward line as well, for Watts to be able to come in and do what he does really well and add to that mix, I think, for today and then into September.
I really like Jeffrey Garlett, who really
superb
he's an incredible year, and he's always been a very good player, and his speed and his ability to kick goals, and he's just added another level to their side. Maxi Gorn's been struggling a little bit, and you would expect it too, because he was out a while. He played a couple of fresh games, and then all of a sudden the grind comes in, and you've got to do it tough and all those sorts of things. This is their test. This is the day when they actually announce themselves or denounce themselves. Stand up or step down. That's one of the keys for mine, whether they're going to make a force in the finals. The Pies, where are we at with the Pies? Look, their defence is okay. Dunn is probably one of their better players, and Goldsack down there. Howe, he likes to take a mark, but he's not a great defender, I would think, in a sense, way he goes. Crisp and Maynard work hard and try hard. But does their system in defence work well?
Well, they're young, aren't they? They're very young, and there's another debutant that comes in today, young Cale Kirby, who's been kicking bags of goals in the VFL, so that's exciting. Wearing the number 27 down there, that's exciting for Collingwood fans. So it's about seeing glimpses, and we saw with Hawthorn last night, the changing of the guard in a sense. An absolute icon of the game leaves, and they bring in a kid who they got at pick 70 who looks like he'll be ready to go next year. He was a beauty, wasn't he, Morrison?
Yeah, fantastic.
So the Collingwood fans need to look for those sort of glimpses today from Kirby and Brown and Dacos and these sort of types. Grundy comes back in, so you mentioned Gawn. That'll be we know how integral that battle will be. I reckon Mason Cox has started to show a bit, but as a ruckman, so can he go back forward and be the backup, I guess, and contribute as well? He's playing for his career and his future. There are a lot of guys from Collingwood's point of view in that boat, so I'd expect a pretty spirited performance from them. And even chatting to a few of them throughout the week, they'd love nothing more than to upset the apple cart a bit. They know they're not going to play finals, but they'd love nothing more than to to get in the way of a team that's aspiring to do so, that haven't done so for 11 years, as we know.
I like the courage of the coach to actually bring in some kids. Brown, Dacos, and of course Kirby. That's the key to building a footy club for the future. You come along, they're not going to make the finals. So listen, what are we going to see next year? How are we going to put these kids in? We have to see a glimpse of something about these young kids and a pre-season in them, and all of a sudden you may see a player come another year's time. So I love the courage of that.
Some of the matchups and how they go about it. So the ruck is a good one with Grundy and Gawn.
Yes, it is. Gawn's been struggling. Grundy has been in really good form. Got put out from an unusual type tackle, I would think. I'm not certain who's going to win that, but gee whiz, it's mostly won, and we look at this by the blokes on the ground who want to get it out of the centre. And the best midfield is probably Collingwood. They haven't got Pendlebury, but that's the only one they haven't got. Treloar and Adams go very well in that area there, and they've got Thomas, who runs through the middle. Sidebottom's a star in that area, absolutely. But Salem goes all right. You know, I mean, we've got some good players in the Melbourne side, Tyson and all those sort of fellas. Neil Bullen runs through the middle as well. Some Brayshaw as well, comes from half back to forward and all those areas. So they've got a good match up there. It'll be interesting to see how they operate.
Yeah, well, the depth, both sides' depth through the middle of the ground is probably their strength. Certainly Collingwood's strength. We know that they've had their struggles at either end of the ground. So that's where they'll need to generate their game from today. Certainly their attack, we know they've struggled to get the ball out of defence. With their kicking at times, that hasn't been a strength for Collingwood all year. They need to do a lot of work on that. Just looking down at the team on paper, now they probably won't start like this, but the half-forward line of Brown, Moore and Dacos, Sellers, you would have played against that half-forward line a few times,
yes,
I think,
I did, yeah.
towards the end of your career. So, again, that's exciting for the Collingwood fans to hopefully turn up and see. And well, with the Melbourne team, we spoke about Collingwood players playing for their futures. For the Melbourne team, assuming that they get there, some of those guys you mentioned are playing to hold that spot. You wouldn't want to put in a down day today, a poor performance in today. We're a fortnight out from what shapes to be your first final in a long time. So Salem, guys like that, Harms, Hannon, guys like that you mentioned. You'd expect Viney to come back. Maybe one or two others. They need to lock themselves in the 22 for the club's first final.
I actually like to look at the Collingwood forward line. Moore and Reid, the two talls. You don't need too many more than that. That's enough for that area there. Hoskin Elliott goes all right. Elliott's a good player. We understand how he operates. And then you've got the two kids, Brown and Dacos. That's the sort of forward line you need. You don't need Mason Cox in there. You don't need all those big talls. You just need some manoeuvrability and some mobility, you would call it, in the forward line, and some access. Give us some ball down there and we can do something.
Interesting round 23. I think we saw it even a bit last night. It was a bit of a weird type of game in terms of intensity, wasn't it? It felt a bit at times more like a pre-season game, and sometimes that can happen at round 23 when you've got a side who's subconsciously even or got a half an eye to next week or the holidays in a couple of weeks' time. So I expect this to be a pretty free-flowing game, which probably suits Melbourne. I think if any message were to come down to the Collingwood team, it would be we need to get this into a contest and try and match them in there, because once the ball gets on the outside, I think Melbourne will probably shade the pies on that front today.
I thought last night was circle work the first half.
Yeah, it was.
And no one wanted to touch anyone. It was bruise free. I'm not certain this is going to be. I think Melbourne need to show. I think Melbourne need to give their best, and they need to actually belt aside and take them on big time, because if they don't, how are they going to do it in 2 weeks' time?
Well, there's no point in even having the handbrake on at all today, is there? They know they've got the week off next week, and they know they're not locked in. They need to win. They need to win. They don't want to be sitting there watching West Coast Adelaide, hoping that the Eagles do the right thing by them. So you're right. Go throw everything at it today. You've got 12, 14 days to rest up. You don't have to worry about watching the footy for the rest of the round. Then you can focus on getting everything right for that first game.
They got a chance not to travel.
Yeah, it's looking likely, isn't it? Yeah, well, again, that'll depend on other results, but control what you can control. For individual players, it's playing your role, it's ticking that off and locking yourself in for that first final. From a team point of view, it's, as you would say, Sellers, it's playing a brand of finals footy that you know is going to come your way, whoever your opponent is in 2 weeks' time.
So Melbourne's scenario is they can't rise higher than seventh. They would leave themselves vulnerable to West Coast, to a 2% behind them should they lose.
Yeah, against an Adelaide team without a few stars, and if the Giants lose to Geelong, there's not much in it for Adelaide. So, as we said, control what you can control and get the win today, Demons.
Melbourne looking to sew up their place in the final series. They meet Collingwood on Grandstand AFL with Matt Clinch.
Gawn and Cox do battle in the middle of the ground. It comes Collingwood's way. Maynard quickly inside the 50. Darcy Moore couldn't take down the mark. It's gathered by Oscar McDonald of Melbourne. Hand pass to Lewis, to Jetta, under pressure, back to Lewis by hand. He gives the hand pass to Bernie Vince. Little chip ball to right half back where Oliver takes the mark for Melbourne. The D's heading to the left of your radio, to the Punt Road end, as he spreads it wide to Oscar McDonald, who marks at right half back under the great Southern stand wing. Called to play on. He kicks long around the boundary line. Howe flies and takes the mark in a pack of 3.
He's had a terrific year, Jeremy Howe. He'd certainly be on the board, at least in the 40, wasn't he, for the All-Australian selection? So he wants to finish off his year as well today.
He kicked it straight to Oscar McDonald, regrettably, who gave it to Jetta, who kicked Melbourne wonkily across half-back, but it does find Tyson, who's in plenty of space. He has a bounce out of half-back and guides it down the line a bit too wide for Neil Bullen and skips away and goes out of bounds at the interchange.
And Buckley's thrown the magnets around a little bit. Cox has actually started in the ruck, which I think is a good idea. He's been playing, and Grundy he's missed a couple of weeks. He started at full forward. Maynard's started on the ball for the Pies as well.
They played earlier this season. It was a it was a rollicking good match on the Queen's birthday that Melbourne prevailed in. Jones got it from a stoppage on the members' wing. Hand pass to Tyson into a dead end. Back to Jones, who's hot. He couldn't take possession. And it took a Collingwood turn momentarily, although Phillips was dragged off it. It came the way of Treloar, who sends it into centre field for Hoskin Elliott. He kicks inside the 50 without much conviction. Jetta rounds it up, and he's tackled by Kirby on debut. He sticks a good tackle, and is probably a bit stiff not to get the hold in the ball verdict.
Well, I reckon he might have been stiff not to get a hold too. It was probably just did enough, Jetta, to get away with it, but you're right, Dan. Good signs, though. He butted up, and those tackles inside 50, which we know are a key stat, they'll be looking for that from him today.
30 metres out from Collingwood's goal, the City end, no score. Gawn one down the tap to Tyson, gives the hand pass to Hunt, got it to half-back. Unable to gather was Petrarca, but Nathan Jones, the captain, gathers, gets the hand pass away before he's tackled, worked it to Lewis, and now back to Petrarca. Through the middle of the MCG goes, he's got a vacant 50. He kicks as far as he can and puts it to the foot race. Scharenberg racing back, Pedersen up the end. He overran the footy, opened the door for Jeff Garlett. You can't do that. But he missed from about 15 metres out, curling onto the right boot and hooked it to the left-hand side. And Collingwood defenders will take a deep breath. The first score of the afternoon are behind Melbourne after 2.5 minutes.
Scharenberg is on the kick in. He goes for Howe, who clears the defensive area for Adams, and he links it up with Maynard. That's a good move out of defence from Collingwood. It's the half-distance pass around the wing for Elliott. Elliott has a look up towards the 50. It's not terrible. A great kick. Yes, edged away by Lewis, but Maynard's desperate to win it back, and he does. Hand passes to Treloar, who wheels onto the right boot, sends it to the teeth of goal. Grundy should have marked at the back. Phillips has a chance. He gathers, he snaps, and he goals. Collingwood gets the first. 3 minutes in, they lead a goal to Melbourne's behind.
Yeah, well done. Tom Phillips had a terrific year himself, a Rising Star nominee. They almost made a meal of it. It was critical of Elliott then. He had to roll on. They had one-on-one streaming back to goal. He had Kirby and Goldsack, who looked like they had their opponents beaten, but he went sideways. But Treloar was good enough to butter up and get it in deep. Grundy dropped a mark he usually would have taken, and well done, Tom Phillips and the Crumbs. But it was the way they moved the ball, Sellers, wasn't it? We haven't necessarily associated that with Collingwood this year out of the back line. Jeremy Howe with a bullet-like pass, using the corridor. I think that's what we want to see Collingwood do today. Really go for broke a bit, really test Melbourne, see if they want to defend today through the middle.
So the Magpies strike first at the MCG. Gawn one down the tap, got it to Jones, high ball to half forward. Pedersen's nudged under it, and a good mark is taken by Matt Scharenberg. At centre half back, didn't quite get it round the hand of Garlett, who lunged, and eventually Howe gathers. Hand pass to Dunn, who spreads it wide, and Phillips takes the mark at right half back for Collingwood. He wants to go cautiously to Crisp, and he's gone too wide and out of bounds on the full. Melbourne want to take it quickly back. Tyson fires the ball in, just couldn't quite get it over Maynard, who rises high, got a handle, it pulls it down the second attempt and saves the day.
His kick is not great across half back. It left room, had some work to do, and he got tackled by Hogan. He dead set through it in front of the umpire. He didn't call it. Scharenberg works it out to half back. Langdon up to Treloar. Collingwood looking for the way along the southern wing. Back to Langdon, who floats the hand pass over the top. They need the kick coming inboard. It was a poor one, and it's cut out. It was from Dacos. It was cut out by Salem. Salem uses it quickly for Petrarca. Off to Hunt, on to Jones, over the top to Peterson. Didn't get clear of Hoskin Elliott. Lost the footy in the tackle. Jones, though, works it back to Hibbert, who kicks poorly to the teeth of goal, where it's trapped and defended by Dunn, and he's got support from Crisp.
Looked like a little throw there. They got away with another one for Collingwood. In the back pocket, Broomhead has it. Not a lot of options, so Swicket across the face of goal. And Langdon diving in takes the mark in front of Hogan.
Nice and cool there, Broomhead. Back pocket, cornered, all of a sudden chips it across. Well done.
Collingwood by 5 points. Langdon plays on, hugs the boundary line, kicks in the direction of Cox, in a wrestle with Gawn. The two couldn't get a hand onto it, and Maynard gathers at the back. Hand pass to Adams, who's charging through. A bounce for Adams as he works it over the top to Grundy. Can go into the pocket for Sidebottom.
They're on in the goal square.
And he's got options aplenty as he chips it back inboard, and Dacos takes the mark, lunging forward. 30 metres out, pretty much directly in front.
I think you said circle work, was it, Sellers? Jeez, which makes it's a tough day for commentators, isn't it, to draw breath today, but it's been a pretty frenetic start, and again on the counter-attack, Collingwood looks so much better when they go more direct. They really aren't a side that can afford to be chipping it round sideways and backwards. They don't quite have the skill level to be able to do that, so amazing what happens when you go forward, Sellers. Things open up.
That's pretty important, I reckon.
Josh Dacos, 24 years after his famous father, Peter, did it at the MCG. And in the name of the father, writing his own history in the black and white. Game number 2, goal number 1 for Josh Dacos. And Collingwood take the early break. 2 straight 12 to Melbourne, 1 behind. 6 minutes gone in the first quarter.
Lovely kick by the young man, young Dacos. Well, his old man could kick him from anywhere. Could kick him from a telephone box. It wouldn't matter where he was. But that was set up from the defence. Beautiful move into the back pocket, and they just moved the ball nicely up the ground. No one else touched it for the whole way up. And they had 2 in the goal square. Darcy Moore was there. I don't know who the other one was, but there was 2 there as well they could have gone to straight away, but back into the middle. And young Dacos marks and finishes well.
An 11-point lead. It probably won't take much to make Demons fans nervous this afternoon. Gawn kicked it out of the middle, but he turned it straight over. It's coming back from Crisp, who sends the Magpies up to half forward. No mark taken. It was kept away by Hibbert, who did well, and he protects the ball down the wing. Neil Bullen took a lot of contact from Hoskin Elliott. He's been paid the mark regardless.
Goldsack started forward as that defensive player on Hibbert as well, but again, another player that's had such a good year, Michael Hibbert.
Neil Bullen short for Salem under our broadcast position. Brings it on the 45 to Watts. Melbourne fans approve. He brought it inboard. Melksham gave it back to Salem, who kicks to Oliver up at the 50. Thought about going on. He probably should have. From 52, he sends it to the teeth of goal. It didn't really favour the team, and Cox is able to swat it away from Garlett through for a behind. Melbourne trail by 10 points after 8 minutes.
That's a terribly poor kick by Oliver. He had plenty of options in the middle, and he should have gone there, and he should have rolled straight away. That's what gets defences off guard.
Collingwood by 10 points. Dunn brings the Magpies back into play. Darcy Moore the target. Gone over the back, one down. Mason Cox at the back. Little Topo into the path of Thomas. Vince got him with a good hip and shoulder. Now his tackle by Phillips. Hand pass straight to the boundary line. Deliberate. It was a good contest from both players.
He certainly helped.
And Bernie Vince just panicking, releasing the footy straight to the line, and the umpire had to make the decision. Phillips at right half back for Collingwood, sends it as long as he can. Cox lost his footing and allowed Gawn to come in from the side and take the easy mark. He'll reload at half back, Collingwood by 10.
Brings it inboard for Tom McDonald, slips the hand pass to Lewis, so the Demons try to break the play open through the middle. Lewis's kick is cut out by Hoskin Elliott, who saw it coming. Quick play on to Aish, to Elliott on the wing, trying to find the way through. He does. Grundy. He kicks the Maggies to Grundy. It was a 5-man pack, and he settled it with one giant leap from the back.
It was a certainty. He was the only one who looked like it in that area. He had the beautiful run, great leap, and he's 6'8" or something, so to go with it. So good kick. They've actually used their corridor well, the Pies. They've been fantastic. Yeah,
it was a turnover, wasn't it? It caught McDonald, I think, who's got the job on Grundy off guard. He was just allowed a free run and jump at it, and he's pretty good in that situation. So far, the double ruck combo is working pretty well for the Pies.
Not really a goal-kicking ruckman, but playing as a forward, and Brodie Grundy lives up to the billing. Collingwood with the first three. 3 straight to 2 behinds after 10 minutes of the opening term. Andrew Mays is on the boundary for us this afternoon. Maisie, you're in a Demon stronghold and they might just be a bit jittery early.
Oh, they definitely are. There was that nervous energy walking behind the stands here from all the Demon supporters. Plenty of rotations early. Good to see Carl Kirby come on for his second rotation of the game. Described by his under-18 coach as a mixture between Byron Pickett and a few tricks like Surioli. So looking forward to his work this afternoon. But a few nervous Demons fans around at the moment.
Just don't know what's taken around 23 to see that combination. But good start, the Pies. Don't need to panic here, though, the Demons. We know they did this last week against Geelong.
So Collingwood out to a 16-point lead. Grundy in the middle, one down the tap. Oliver couldn't gather it. Thomas in there for the black and white. Got the hand pass to Grundy. Hand passes wide to Hoskinelli, who gathers on the wing. Wheels onto the right boot. Kicks in the direction of Goldsack, who started forward. Brings it in. Couldn't hold it at the last moment. As it's over the boundary line, where the boundary meets the 50-metre arc. A throw in at the City End, where Collingwood's heading. The Magpies by 16 points. Grundy and Gawn set themselves. They wrestle. Gawn one down the tap. It's sharked forward by Maynard. It comes to Elliott, who threw it onto the boot. Up and under kick. Salem in front position against Brown. Gathered by Phillips of Collingwood. Fires towards goal off a step with the left boot, and it bounces through to the right-hand side from Ina. Score.
The D's just haven't got the numbers at the ball face. You know, they're just not where the contest is. They're just not working hard enough at this stage.
Collingwood by 17. Jetta plays on out of fullback, ran around Kirby, had a bounce which didn't initially come back, so he's under a bit of pressure. He goes short to Salem and it did reach him. And Neville Jetta can take a big sigh of relief.
Shocking kick.
Shocking kick near Tom McDonald. Maynard pushed back. He was taken without it by Tom. So error begets error for Melbourne.
It's like they've got their game sewn up, Melbourne. They're going to roll through these guys, and they're certainly not at the moment. They kicked 3 goals against them already.
Maynard wheels onto the left boot, kicks it into the man on the mark, so poor effort there. Elliott's dispossessed. They scrounge on after the ball. 35 from Collingwood's goal. It is momentarily moving around. It's shot out the way of Elliott, who from a step takes a wild shot at goal and misses by a big margin. That is a behind, but Oliver a bit indiscriminate with his hand pass, gave up the shot at goal. It's the Maggies by 18.
Just looking for a bit of composure, the D's. As Jetta will play onto himself. Look to swing it to the MCC members' side. Hoot too. Grundy broke away from Gawn and takes the mark at right half forward. He wants to play on immediately. Hunt smothered. It bubbles around the boundary line. Elliott keeps it alive. Fires it towards the goal mouth. And Dacos. Josh Dacos popping up in the goal square to claim the mark.
Like a good forward. He's in the right spot, but a brilliant bit of play from Elliott, wasn't it? And again, Grundy, though, this is going to be a really good test for Max Gawn today. There's 2 quality ruckmen, certainly quality ruckmen, that are going to go up against him. And we know Grundy's had a super year, but bit of class from Elliott then. Clean one-touch player.
8 goals in 14 VFL matches. So he hasn't been a known goal kicker. He only puts that into the goalpost and misses a chance to have 2 before quarter time. So Collingwood by 19 points, 13 minutes gone, opening quarter.
9 inside 50s to 5. The Demons search for a bit of fluency. Kick into Salem, off to Lewis, back to Salem, kicks it sideways to Brayshaw. 40 from defensive goal. Has a look down the members' wing. Off a step. Lewis runs into the hole. Elliott floats back, makes the spoil, brought it to ground. Lewis bowls over Phillips against the boundary. Will be tossed in.
The Pies are pushing up on them. They're not giving them any chance. They're pushing them back. They've got to go sideways. They're not getting any fluency, and there's no play on from any mark. And that's where their problem lies. And their contest is poor. That's why they're down.
Collingwood kicking to the social club end, which is sparsely populated this afternoon. Salem got it at the stoppage. Wedge Melbourne forward. Petrarca's hand pass was indiscriminate. Got to get in after it. Maynard was ferocious at the contest to keep it in dispute. It'll be balled up at right half forward for Collingwood.
in front of a large portion of Melbourne fans who would be sitting on the edge of their seat. Oliver gathers from the clearance. Hand pass to Harms, who kicks around the corner on the right boot. Hogan the target. Watts came flying from the back, got hands to it and gathers. Turns on the right boot and kicks inboard. Sets Neil Bullen to task, but he gathers it on the bounce. Got around Langdon. Hand pass to Lewis. Hand pass to Harms, charging through. Got past the Collingwood players and got it over the top to Pedersen. Here's Petrarca with a bit more time. He steadies 20 metres out and gets Melbourne going. He's the man you'd like the ball in the hands if you're a Melbourne fan. 25 goals, 5 so far this season. And he gets Melbourne underway in round 23. Collingwood 3-3-21 to Melbourne 1-2-8.
Yeah, good finish there, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it's good finish. Well, it was a kick inside from Watts, wasn't it? Who's looked really sharp. He's done that a couple of times already. It wasn't super clean, but they had numbers around the ball then, like you said, that they've struggled with to this point. Were able to work it through with hands, and I don't know how Petrarca got so much space out the back, but he was never going to miss in that position.
He was the man who got them going on the Queen's birthday, facing a deficit against Collingwood. So he's neatly filled that position again. Tossed up in the middle, the Maggies by 13. Cox wins the tap. Peterson, though, does the roving. He kicks Melbourne into the 50. It's a bumbling old ball. Watts is playing from behind, and he interfered with Scharenberg. Gave up the free kick.
Well, one umpire was a yard away, and the other one was 30 metres away.
Probably both wrong. Scharenberg gives it to Chris, who works it out to half-back for Elliott.
Good one, Eddie.
Brings it up the line for Howe. I suppose, with a nod to an old colleague, it was the non-officiating umpire who played it, wasn't it? Howe sends it up to half-forward, tight to the boundary. Cox arrives and gets it the rest of the way. They'll throw it in at right half-forward with Collingwood leading by 13.
Maynard and Elliott leading the way for Collingwood with 6 disposals. Salem with 7. Jordan Lewis with 6. And Collingwood leading by 13 points. Cox one down the tap. Pedersen gathers, tackled immediately. Somehow a little kick got squeezed out to Hibbert, who gathers and gives the hand pass to Jones, swinging the hips one way then the other, trying to get rid of Phillips, and did so as he turns on the right-hand side. Kicks to Hart. Wow, with a massive leap as he got right on the head
at his spot.
Christian Petrarca, and that's almost identical to where he was on Queen's birthday. A wry smile as he gives the hand pass to Langdon, who kicks long to the goal square. And who else but Jamie Elliott trying to match the feet from 12 metres out. Started on a left angle and claimed down, claiming the mark. What a great passage for Collingwood fans late in the season.
It's a pity the ground's not full. The Pies haven't turned up. They're voting with their feet.
Oh, stop it, Sellers. They're leading.
No, but the supporters are.
Jamie Elliott has kicked 31 goals so far this season. Collingwood's leading goal scorer to continue the momentum, and he pokes through the goal. And the two high flyers combined for Collingwood, and they're out by 19 points. 4-3-27 to Melbourne 1-2-8. 17 minutes gone opening quarter. Andrew Mays on the boundary.
Yeah, Jeremy Howe only about 6 or 7 metres away from me when he took that specky. One of the best things of watching the players around him and their reactions as well. Christian Petrarca, even though he was the stepladder, a huge smile on his face as he got to his feet as well.
Well, it was poor ball use, you know. And when you look at Jones, who's the star of the game and the captain of this club for some time, is just used it so poorly and puts it in a position you need to go wide there. You can't, or hit a target, and he put it up straight up for Jeremy Howe to take it straight away.
Collingwood by 19 after 18 minutes. Gawn wins the tap. It's side bottomers coming through. He sharks it and sends Collingwood wide toward the 50. Elliott leads out and marks. He has a look deep. Grundy wants it. Kick goes into the pocket. Didn't favour Grundy, but he still got there and took the fingertipper right on the line.
They are killing them out of the middle.
Yeah, they are. They are. Well, they're killing in most areas, aren't they? And Elliott's doing some real damage up forward. Who's got that match up at the moment, but it's not working. He looks as sharp as he has all year, Jamie Elliott. 8 possessions, leading all comers on the ground, 3 contested, and a couple of shots at goal. And well, this will take his very, very best effort.
Grundy's going to try the check side. No, it got away across the face of goal and through for a behind. 20-point leaders after 19 minutes, Collingwood.
Well, this is going to test the D's. This will test their mettle to see what they're like. We'll find out today.
Yeah, but plays on himself to bring Melbourne back into play. Sends it long, looking for Hannon or Hogan. Hogan flew, hit the ground heavy. Gathered by Maynard. Hand pass to Cox. Tackled immediately, lost it. Picked up by Tyson and Melbourne. Hand pass to Melcham. He had an arm pinned and he was tackled. Could have been holding the footy. No whistle. Neil Bullen has a go at it. Kicks long round the wing. Howe sits underneath it. Pulls down the mark uncontested. Collingwood to reload on half-back. Hand pass inboard to Scharenberg, who's going to swing it to centre half-back, and Broomhead takes the mark for Collingwood. Hoskin Elliott's broken to the southern stand wing. Heads in that direction, sat it up a bit, but Hunt couldn't get there to make the marking contest. He moves Collingwood to half-forward, and Kirby takes the mark. He's on 50, up against the boundary at left half-forward. And you'd think this would be a tough kick for your first shot on goal, but he's going back with the intent of doing just that.
I mentioned he's kicked a lot of goals in the VFL this year. Not sure how he's been getting them, whether he's a long, prodigious kick or he's just been getting them around goals. But we'll get a good look at him here.
Cale Kirby from right on 50, equal leading goal scorer in the VFL, kicks to the goal square, won't get the carry. Gawn's there, hasn't cleared it. Melbourne trying to get it through for a rush behind. Under pressure's Jeddah, almost lost it. Tyson steps it over the line for a minor score. Collingwood by 21 points. Time on opening quarter.
Kick in is a quick one into the back pocket for Jones, who clears the area for Tom McDonald. They try to play the southern wing, the Demons. McDonald's held it up a little longer than you might have liked. Now he has to kick long down the line to a contest. Hogan is caught behind it, makes the spoil on done. Treloar wins it underfoot, and he burns away. He got run down at the last by Hunt and had to hand pass it over his head. He lost it to Watts. Watts' kick is for Hogan. He's working up at halfway. And again, not quite the urgency to get the ball moving. Hogan's kick was a little sloppy, although Watts does win it back. So Watts to Hogan and back to Watts. Watts sends it up inside the 50 to a contest. Petrarca almost took the mark. He does break clear. He gets it onto his boot. He kicks into the post. It clipped the back of the goal post. He is Melbourne's chief threat.
He is, and he looms again.
Yeah, down by 20.
He's such a brilliant one-on-one player, isn't he? It's tough to find a match-up for him. He was too strong for Scharenberg then.
Lyndon Dunn plays on himself, looks towards Mason Cox, who pulls in the mark against Matt Scorn. Quickly gave away the hand pass to Brown, who was running the boundary, chips it over the top to Elliott. Advances it to the middle of the MCC members wing. Now he wanted to cut inboard as Jeddah came on from the bench. Goes the short pass to James Aish. Aish has a defensive side of the wing. He kicks towards Darcy Moore. It's not a great kick, but Moore made it work as he cut in front of Neville Jeddah to take the mark. He's at right half forward. Tyson Goldsack's long. If he wants to head in that direction, Brodie Grundy heads there with purpose. So now he kicks towards that. Grundy with a big fly. Got hands to it, couldn't claim the mark. Treloar bumps Brayshaw off it. Oscar McDonald's tackled by Thomas. Melbourne under the pump. Tyson, he might have thrown that. And the umpire right on point. As it's a Collingwood free kick for Josh Thomas, right on the paint of 50.
They've had 9 shots at goal to 4. They've dominated the core of the Pies.
So the question is, can Josh Thomas get the distance from right on 50? He starts it out to the left. It's a helicopter to the goal square. Cronin on the side bottom, easy as you like. Walk right in, sit right down and kick a goal. Oh, that's terrible from Melbourne. And not like a side who's competing for finals. And Collingwood put on their 5th goal of the first quarter. 5-5-35 to Melbourne 1-3-9.
Hey, they've only laid 4 tackles, Melbourne.
I know that.
They're not serious.
No, they're not. It's just the problem. I mean, let me tell you, Josh Thomas's kick was an absolute stinker. It floated and wobbled through the air. It gets to the goal square, top of the goal square. But did you see anyone as clean as side bottom? That clean take off the front and square was just brilliant stuff. He's a star. They're really dominating this game. The D's need to take away their strengths. They need to slow the game down, control the ball, and get the ball back in their hands.
Collingwood by 26. Gawn wins the tap. Jones tried to get onto it, hacked it off the ground. Dacos didn't quite collect. Cripps moves it forward for Collingwood. A haphazard ball, which Hunt doesn't gather, and Crisp is able to work the other way, break through a couple. Hand pass to Treloar, who had a fumble, had to get rid of it in a hurry, and he missed Dacos. Gave it up to Neil Bullen, who got caught. He kicked it to the side for Jeddah, who scunges a ball around the wing that Collingwood had the numbers to, but Adams fumbles. Gave Hogan a look. Gave it off to Garlett. He brings it into Brayshaw, into centre field. Jones and Tyson and Vince and Melbourne go backwards and sideways. And Hibbert takes the mark. He pokes it tightly around the wing. Didn't get there. Goldsack beat him to it. They're kidding Melbourne. Goldsack kicks to half forward for Elliott. Elliott looks inside the 50. The deepest target is Moore. He miskicked it hopelessly.
He tried to kick a He tried to do a 55-metre torpedo pass.
Jordan Lewis took the mark.
Collingwood by 26. I reckon you're giving him an out there, G. I think that was a torpedo.
Well, he's had 10 possessions. He's been the best player on the ground, so he probably thought when you're hot, you're hot. Oh, yeah, it's worth a try. But they got away with one there, Melbourne.
Yeah, but from half back for Melbourne, Gawn in the back, couldn't take the mark. Side bottom with the hand pass to Treloar. Here go Collingwood again. Adams to Maynard, all by hand. Over the top to Moore. Here's to Broomhead. Dribbles a kick, bounces through. 6 goals in the first quarter. And Collingwood are just doing as they please. And they lead by 32 points. 6-5-41 to Melbourne, 1-3-9. 25 minutes gone, opening quarter.
Right, the supporters say, where's this been all year? They're exciting when they're in this mode, the Pies. Their hands are clean and quick, and they've got numbers. They're outnumbering at the contest. So even the mistakes are being cleaned up, and they're finding themselves in the right spot to score. But, it has been disappointing. You call it. This is an aside who's trying to fine-tune for a finals assault. This is circle work, and at the moment we thought that Melbourne might have benefited from that before the game. At the moment it's the Pies who look like the team that deserves to be playing in a couple of weeks' time.
They want the contest.
Well, it's 15 inside 50s to 8, and they've had the last 5, the Pies, so they're dominating.
32-point leaders out of the middle. Brayshaw wins one for Melbourne out in front of Hannon, who puts the kick inside the 50. He didn't put the forwards in any sort of space. Scharenberg knocks it away and was taken illegally.
Right, the D's have put the 2 behind the ball. We know they like to start that way at times as well. I think it might be time just to say, righto, that's not working. One-on-one, 6-6-6, get an arm across and beat your opponent.
Quarter-time break can't come quick enough for them.
Scharenberg kicks it to half-back where it's intercepted by Tyson. Give the Demons a better chance. That's a better directed ball in the Hannon and Hogan direction. Neither got it. Crisp for the Pies to Moore, who threw it in the tackle. Oh, umpire, it happened right in front of you. He was tackled by Hunt. He lost possession and then he threw the hand at it. That's illegal disposal. It'll be balled up. Melbourne fans getting a look at the replay.
Cox and Gawn do battle. It comes down to Hannon, who's tackled by Maynard. And also Treloar, and we'll do it once more. 40 metres out from Melbourne's goal. With 90 seconds to go till quarter time. Cox wins down the tap for Collingwood. Garlett can't gather. Little toe poke as he races back after it. Broomhead in there first. Garlett with the bump. Broomhead's hand pass picked off by Brayshaw. Hand pass forward looking for Watts, who's tackled by Dacos. Stood up in the tackle and released it. Got it to Neil Bullen, who shrugged off Ace once but not twice. Hand pass back wide of Vince, who couldn't gather, and Kirby could. Took a long time though as Watts laid the tackle. The umpires have swallowed the whistle. Dacos' hand pass picked off by Hunt. He's tackled by Goldsack. And play will come to a halt. I think both teams' supporters are cheering, or booing, should I say, at the umpires. It's Collingwood by 32.
So they had Geelong 6-1 last week at a pretty similar stage.
They sure did.
Geelong got a late one in that opening term. Melbourne trying to do the same. Salem out of the stoppage. Gets it to half forward where Watts takes a mark and wears a bit of contact. He's 2 kicks out from goal. Hogan's on the lead. He wants it desperately. The kick goes there. So does everybody else. Cox made the spoil. Brayshaw underneath. Centering ball with no conviction. Maynard drifts in and takes it in defence for the Pies. Maynard has been influential in this opening term. His bullocking work has been tremendous. Across the face of goal to Scharenberg. Incisive kick down the wing for Phillips, who hits it on the fly. He kicks to half forward out in front of Sidebottom, who's the skipper today. He was dragged down, no whistle. He darts back after it. Jetta beats him to it. Hand pass to Melksham. Shocking kick around the wing. Magpies could have raffled it. Crisp gets hold of it, but that is going to be quarter time. Wow, all sorts of angst in the stands from Melbourne fans. Collingwood supporters out of their seats admiring the effort. 32-point leaders at the first change. 6-5-41 to Melbourne 1-3-9. The Demons laid 8 tackles for the term, while Collingwood had the absolute better of them throughout. The goal kickers, they're all singles. Grundy, Elliott, Phillips, Sidebottom, Dacos, Broomhead. While for Melbourne, it's 1 for Petrarca. Collingwood by 32 at the Gabba. Brisbane and North Melbourne. There was a late withdrawal in the Lions side. Eric Hipwood out with a knee, replaced by Cedric Cox. North Melbourne went in unchanged. 4 minutes in, North have kicked 4 behinds. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and Grandstand Digital.
Conversations with Richard Feidler.
My brothers would find my writing and they would come and read it to me and be like, he went into the kitchen and said hello.
I mean, you could read Tolstoy in that voice and it would sound stupid.
Yes, yes.
I mean, then Anna Karenina threw herself under a tray. You know, it works like that.
That is the exact voice. I feel like you've done that to someone.
No, maybe not. Hear the full podcast on the ABC Radio app or go to abc.net.au/conversations.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
And he's got options aplenty as he chips it back inboard, and Dacos takes the mark, lunging forward 30 metres out. Josh Dacos, 24 years after his famous father Peter did it at the MCG, and in the name of the father, writing his own history in the black and white.
To Elliott on the wing, trying to find the way through. He does. He kicks the Maggies to Grundy. Not really a goal-kicking ruckman, but playing as a forward, and Brodie Grundy lives up to the billing. Collingwood with the first 3.
Hand pass to Harms, charging through, got past the Collingwood players and got it over the top to Pedersen. Here's Petrarca with a bit more time. He steadies 20 metres out and gets Melbourne going. Trying to get rid of Phillips and did so as he turns on the right-hand side. Kicks to Harms. Wow, with a massive leap as he got right on the head.
At this spot.
Christian Petrarca, a wry smile as he gives the hand pass to Langdon, who gets onto the goal square. And who else but Jamie Elliott trying to match the feet from 12 metres out. Jamie Elliott, Collingwood's leading goal scorer, to continue the momentum. And he pokes through the goal. Here go Collingwood again. Adams to Maynard, all by hand. Over the top to Moore. Here's to Broomhead. Dribbles a kick, bounces through. 6 goals in the first quarter. And Collingwood are just doing as they please.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and on Grandstand Digital.
Collingwood by 32 at the first change. Luke Ball and Mark McClure.
Well, we came along to see what Melbourne were going to be like. Well, we found out pretty quickly they're not interested. They've lost interest. The Pies started off really early with 3 early goals to Phillips, Dacos and Grundy. Their young brigade is the key for them. They're running hard. They're pushing the ball. Their defence is holding up tremendously well. They're using the middle corridor and they're dominating in lots of areas. They've had 5 tackles inside 50 to 2. They've had 14 to 8 tackles. They've had 7 marks to 0 inside their forward half. They're dominating in contested possessions, 38-27. Well, the D's need a behavioural change, I would think, at quarter time. It couldn't come quick enough, quarter time break. And if they don't start to slow down the opposition, take away their strengths a little bit, change this game around, their finals campaign is in tatters.
Behavioural change. Is that a nice way to say a decent old rev up, I think, Sellers? Because, yeah, it looks like they've come along today hoping for a nice, easy, free-flowing bit of circle work, you know, just to ease themselves in and pull up nice and fresh. They had to come out harder. They had one thing you don't want to give a side who's got nothing much to play for in round 23 is a sniff, and that's what they've given Collingwood. And we know that any team really in the competition, can't they? Any team, when they get a bit of a sniff and get their tail up and only have 8 tackles applied against them for the quarter, are going to be made to look pretty good. And that's exactly what Melbourne have done to Collingwood. So, yeah, I agree. What did you say? A behavioural change, I think. Yeah, is a very nice way to put it. I'm not sure.
Don't think you're as good as you are. But they think they're pretty good, and they're playing like
That's
rubbish.
right. I'm not sure we've seen Simon Goodwin do that too much this year. He's a very cool and composed coach, isn't he? But this will test his patience if this continues for any longer. One thing they do have in their favour, in a sense, is that we know that Collingwood have been pretty fast starters over the last month or so. We saw them do it last week against Geelong, so it's whether they can maintain it or whether Melbourne can shift their behaviour and get themselves back into this game.
I'll ask you a question. You've played a lot of footy and you've sat in this position. You play against a side, they kick 6 against you, you're down and out, but you're a good team. What's your first move when you start?
I'd like, as I think I said it three-quarters of the way through that quarter. I know Melbourne like to throw things around and get the opposition guessing a bit with numbers behind them. You know, starting half forwards, across half back at the centre bounce and flying through. And giving up a +2 against in their forward 50, I'd scrap that. I'd like to say, I'm not sure how that goes in finals footy either. I'd say, righto, 6, 6 and 6. You've got an opponent each. We haven't been good enough. We've let them run around and do what they want for 30 minutes. Go out there and knock over your opponent. Get an arm across him, in their forward half. Because they've been done at the stoppages, side bottom Maltzy into an open goal like he did. Too many uncontested possessions for Collingwood inside their forward 50. Get an arm across them, start to be harder to play against.
And Goodwin, who's a midfielder himself, he'd be eyeballing the midfield saying, hey, listen, you're getting flogged in there. Hey, listen, you need to toughen up. Control the area, control your area, and understand that this is just not a walk in the park.
Positive side, I reckon Watts has looked pretty sharp for the Demons. I think he's looked dangerous when they've had it in his area. His hands have looked clean and he's making good decisions.
Collingwood's biggest lead in the Queen birthday encounter was 28 points. It's 32 points at quarter time. Second term underway. Grundy knocks it down to side bottom, who got caught by Jones. Somehow managed to get it to his boot. Cut off though by Hibbert, who gives it to Hunt. He provides Melbourne with a bit of purpose as he runs the wing. Has a bounce, gives it off to Oliver. Then to Petrarca. On to Tyson. Off to Garlett. On to goal. Got it. It took 20 seconds. And there's your behavioural change in a nutshell. Much more intent. Started with one firm tackle in the middle. It forced the turnover and Collingwood never saw it again. 2-3-15 Melbourne. 6-5-41 Collingwood. A minute into the second term.
All of a sudden you put them on the back foot. You kick a goal straight from the centre bounce. You clear the ball. You get it out there. Good handballs, good use. Everyone in the right space, understanding what their role is. And away they go. Jeffrey Garlett finishes it off. But a centre clearance straight away with a good tough tackle and it's all over.
And Hunt's into the game too. Sorry, Sellers. Only had the one possession in the first quarter, so they've got to get him into the game, and it's a good start.
So Melbourne's second goal of the match. They trail by 26 points. Garlett off the back of the square came charging in. Little Topo got to Hoskin Elliott. Garlett once more. Swatted down by Lewis to Jones and now to Oliver. All by hand. Away to Oscar McDonald and now to Hibbert from the southern stand wing. Sends a high ball to half forward. Melcham sets himself at the front. Punched away by Howe. Gathered by Brown. Gives the hand pass to Broomhead of Collingwood. Pulls the kick inboard looking for Darcy Moore. Good vision. Now had Dacos inboard, he ignores that, he's going to swing it further. Phillips is pushed down from half back. Good kick, he marks inside the centre square, kicks towards the goal square. Kirby the target, in a wrestle with Jeddah, it comes to the front. Dacos running onto it. Hand passes towards the boundary. Melbourne fans want deliberate and they'll get it. A free kick up against the left behind post and Hibbert takes it for Melbourne.
He blasts it in long beyond the defensive 50. Harms had front position, spoiled by Grundy. They fight for it underneath. Harms muscled it out. Gawn swatted it on. Hannon couldn't quite gather. Hoskin Elliott met by Oliver. And it's a firm tackle. Much more physical intent from Melbourne after they wafted through that opening term.
You can see it already.
It's where the best sides, that last forward inside 50 for Collingwood, the best sides get an easy shot at goal from that. And it's just been too hard work for Collingwood all year.
Petrarca out of the stoppage. Hand pass was cut off by Crisp, who's fighting desperately. He knocks it to the advantage of side bottom and then to Adams out the back to Hoskin Elliott. Collingwood go inside the 50 on the kick. Elliott sets himself. Couldn't quite get there and banged away by Oscar McDonald to the boundary, 50 away from defensive goal.
10 possessions in the first quarter, Jamie Elliott. I'd hazard a guess that that's a career high for him. He's usually around the 10 to 15 for the game, so we spoke about his bright start to this one.
10 kicks, 0 hand passes, 6 marks for Jamie Elliott.
Yeah, he's never loved to handle.
No forwards do. From the throw-in, Gawn with the flick over the back, trying to find Garlett and his tackle. And we'll have a ball up 55 metres out from Collingwood's goal, heading to the punt road end. Brown and Petrarca a bit of pushing and shoving as it's thrown up. Gawn one down the tap. Hoskin Elliott run onto it. Tackle by Jones. Jones goes again. Good tackle on Adams. Garlett works it over the top to Neil Bullen under pressure. Bounce through the legs of Tyson. Gathered by Phillips. Good tackle from Gawn. Didn't seem to get boot to ball. Play on's the call. Melbourne regathers it. Neil Bullen tries to chip it inboard. Oh, the gatekeeper was Broomhead. A bounce past him. And then Lewis had a fresh air. He tried to hand pass it away. Hand pass into the middle of the ground as Tom McDonald's over it. He releases it. Tight battle to be won. Goldsack's in there and Watts as well. The ball bounces around as Darcy Moore's over the top. Clayton Oliver on the bottom.
There's been a response, isn't there, as we expected. There's more Melbourne jumpers around the ball. There's no doubt there's been a huge lift in intensity, and it's the usual suspects that are providing it. Oliver, Tyson, Jones.
Collingwood by 26. Brown gets it at the stoppage through Adams off to Crisp, who kicks the pies to full forward. Oscar McDonald makes a telling spoil over the top. Tom McDonald, he probably threw that in the tackle of Dacos. Umpire waves play on. Oscar McDonald hand passes to Hunt, who guides the way out safely for Brayshaw. They escaped one there though, Melbourne. Kick out to half-back for Neil Bullen, who plays on and drives it down the line. Melksham's his target. He got to the front of Broomhead, who took hold and gave away the free kick. Hogan claims the advantage and he kicks it to Watts on the lead.
Much better. They're getting to the front position. They're getting to where they're supposed to be. They're actually becoming predictable as a player. They're charging at the contest, led by Nathan Jones, who's seriously lifted his rate.
Jack Watts with the set shots. He's done his time at the lower level, trying to make his case for September action. Watts on approach to goal. 52 metres out. Gives it what he's got. Lovely long kick. Back from Coventry. And salutes with a nice major. Melbourne string a couple together at the start of the second term. 3-3-21 to Collingwood 6-5-41.
Well, he's taken the 5 marks and 8 possessions. We mentioned a quarter time how sharp he looked. I thought he looked the sharpest of the Melbourne players really in that first quarter, where everyone else was down as he runs off for a break, and he just one-on-one again. He's a dangerous matchup. He's got height, we know. He's got agility. He was a bit too quick there for Matt Scharenberg. So I think what we're seeing is a guy who's pretty desperate to be part of any action next week, if they get there, of course. But he's looked really good, Jack Watts.
So Collingwood's lead cut back to 20 points. Cox one down the tap. Oliver fights for it with Maynard. Oliver gathered. Maynard had another go at it. Trelaw's in there. Gathered by Moore of Collingwood. Gave it to Aish under enormous pressure holding the footy.
They're swarming now.
And Melbourne are starting to show a bit more mojo. Garlett takes the free kick. Gawn charge forward. Heads in that direction. Mason Cox lunging, got a hand to it. Harms was first onto it. Not sure how he got rid of the footy. Cox throws it on the boot, but only as far as Bernie Vince.
And he's within range.
He sure is. 50 metres out to the right. At his best, he can comfortably clear 55. It'll just be on the accuracy. Bernie Vince starts his approach. Veers out to the right. Starts it right. Curls it left. May not just have the journey as it's touched on the goal line. And through for a minor score. 19 points, Collingwood's lead.
Done on the kick in. Not absolutely sure.
No,
so as far as he can, close to the boundary, Grundy flies. I don't think he got a hand to it, but he did get a push.
Yeah, their certain ball movement has stopped.
Yeah.
They've slowed them down. They've hit them. They're charging at them. Different game.
Grundy has it at half back. And again committed to the long down the line kick. Cox the best chance or more from the side. Couldn't hang on. Vince underneath in the tackle. Kick was cut off by Treloar, who hugs the boundary. Elliott sets himself, but he's out-muscled by Salem, who wins a one-on-one duel strongly. At the Gabba early stages, the Lions 2 straight. North Melbourne 1 goal, 8-14. The Kangas by 2 points. Kick finds Hunt on the wing, who goes all the way through half-back. Lewis takes the mark, finishes the transfer of play out in front of Tom McDonald. It bounced a little awkwardly, and he might have to retreat and kick it back to Lewis.
He gathers on the bounce, sends it around the southern stand wing. Melksham worked, Broomhead past the footy and then gathered. Has a bounce as he runs to left half forward. Broomhead never gave up, almost laid the tackle. The kick finds Garlett on the chest though, as he comes out on the lead. And he marks pretty much directly in front, 30 metres out.
Now the Pies are starting to retreat. They're running towards their man. They're not actually running to space to get the easy ball and all those sorts of things because it's not coming.
Jeff Garlett, who's kicked over 40 goals for the 4th time in his career, looking to continue the Melbourne resurgence. He misses to the left-hand side and a minor score. Collingwood by 3 goals neat. 9 minutes gone, second quarter.
Couple of footies on the field. The one in play is in the hands of Dunn, and he kicks long in the Grundy direction again. He can't hang on to the mark, so it's got to be one. Chris gets in there and does that. Hand pass ricochets to Grundy, who kicks down the wing, but errantly. Oscar McDonald shovels it out the back to Jetta, who links it up with Vince, and Melbourne again going through centre half back. Tom McDonald out the far side has Lewis, didn't use him, ran himself into a dead end, so he's had to double back for Vince. Vince prods it forward to the mark to Tyson. He's on the members' wing. Brayshaw is on near the middle of the ground. The kick heads in that direction. Lewis would be wider. Brayshaw's kick was pretty poor, and it sits for a long time for Lewis to go and get hold of. He does turn and kick in the Neil Bullen direction. Didn't waste it. Neil Bullen marks against the boundary, 45 from goal.
Well, there were a couple of poor kicks in a row, wasn't there, really? Tyson's kick into Brayshaw wasn't great either. He probably cost himself 10 metres, and then another sloppy kick, but a bit of experience then from Jordan Lewis, and a bit of sloppy marking really from the Pies. They've been caught napping a bit this quarter.
Tough enough shot. Alex Neil Bullen for the juncture of 50 in the boundary. He's pushed it out across the face of goal. He scores, but it's only a behind. Melbourne down by 17, 10 minutes into the second term.
6-3, the inside 50s Melbourne's way in this second quarter, with the Pies leading by 17 points. Scharenberg plays onto himself with kick-in duties. Kicks long, looking for Goldsacker, never made it to him, and Jordan Lewis going back with the flight, claims the mark.
Well protected by his teammate. That's how you play.
Still 2 kicks out for goal. Kicks to Garlett once more on the lead. Couldn't take the mark. Maynard gathers for Collingwood. Aish released it. Tackled by Neil Bullen. Harms with a hand pass to Tyson. Gives it to Brayshaw. Standing start for Melbourne. Puts it towards the goal square. Pedersen races back. Elliott eyes only for the footy. Couldn't pull it in either. Now Pedersen over the footies. He's rolled by Phillips. The ball comes loose. Plenty of black and white jumpers. They can't break clear though. Phillips just throws it on the boot. And Darcy Moore's positioned well at centre half back.
He turns and goes. He wants to set Goldsack away on the far side, but there's nothing ahead of him, so he will have to hold it up. And he does so for as long as the umpire will allow. See who can make field position.
Obviously,
he'll have to sweep the hand pass backwards to Scharenberg, who looks out to set a half back for Aish. Aish, well, he should have brought it out the near side. He's gone the outer, and with a little bit of luck, Brown has taken the mark under fierce pressure from Tyson. He spreads it out to Broomhead, who prods it up the line to Goldsack. No better position than when he got it at first. In fact, significantly worse, because he's hemmed in on the boundary. Melbourne shut down all outlets. The kick was partially smothered. Salem got hold of it. Off to Petrarca. He brought it up, and run down from behind was Hibbert. That's a stirring tackle put on by Josh Thomas.
Collingwood by 17 points. Thomas goes short to Broomhead. Great southern stand wing.
No movement now, the Pies.
Grundy tries to offer a lead. He kicks over his head in the direction of Mason Cox. Tom McDonald over the back. Supports brother Oscar and punches it out of play. Magpies led by 32 points at quarter time. 6 goals to 1. They now hold a 17-point lead. Gawn and Grundy to do battle. They wrestle for it. Gawn swats it down to Harms. Losing his footing was Adams. He's tackled by Salem. He can't knock it clear. Umpire circles. He'll ball it up. Andrew Bayes on the boundary.
Jesse Hogan wasn't sprinting off there as he came to the interchange bench. He pointed towards his left hamstring, and he's gone straight down the race with a couple of medical staff.
Oh, that's concerning. Collingwood by 17. Tap came the way of Lewis, who hand passed it out the back to Harms. He was dragged down off his kick. Hannon fights for the ball hard on the wing. Garlett lends a hand pass to Brayshaw. He tried to work it forward, but only as far as Broomhead. He can bring Collingwood inboard to Phillips. Links it up with Howe. Kicks into the centre for Elliott. Couldn't hang on to the mark. Jetta works back against him. Jetta beats him to it and has support from Tom McDonald, who'll give it back to Jetta on the broadcast wing. Now he's got numbers right inside, and he pauses and finds them, and Vince marks at the logo.
He comes inboard to Lewis as they try and open up the field, and out to the southern wing where the mark's taken by Brayshaw. Now, he doesn't have a lot further afield, so he waits for Petrarca to lead. He marks still 2 kicks out from goal, turns and kicks towards Gawn, who pushed forward and exposed the Collingwood ruckman and takes the mark directly in front, 30 metres out. Now he just has to kick it.
Losing their width, the Pies. The D's are really stretching in this quarter, and it's dragging players out and creating pockets of space like Max Gawn was able to work into then inside 50. And the D's, through their intensity, have started to get their game going as well, and their kicking game's starting to go a bit better. And it was great play by Jetta to stop, prop and come back inside. That really opened up the field.
Just the 4 goals so far this season for last year's All-Australian ruckman. Max Gawn, kicked it like a ruckman too. Put it out to the left, a bit awkward with his ball drop. And a chance goes begging. They've had a couple of them, Melbourne. Collingwood by 16 points.
Big change though. Big difference.
Looks a bit like Jetta's hurt as well after that effort out on the members' wing. Dunn twirls the footy. He's on the kick in. He goes for distance. Cox and Moore were there. Gawn against them. Gawn brought it to ground for Vince. Vince put it out near Oliver. He got it to Tom McDonald. Back to Oliver, but not clear of the pressure. Vince's hand passes batted down, slapped backward by Tom McDonald, and it didn't work. Treloar is onto it. Side bottom fumbled the hand pass coming his way, and that broke down. Hunt was able to work it away to Jones, who goes backward to Oscar McDonald, who plays it up to Todd. Hit his boot and went out on the full. That went out on the full.
No, it didn't. It bounced inside, Jared. Just inside. You can have a look at the replay.
Got some chalk, I think.
Out on the full, I'm with you.
Out on the full, Sellers.
I'm with you.
I hope the photo finishers are as kind to us.
When's the first leg?
Still 50 minutes.
From the throw-in, it comes down to Phillips of Collingwood. He kicks to half forward. It bounces in front of Oscar McDonald.
What are you doing?
Who hand passed back into play. It wasn't a good option. Thankfully, he was over the line. The boundary umpire was right there for that one.
Dominated the quarter, though. The Demons have had 34 more possessions and certainly dominated field position as well. So the Pies just need a scrounge a goal here.
Collingwood by 16 points. Mason Cox cleverly with the tap down. It came to Brown and then to Maynard in the pocket. Elliott takes the mark in front of Jetta. Deep in the left forward pocket. And he just needs to think his way through it. He doesn't want to waste any time. Races round to the right. Curls it back. Magnificent. Jamie Elliott with his second. As he celebrates with his Collingwood fans, he knew exactly what he was doing there. And the Pies put one back on to push it out to a 22-point lead. 7-5-47 to Melbourne, 3-7-25.
He's a dangerous player. 12 possessions already for Elliott. Taken a couple of marks. 2 goals in that area. That was against the trend of play. Totally. The D's had dominated the quarter. Couldn't kick 2 or 3 goals in front of them. They kicked, for the quarter, they've kicked an enormous amount of points. And all of a sudden, bang, straight up the other end. Give Elliott a chance, and he hurts you straight away. They need to get one back again.
Jetta's back on, not moving as briskly as he often does. 22-point leaders Collingwood. Tapped down by Cox. Got to be one underneath. Adams taken down. Hannon trying to get through for Melbourne. Dragged off his kick. Maynard's doing a ton of work in close. Harms had a go. Oliver had a go. It got muscled all the way to centre half forward for Melbourne. Aisha's kick in the pack. That's going to work. It tumbles out near Treloar, who gives it off to Thomas, who shares it with Dacos. Collingwood played a half forward. Kirby's in front of Jetta. Jetta used the body well and offloaded him. Oscar McDonald gathers in defence and gives it to Hunt, who finds a way through the traffic. Kicks it up to Neil Bullen. Was desperate to get it on. Thwarted by hand, but it brings the kick to the side of the centre square for Brayshaw. He links it up with Vince. This is when Melbourne look at their best. The kick to full forward for Garlett.
Does it get any better than that kick?
It is a great kick because there are options of plenty. Melbourne's forward line worked really well then. They all led in different directions, and it was up to Vince to pick the right option. And geez, did he what? And he put it on a platter. He's had a super quarter, Jeff Garlett. He's one that's really got them going. This will be his 8th possession.
He has 1 goal, 2 so far. Garlett, 30 out, directly in front. Puts the goal up for the D's. Cuts the margin to 16 points. 18 minutes into the second term. Melbourne 4-7-31 to Collingwood 7-5-47. At the Gabba, it is Brisbane 5 straight 30, leading North Melbourne 1-8-14, 28th minute of the opening term.
Been a massive quarter by the D's. Garlett's had 8. Vince has had 8, Lewis has had 7, Brayshaw's had 6, and Oliver's had 5. That's the determination when you have a look at it. Hunt's had some run as well, and Garlett's been the recipient. When you lead towards the ball, it's so easy to hit the target. And Vernie Vince had the ball in hand. He didn't miss. Hit him perfectly. Everyone else moved sideways and backwards, and there he was, right in the middle.
It was movement, wasn't it? Movement catches the eye of the kicker, and Melbourne's forwards working really well.
Luke Ball and Mark McClure with you on Grandstand AFL. Petrarca with the clearance, but Maynard got the smother and gathered the footy. Sends Collingwood to half forward. Grundy on the lead, gathered. Released it as he was tackled by Oscar McDonald. Cannoned into Lewis. Jones dived on top of it for Melbourne. Hand pass to Vincent, works it away to Hunt. He has a bounce at right half back. Looks further afield. Pulls his kick looking for Neil Bullen. Dunn comes over the top and punches it down. Harms couldn't gather. How good for Collingwood. Hand pass to Phillips. Kicks to half forward. Wide of Grundy. Oscar McDonald gathered. Then tackled. Released the hand pass to Salem. Rushed the hand pass back. Set a task for Hibbert, who got around traffic. Squeezed the kick out but missed Hunt. Phillips gathers for Collingwood. Left half forward. Kicks inside the 50 looking for Thomas. In front of him was Hibbert. He went to ground. Thomas tackled by Salem. Great effort. Ball comes clear. Grundy throws it on his boot. It bounces off of McDonald. Trelaw couldn't gather. 5 metres out from Collingwood's goal. Melbourne almost clear as Pedersen was about to get it out of danger. And Goldsack lunging smothers it out of play. Collingwood by 16. Boundary throwing up against the left behind post.
What a great piece of desperation that was.
Kirby and Trelaw thwarted each other. At the throw-in, Grundy taps it down, close to the goal still. He follows on. Adams gets hold of it and snaps an elementary goal. And not for the first time, Melbourne break down completely at a stoppage deep in defence. 22-point lead restored for Collingwood. 8-5-53 to Melbourne. 4-7-31. Time on of the second term.
Well, I was going to say it's been a lot more of a finals-like quarter, hasn't it? Intensity around the quarter from both teams, really, which is what Melbourne want if they're going to go in with any sort of preparation into the next couple of weeks. But geez, just when you think the D's are pegging them back and right on top, they've had a knack of finding a goal, haven't they? And we know, I mean, Taylor Adams has had a superb year, and he's really stepped up in the absence of Pendlebury too over the last month or so.
So Collingwood by 22 points. Gawn flicks it over the back for Melbourne. Found Tyson. Quick hand pass back to Gawn. Cox got a touch in there, but it was gathered by Tyson. Sidestepped an opponent. Sends Melbourne long into attack. Watts one-on-one. Scharenberg almost pulled in the mark. Did gather it quickly though. Hand pass to Brayshaw, who snaps on the right boot. Neil Bullen's gone forward. One there, crisp for Collingwood. Neil Bullen still can't gather as it goes through for a minor score. Melbourne had the numbers there, just couldn't capitalise. Collingwood by 21.
Dunn signalling his intention to go deep, and to do so he'll leave the square, play on and kick it under the southern stand. They fly. Watts gets a hand in there to disrupt the play, and it's out of bounds, left half forward for Melbourne. .53 plays 32. It's the best part of 5 minutes left in the half. Gawn pushes, wins the tap, clean down to Jones in front of the stoppage. Didn't make anything of it though, hit the wrong part of the ball. Gets out of bounds on the full. It's the quick restart as Adams squares it off to Crisp. Wants to get it out to half-back, gets around Tyson on the mark. Kicks for Hoskin Elliott, who jumps over the top of Jones to take the mark. Backs off defensive side of the middle. Long down the line, Grundy against Gawn. Grundy to the front, couldn't hang on to the mark. Dacos took them on. Hand pass was tipped away as he did. Just a stray hand around the neck from Hunt.
For all their domination, the D's, they just haven't penetrated the scoreboard yet.
Dacos uses it well to Adams, who rifles it inside the 50, but Oliver saw it coming and he marks in defence for Melbourne. Andrew Mays.
Jesse Hogan did re-emerge for a couple of moments. He sat on the bench for about 60 seconds. A pretty forlorn-looking Jesse Hogan on the front row, and then he went back downstairs again.
So real concern for Melbourne fans there. Oliver kicks long to the wing where Adams intercepts, chips it over the top to Sidebottom, who marks it right half forward. He's still 70 metres from home though. Wheels out on the left-hand side. Cleverly pulls the kick to Maynard, who marks in front of Petrarca. They knew exactly what they were doing.
Not many people can pull that kick off, and Sidebottom is a special.
And Maynard's a long kick as well.
Yeah, he's actually a better place kick on his left foot Sidebottom. He often prefers to roll on He's had a good game, Maynard, hasn't he? He started in the centre bounce, we know that. Got them off to a really good start. He's certainly got the leg here.
Of course, his brother Corey not featuring for Melbourne this afternoon. Braden Maynard from just inside the 50. Misses to the right-hand side. And a minor score. Collingwood by 22 points. 24 minutes gone, second quarter.
Hibbard has a look at the setup and pumps the ball outside the 50 in the Gawn and Melksham direction. Melksham flew, had a piece of it, didn't hang on, and then there's some high contact under the pack. So Melbourne will come up with it through Pedersen. He uses it as a hand pass to Vince. He's told to get it on down the line, and he does. Melksham made good place. He feeds the hand pass over to Oliver, who works it a little too wide for Petrarca. Just managed to keep it in and then tumble it up the line to Neil Bullen. So crafty stuff, and the kick comes to the 50 where Jones should have marked, knocked away from him. Peterson's onto it. Hand pass missed the target. Ace in defence for Collingwood to Scharenberg to Adams, who runs defensive side and spreads it all the way to full back. Crispin's got to get out of the goal square against Garlett. That's not easily done. Garlett brings him down. Ball hit the boot. It's Slews, though, in short. Jones has got it. They have him, though. He couldn't break through. The umpire has a look, and he's going to ball it up.
Did he know how fast Garlett is? He found out, didn't he?
He'd be the only one who hasn't figured it out.
Collingwood by 22 points. Thrown up. Quickly cleared from the congestion. Dacos races after it. Little tap to his own advantage. And got a hand pass over the top to Goldstack. He runs the outer wing from half back. He takes two bounces. Gets to half forward. Sidesteps Tom McDonald. He's still going. 5 bounces. Gets to 45. Bounces through. No, it stays in and rolls out of play. The missed shot of the season as he ran from half back to half forward. And he'd be cooked, Tyson Goldstack.
He is. Well, Jeddah had to run at him. Had to force him.
Oh, the fickle bounce of the ball. He had it on the perfect line and then watched it just turn away. Grundy taps it down to the front. Oliver took possession, wrapped up by Treloar. Try again.
I tell you what, it was a bit of magic from young Dacos to set it up. Clean hands and the handball over the top, and deserved the goal, that passenger plate.
Collingwood by 22. Melbourne trying to defend the deep stoppage. Dacos working underneath. Ball releases the way of Elliott, who squeezes a kick out. Kirby's in the goal square against Jeddah. Jeddah threw a hand at it. Kirby threw a foot at it. There was some holding on happening, and it's Jeddah's free kick. They both missed it, incidentally.
Jeddah on the very last line with Collingwood leading by 22 points. Chips the ball short to Salem, who marks still inside the defensive 50. So for all Melbourne's good work, 3 goals 5 to Collingwood's 2-1 in this second quarter. They still trail by 22. Kicks around the wing. Flying high was Adams. Couldn't come down with the mark. Hannon's hand pass missed Lewis, who chases after it. Gathered by Aish of Collingwood. Little kick on the side of the boot. Oh, Thomas dropped the mark. Got the hand pass away, though, before overload the tackle. Then Grundy, a little fumble. Adams with a clever little tap onto Moore, who kicks to Elliott, who comes out on the lead. Couldn't take the mark. Snaps on the right boot. Oh, what a goal! Jamie Elliott with his third, and he would have held the footy for about a second as he tapped it to his boot and miraculously snapped it from the right forward pocket. 3 goals apiece in this second quarter. Collingwood by 28 points. 9-6-60 to Melbourne, 4-8-32. Oh, Jamie Elliott at full flight is a beauty to watch.
2 goals this quarter have been special. One from the boundary line, and then that one when he was at full flight with one left hand out, patted the ball down, picked it back up on the turn, push, shove, straight through the middle. It's spectacular. They've hardly had inside 50s. They've had no possessions, almost 50 possessions behind for the quarter, and they equal the score.
That is an exceptional goal. 28-point leaders inside the final minute of the half. Brown got it in the middle for Collingwood, but his kick comes up short, and Hunt, he's on the fly. He's had a bounce to reach halfway and another to get to half forward, and his kick was just a fraction low for Watts, who's caught over the ball by the time he took possession. The umpire's going to ball it up. Andrew Mays.
Still side bottom in that contest, just on the wing, limped straight off with a really sore right knee. He's just getting some tests on it now from the doctor, and he was writhing in pain as he got to the boundary line.
Gawn slaps it over the top, trying for someone to run onto it. Scharenberg, though, the other way. Worked it off to Maynard, then to Thomas, and back to Scharenberg, and his kick is smothered by Lewis out of bounds. 10 seconds left in the second term. Collingwood by 28. Melbourne would have to be clean out of the stoppage. Only they could score. Gawn, tap in the Oliver direction. Hand pass to Jones, which he couldn't quite handle. Grundy for Collingwood against the boundary. Half-time. A much more competitive term for Melbourne, and there's a bit more of that in the aftermath following the siren. Clayton Oliver and Maynard, who are two angry ants. They are right in each other's faces, and calmer heads try to remove them. That's Gawn giving Maynard a fearsome spray as they part company. Collingwood has had the better of it. 28 points at half-time after being 32 up at quarter-time. 9-6-60 to the Demons, 4-8-32. Elliott's kicked 3. 1 each to Grundy, Adams, Phillips, Sidebottom, Dacos and Broomhead. While for Melbourne, Garlett has 2 with singles to Watts and Petrarca. Collingwood by 28 at half-time. Early stages of the second term at the Gabba. It's the Lions 5 straight 30 to North Melbourne 1-8-14. This is all unfolding on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Radio Australia and Grandstand Digital with Luke Ball and Mark McClure.
Well, so it was an impressive half, really. They got a standing ovation, the Pies, at half-time, and they deserved it. They jumped the Demons. We spoke about that at quarter-time, and then they absorbed what Melbourne threw at them to about halfway through the 20-minute mark of that quarter, and were able to go again. And it's been, some individual brilliance, no doubt about that, from Elliott in particular, who's playing his best game for the season, 14 possessions and 3 goals, 10 score involvements to the half. He's just been electric. I've liked Maynard's game. I think he was drafted as a midfielder. We know they've tended to use him across half-back with that left foot, but he's had 15 possessions, 10 contested, and he's been hard and tough. He's pumped the ball inside 55 times as well. Adams got going a bit for the Pies. So it was a really good effort for them to as I said, absorb what Melbourne threw at them and then kick clear again. The Demons certainly responded, didn't they, in that the start of that second quarter, and it was through the middle. It was Jones and Vince and Oliver that we spoke about, Jeffy Garlett coming off the back of the square and kicking a couple of goals, but they'll be disappointed. They wasted some opportunities as well in front of goal and probably should be a lot closer, and they got some problems. What are they, 28 points down with what sounds like a man down as well, in particular Jesse Hogan. So they got some real headaches going in at half-time, the Demons.
They clawed back a goal. But with the amount of ball they had and the amount of momentum they had, it should have been close. They kicked 3 goals, 7 for the quarter. There was a domination in the statistics, over 20-odd, 6 possessions more. Their inside 50s were dominant. Their centre clearances were solid. Still their tackle counts poor. They've only had 22 tackles or something at this stage, and that's not good enough. 23 tackles to 38. They're just not working hard enough. That quarter was pretty good, but they just couldn't score. Maxi Gawn looks a bit unusual to me. He's not taking and clunking those marks he gets his hands on. Grundy's still playing very well. I really like the work of Lewis. Lewis had a really good quarter, that one, where he moved the ball, set up the traffic. He's like the back half general type guy who does all that. Bernie Vince's quarter was tremendous. I thought Petrarca was good. Oliver was good. Dom Tyson was super out of the middle of the ground. And they had their defence held up okay, but they just got hit 3 times. Twice by Jamie Elliott, who kicked 2 of the super goals you'll ever see, and 1 from Adams. And that hurt them. Other than that, they dominated the quarter, so they'd feel better about themselves, but they're no closer. 1 goal closer than they were at quarter time. They're still in this. If they can continue to do this and break them, they can win. And you know what? We'd walk away here saying, that's a pretty good lead-up for a final. But at the moment, they're in trouble.
You're part of the Key Forward Society, Sellers. It's hard to see any team on the Bulldogs debunked that a little bit last year, didn't it? But they need Hogan, don't they, I think, if they are to play a meaningful role in the finals. And it's amazing. I mean, we've spoken about what a terrible year he's had on so many fronts, and you just felt like that was going to be the final hurdle for him to, we haven't heard yet. We keep our fingers crossed, but It sounds like he might have hurt himself. And sometimes when you work so hard to get through these obstacles, but you don't have the continuity in your footy, and you're really highly strung, little injuries like that occur. So fingers crossed for him, but it sounds like we won't see him again today.
No, you probably won't see him again today. But you know what? That gives an opportunity to Jack Watts to show us what he's actually got. Pedersen to show us what he's actually can do. Jack Watts has played a reasonable game, but now he goes to full forward, where he plays that key forward role. We want him to contest. You want him to be in the money, or where the action is. You want him to lead up the middle of the ground. Jack usually goes to the wide part because there's plenty of space there. I don't want to see that, and I don't think the Melbourne coaching staff do. If you've watched him today, he's actually moved through the middle of the ground much better, but he needs now to get his hands on stuff. So things happen. Injuries happen. They happen. You can't do anything about them. It's a good test for the rest.
So Melbourne confirming that Jesse Hogan has come off with a hamstring injury and won't return to the ground today. Is the scenario, as we outlined at the start, is should they not win, they are at the mercy of West Coast. So they're on 48 points, Melbourne. Their percentage on the live ladder is now 104.7 and West Coast is 104.3. West Coast would still have to win against Adelaide, so keep that in mind as sometimes possession's 9/10 of the law, but Melbourne can control their own fate with victory or leave themselves vulnerable to the rest of the weekend in the way that events pan out. Half-time, Collingwood 9-6-60 to Melbourne 4-8-32. At the Gabba, it's Brisbane 5-1-31 to North Melbourne 2-8-20. We'll have more from Mark McClure and Luke Bull after the latest from the ABC newsroom.
Good afternoon, Anita Savage with the ABC News. A powerful hurricane that's expected to wreak major destruction in the US state of Texas is beginning to move onshore. Hurricane Harvey has developed into a Category 4 storm with sustained winds of 215 kilometres an hour. President Donald Trump has signed an order designating the hurricane as a disaster and freeing up federal aid. Long traffic queues have been reported after the Texas Governor Greg Abbott warned residents to go inland to avoid coastal surges.
You have the power and the ability right now to be able to avoid being stuck into a search and rescue situation if you make the decision to get out of harm's way before it is too late.
One of Donald Trump's closest advisors has parted company with the US president, citing dissatisfaction with the current state of the administration. Sebastian Gorka, Mr. Trump's deputy assistant and an expert on counter-terrorism, is the latest in a long list of departures from the president's team. The most recent departure was Chief Strategist Steve Bannon, a key advisor in Mr. Trump's general election campaign, but a contentious presence in a White House divided by warring staff loyalties. The United States military says North Korea has fired 3 short-range ballistic missiles. The BBC's Ben Lowings reports.
In a statement, the US Pacific Command said the first and third missiles had failed in flight. It said the second missile appeared to have blown up almost immediately. The South Korean military said it had detected several projectiles falling into the sea off its eastern coast. The US military confirmed the missiles posed no threat to either the American mainland or its territories in the Pacific. North Korea has recently accelerated its missile testing program in defiance of international sanctions.
The US Ambassador to the United Nations, Nikki Haley, has sharply criticised the UN force deployed to keep the peace on Lebanon's southern border with Israel. Ms. Haley says the forces failed to take a tough line on the Lebanese Shia militant group Hezbollah. The UN says it has the full confidence of its commander in the region, General Michael Beery, but Ms. Haley says he is blind to what Hezbollah is doing.
What I find totally baffling is the view of the UNIFIL commander. General Berry says there are no Hezbollah weapons. That's an embarrassing lack of understanding on what's going on around him.
Back home, New South Wales police are analysing CCTV footage after 3 statues were graffitied with political messages in Sydney's Hyde Park. Officers say that Captain James Cook, General Lachlan Macquarie and Queen Victoria statues were found with messages of change the date and no pride in genocide written in black paint. Acting Inspector Peter Northey says police are searching for one person believed responsible.
At this stage, police have been provided with CCTV showing one person. We're currently very early in the investigation, still trying to identify who that person may be, but at this stage it's too early to know exactly who they are.
Labor leader Bill Shorten has told the WA State Party Conference if he wins government, he would legislate a $1.6 billion top-up payment for Western Australia, but it does not change the GST distribution system. And it falls short of Premier Mark McGowan's call for GST revenue to be shared on a per capita basis, delivering Western Australia an extra $10 billion. Mr Shorten says it would effectively bring the state's share of the tax up to the 70-cent floor.
I'm pleased to announce that a Shorten Labor government will invest no less than $1.6 billion in the new Fair Share for WA Fund in our first budget. Full stop. Let's get on with it.
Veteran sports broadcaster Drew Morfitt has died aged 69. Phil Johnson reports.
Drew Morfitt died at his Melbourne home last night. Former Carlton captain and fellow ABC commentator Mark McClure told the ABC's Could Have Been champions Morfitt died doing what he loved.
But he died in a way that, in a space, watching the footy with a glass of red in his hand. What other way would you want him to go?
Morfitt worked for the ABC for almost 30 years and for 10 years hosted the Winners and called Test cricket. He also worked for the Seven Network and commentated other sports including golf and basketball, as well as 4 Olympic Games. He returned to the ABC to broadcast sport, including the AFL.
To the weather, Brisbane sunny, currently 23 degrees. Sydney sunny 20. Canberra sunny 14. Melbourne mostly cloudy and 14. Hobart rain developing 16 at the moment. Adelaide partly cloudy and 14. Perth partly cloudy 20. And in Darwin sunny and currently 32 degrees. I'm Anita Savage, ABC News.
You got the whole world.
ABC News Online has all your daily news.
We have to be competitive.
The breaking headlines.
260 kilometres an hour.
World news.
I am your voice.
Plus health, technology, entertainment, culture and business news. ABC News. Online and on mobile at abc.net.au/news.
Cut off though by Hibbert, who gives it to Hunt. He provides Melbourne with a bit of purpose as he runs the wing, has a bounce, gives it off to Oliver, then to Petrarca, on to Tyson, off to Garland, on to goal, got it. It took 20 seconds. And there's your behavioural change in a nutshell. Hogan claims the advantage and he kicks it to Watts on the lead. 52 metres out. Gives it what he's got. Lovely long kick. Back from Coventry. And salutes with a nice major.
Mason Cox cleverly with the tap down. It came to Brown and then to Maynard in the pocket. Elliott deep in the left forward pocket. And he just needs to think his way through it. He doesn't want to waste any time. Races round to the right. Curls it back. Magnificent.
He links it up with Vince. This is when Melbourne look at their best. The kick to full forward for Garland. 30 out. Directly in front. Puts the goal up for the D's. Cuts the margin to 16 points. Grundy taps it down. Close to the goal still. He follows on. Adams gets hold of it and snaps an elementary goal. 22-point lead restored for Collingwood.
Adams with a clever little tap onto Moore, who kicks to Elliott, who comes out on the lead. Couldn't take the mark. Snaps on the right boot. Oh, what a goal!
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and on Grandstand Digital.
Collingwood by 28 points at the main break. 9-6-60 to Melbourne 4-8-32. At the Gabba, it's the Lions by 6 points over North halfway through the second term. Brisbane 5-2-32 to the Kangas 3-8-26. If you missed earlier in the day, our tribute to our late colleague Drew Morfitt, who passed away overnight aged 69. You'll find that on SoundCloud and on Twitter. In his honour, we have taken the Drew Morfitt Memorial Quaddie at Moonee Valley today in the first leg. So we've gone 4x4x4x4.
Yes.
What have we got in the first leg, Sellers?
I'm not certain they're all winners. They're actually certain they're not.
We'll pick the ones that are going to win.
Well, you tell me. Drew couldn't, so why should we? Number 3, 7, 8, 9. So please barrack for us.
25 minutes away. 3, 7, 8, 9 in the first leg of the Drew Morfitt Memorial Quaddie in the Grandstand AFL box today. We had a short Saturday agenda and the press room, which included Peter Jackson, who said that he would be nervous through the afternoon. He'll be even more so now with Melbourne down by 28 points at the main break. Matt Clinch, give us all the numbers to half-time.
Well, in terms of the disposals, Collingwood trail 179 to Melbourne 201, but a lot of the other stats are more favourable to the Magpies. The contested possession, Collingwood's way 73-64. The marks are 50 apiece. The clearances, Collingwood's way 19-15. The inside 50s, Collingwood 25 to Melbourne 24. And the tackles, Collingwood 38 to Melbourne 23. Were Melbourne having that first quarter tackle-wise? 8, is that right? 9. They had 9 tackles, Melbourne, in that first quarter. In terms of individually, Braden Maynard leads the way with 15. Jamie Elliott with 14, including 3 goals. Taylor Adams and Phillips with 12. Scharenberg with 11. Grundy and Treloar with 10. Steel side bottom with 9. Bit of a concern just before half-time. And on debut, Kirby with just 2 disposals, 1 kick and 1 hand pass. For the Demons, Jordan Lewis leads the way with 14. Nathan Jones also with 14. Bernie Vince 13. Oliver, Salem, Petrarca, Tyson and Brayshaw all with 12. And the concern for Melbourne fans is Jesse Hogan appears to be out for the afternoon. So not just for today, but given his just second game back from a broken collarbone, how much work you can do in the legs when you have that injury. Obviously, you can't quite replicate what you can in a game. So after Melbourne led by Collingwood led by 32 points at quarter time, it's the Pies by 28 at half time.
Well, it's an interesting half of footy for the D's. Who they actually were smashed in the first quarter. I thought their response was pretty good. They just couldn't score. They just couldn't score at all. They kicked 3 goals, 7 for the quarter. And the Pies kicked 3 goals, 1. So they won the quarter by a goal. So there's a little victory, mini victory in that area there. But if they're not within 14 or 15 points by three-quarter time, there's drama about to happen.
Yeah, I agree.
So they need to actually just claw back a couple more goals this quarter, put themselves in a position where they can actually roll over the top, because we've seen the Pies fall a few times. They lose the same way. Good sides win and poor sides find a way to lose.
Yeah, you don't want to give them, we spoke about not wanting to give a side with not much to play for a sniff, and that's exactly what they've done. So if you're a Collingwood player, knowing that you've got an hour of footy and then a 6-month break, you're thinking, well, maybe let's really go for this. Let's try and finish off on a really good note. So I think you look at finals footy and the important indicators. I think contested, pretty simple, isn't it? But contested possessions and tackles, that'll be what's disappointing the Melbourne coaching staff the most. They've been beaten in both areas today, minus 10 or so, I think, for the contested possessions and the tackles. 23 for a half, it's just not enough. So Simon Goodwin will be asking his team for, I reckon, at least 20 this quarter. They need 40 for the second half, and then they'll take the result that gives them. As we look down and see Jesse Hogan actually warming up, so that's a good sign for Melbourne supporters. And that becomes interesting too then. Do you risk him in this second half, knowing that if you win it, you're definitely in, or do you back your 21 others to go out there and get the job done for you? That becomes a little subplot for the second half as well.
If he's okay, you play him.
Sure.
That's what his job is, and that's what he's there to do. The disappointing part, there's 7 different goal kickers for Collingwood, and 3 for the Demons. So they've had a poor spread of people who can score, and the opportunities to score in that quarter were vast. Maxie Gorn missed a soda. Garlett missed one. I think there was 2 or 3 others that were really easy, and all of a sudden they missed them. And that's okay. It's about executing properly and saying, hey, listen, we've worked so hard to get you there. You finish off. This is your job. You do the job. Some people get a bit scared. Some people get timid. You can't.
Ask you about Max Gorn. You've been watching him pretty closely. I think the Collingwood duo have shaded him on the day to this point. You think he's just labouring a little bit?
I think he is. I think he is labouring a little bit. I think that 6 or 7 weeks he had off in the middle of the season may have affected him. But he's played now, 5, 6 games or so. He was in extremely good form beforehand, but his marking's not clean. He's had 3 or 4 opportunities to mark the ball, and he's taken 2. 2 contested possessions and 2 marks for the game. That's not good enough for a man his size and the amount of time he's on the ball. And they chip out to him sometimes as well. I don't know why they give it to Ruckman, because they just mess it up most times. But it's sort of one of those deals that he's just not as clean as he was. And we once you set a standard, you need to play to it sometimes, and he's not quite there yet.
That's a very odd turn of events with Hogan, given it's the club who's put out the information that he was out for the day. But there he is below us, going through the shuttle drills to see how the hamstring is. So whether it's today or not, at least that's a better sign that he might have avoided the 21-day hamstring.
Is it a cramp? Could it be a hamstring cramp?
I don't reckon he knows. He shakes the head as he's chatting to the doctor.
I don't think he'll be
There's
back.
no strapping or anything, is there? So
No,
there's no way that he'd be even doing, as Gerard says, shuttles if there was a thought that there's any damage there. So this becomes a real test. If they're 4 goals down at, three-quarter time.
He walks through the actual interchange bench, so he must think he's a chance to come back on. Otherwise, you're gone.
So Collingwood by 28 points. As players are in position, and we just await the umpire to hold the ball off to get the second half underway. What an intriguing second half it may be. Those cheese platters might be in serious danger if the Melbourne fans have brought them again.
See, they have a 3-man ruck with Grundy, Mason, Cox, and also Moore up against one really with Pedersen, with Gawn and Pedersen. So they're undermanned in that area.
So Grundy started at full forward once more as he did at the beginning of the match. And we're ready to go for the second half. Bounce perfectly straight in the middle of the ground. Cox one down the tap. Melcham tries to dive in there. Petrarca had it for a moment, then lost it. Jones at the bottom of the pack, fights for it for Melbourne. Comes out to Maynard of Collingwood. He's tackled by Garlett. Petrarca trying to get Melbourne going. Hand pass to Pedersen and now to Oliver. High ball inside the 50. Harms circles underneath it and flies. Can't take the mark. Garlett right there, front and centre. Couldn't hand pass through the traffic. It's gathered by Langdon. Hand pass sharked off as it's knocked down for Collingwood. Dunn gathers. Kicks straight towards the boundary. As it bounces and stays in for a moment as it rolls across. It's going to be deliberate regardless. It had to completely stay in, and Salem will take the free kick.
Salem's just going to step the right side of the boundary. He'll put it onto the left boot, send it up to half forwards. Challenge Petrarca to fly at it. Underneath the pack, though, is Oliver. He works it around to Jetta and then off to Watts, to Hunt, who hit it on the fly. Beautiful. He guides the pass to Neil Bullen. He's in the lane on the lead.
That was a really clever kick by Hunt. Took it off and then with pace, all of a sudden, just a little chip kick. You don't have to bang it too long and hard and try and do the impossible. Just hit a target and he did so.
He missed a goal earlier in the afternoon, Neil Bullen, but that was an extremely difficult shot from outside the boundary. This is straight in front. 50 metres out. Neil Bullen launches a gorgeous drop punt. Can't kick it better than that. He pounds at his chest. The Demons get the first of the third term. They cut it to 22 points. 5-8-38 to Collingwood 9-6-60. At the Gabba, it is the Lions 5-5-35 to North Melbourne 3-9-27 late in the second term.
Oh, he's another one of those players, isn't he, who's very much playing for a spot. I think he's pretty well cemented that spot in the team, though. He's had a pretty good year, Neil Bullen. Pretty unheralded sort of player, unassuming, but he's had a good day today. 12 possessions and a really important goal there. He's got speed and he's a pretty good decision maker as well. A couple of times today he's thought his way through traffic really well, so he's having a pretty good day for the Demons.
His 14th goal of the season, but he's one of Melbourne's leading goal assist players. The D's back within 22 points. Jones with the clearance. Hand pass to Oliver. Gave the hand pass to Lewis. And now to Petrarca by hand to Oliver, who's trying to charge through. Didn't quite get round Crispin. Turned it over. Treloar with the hand pass to Adams. Hand pass out in the path of Brown, who could have let it go for Hoskin Elliott. Now he hand passes it forward to Treloar, who can work it over the top once more. And Elliott has it. He runs to 50. Ran into a dead end where Jetta was. Kicks towards Goldstacker. Couldn't get to the marking contest. And Hibbert takes the mark for Melbourne.
Oh, wow.
Oh, spreads it wide, looking for Pedersen as it's too wide. And out of bounds on the full. And Phillips trots from, well, he's got 3 or 4 metres behind Pedersen. He'll now take the free kick up against the gutter at right half forward. He'll be 45 metres out as he tried to chip it back to Dunn, but the umpire hadn't set the mark. And now right up against the deck chair, up against the bench. Will Phillips have a go at it? He veers out to the left, fires it back with the left boot. Grundy right on the goal line. May have actually tried to claim the mark and spoiled his own teammate. And they're just going to have a look upstairs to see if it was over the line before Grundy touched it. But it did seem he had a hand on it before it crossed the line. Or did he? We've actually got a camera on the post, and that helps.
Can't believe they've got a camera on the post.
Because that suggests that Grundy maybe touched it after it was over the line.
What is Grundy doing putting his hands up?
Correct. He's a ruckman.
So the camera angles suggest that Grundy's left hand is over the goal line.
Oh, I don't know.
Is the ball completely over the line, though? That's what they'd be debating with the two angles.
I reckon it is. I reckon that shows a clear goal.
Well, I think his right hand, which is in front of the line or on the line, misses it. It's touched by his left, so...
It wasn't great defence.
What's taking so long? No, it wasn't.
For Melbourne, as Tom Phillips really veered out to the left and got an extra 10 metres. As we wait for the all clear, which is a goal. Tom Phillips with his second, as he worked the angle in the right forward pocket, and a goal apiece to start the third quarter, which has now elapsed almost 5 minutes. Collingwood by 28 points, 10-6-66 to Melbourne, 5-8-38. Andrew Mays on the boundary.
Jesse Hogan duped everyone here. He did the warm-up with the team and then ran to the boundary line for the start of the quarter. The tracksuit is now on and he's taken a seat on the back row of the bench, so he's definitely done for the day. Meanwhile, Dom Tyson just coming onto the field. They've really worked on him hard around the hip area for about 5 minutes in this third term. He gave a high five as he ran on to the fitness staff. He's right to go.
Collingwood by 28. Jones gets it in the middle for Melbourne. Kicks out wide at half forward. It runs past Watts. Sits there for Melcham, who did the look-away hand pass and gave it straight to Scharenberg. They're not entitled to be doing it this afternoon like that, Melbourne. The kick went up the line and deliberately out of bounds, the umpire said. Vince brings it in. He finds Oliver. Oliver from the wing. Deep forward. Gawn was his target, but across the front came Howe. Unerring judgment as always. Hand pass to Adams, works it out to Hoskin Elliott, over his shoulder to Adams, who punches it rather than taking possession, and he gave it up. Hunt pushes back the other way, gives it to Oscar McDonald, drags the kick into the pocket horribly, and kicked it straight to Hoskin Elliott.
There was two Melbourne players free, and he couldn't find them. It's been that kind of afternoon for D's fans. As the short pass from Hoskin Elliott to Adams, and now to Darcy Moore, who gives the hand pass to Brown and back to Moore. Got around Neil Bullen, not quite. Got the hand pass to Langdon, who comes to a complete stop and chips it inboard. Good kick to Hoskin Elliott, who dragged it in with the right arm and advances around the Great Southern Stand wing. Grundy takes the mark, centre wing, just wide of the AFL logo. He looks inboard and is going to risk it with the kick, looking for Chris. Pedersen came over the back, couldn't claim the mark. Adams was there to clean it up for Collingwood. Kicks to half forward. Vince got a bad bounce. Phillips down to Maynard. Hand pass to Treloar. Gives the hand pass to Scharenberg. The defender chips into the pocket, and Mason Cox takes the mark.
There was hardly a demon in the picture.
They zigged and zagged and eventually ended up with a shot on goal.
And both ruckmen involved in that passage of play. They are really working Gawn largely over. Grundy on the spread then. It's been too good for Gawn today when the ball's got out. And Mason Cox pushing forward. Needs to finish his work here.
A couple of goals last week against Geelong. The American pokes it through. No problem from 30 metres out on a 45-degree angle. And Collingwood push out their lead in this third quarter to 34 points. 11-6-72 to Melbourne, 5-8-38. And D's fans get a little bit more concerned. 7 minutes gone, third quarter.
They should be concerned. Absolutely. They hardly touched the ball. They didn't have a person in the contest at any stage. The Pies just fiddled around with it, chipped around, held the ball, chipped in there, went to here. All of a sudden they went to Mason Cox. He was on his own too. There was no one was challenged at all at any stage of that play. The Pies are just controlling the game comfortably. Chip passing around and actually bruise-free, hardly touched, and the D's are in trouble.
Well, it's been unforced errors the last two goals, hasn't it? The Hibbard kick that went out of bounds, and then a horrible kick from McDonald down the other end.
The biggest lead of the afternoon. Tyson first possession in the middle to Hannon to Hunt, who fumbled and had it edged away by Elliott. Jetta comes, he's down in the tackle, and Moore wins it for the Pies. Off to Broomhead, who played it back to Brown and up to Adams and now to Sidebottom. He finds a bit of space for Aish on the southern wing, and he'll kick it to Moore at half forward. Two good kicks out from goal. Cox is the deepest target. Moore goes in that direction. He comes out, flies. Elliott underneath, lays the tackle on Hannon. Tom McDonald under pressure, mown down, holding the ball. Goldsack, terrific forward pressure. One team is simply hungrier than the other in almost every facet of the game.
Terrific players at McDonald's, or Tom in particular, but geez, they can make some blues. They can be heart in the mouth at times.
They're not the only one.
Gold sack from the gutter. 48 from goal. It's across the face. It lingers. It goes through for a behind. Collingwood by 35.
The Magpies 2-1 in this third quarter. As Bernie Vince looks to bring the D's back into play. Gawn sets himself at right half back. That's the direction Vince will kick for. Pedersen's there as well. Gawn taps it towards the boundary. And it goes out of play.
It's half-time at the Gabba. North Melbourne by 4 points over the Lions. 5-9 to 5-5.
Toss back into play at half forward for Collingwood. Gawn comfortably one down the tap to Oliver. Hand pass to Lewis. Now to Vince. Hand pass back to Lewis, who throws it on the boot. Now Melcham came out on the lead. He was shoved out of the marking contest by Cripps. The umpire waves play on, and Chris probably got away with one there and a throw in right in front of the two benches.
Grundy and Gawn size each other up. Spins into play. Gawn taps it out the back. It sat on its point. Grundy goes onto it. Worked it away to Brown and Thomas, and then to Aish. Collingwood bring it out of the wing. Back to Brown, who had a fumble but was able to release the hand pass to Phillips. He works the kick up inside the 50. Goldsack one way, more the other. Cox plays Crummers to Hoskin Elliott. This is getting ridiculous. They're nowhere, Melbourne. Hoskin Elliott, easy as you like with numbers over the back. Collingwood by 41 points. 12-7-79 to Melbourne, 5-8-38, 11 minutes into the third term.
Well, that's their 9th goal scorer for the match. Great spread. Everyone's contributing. They're actually hitting to the ball. The hit over the back was a ripper by Gawn. All of a sudden it just bounced up. But then the numbers charged, the Collingwood numbers. Where are you, Demons? Where are you going and what are you doing? I tell you what you're doing, not much. And they're flogging it.
Well, it was the follow-up from Grundy. It was a great. You're right. Gawn's winning the hit-outs, but Grundy's follow-up is really testing the Melbourne ruckman. He's all over him at the moment.
3-1 Collingwood's way. They push the bar out to 41 points. Gawn gets the clearance to Melbourne. Long ball inside the 50. Langdon dropped the mark. He's sat underneath, and now Scharenberg with the tackle. As they turn to the umpire, and it's going to be balled up. Pedersen on the very bottom of the pack, trying to lock it in for Melbourne. The sun just breaks through the clouds at the MCG. Demons fans want some light. Gawn wins down the tap to Jones. Gives out the hand pass to Tyson. On left foot. Kick was smothered by Thomas. Collingwood regather. Side bottom with a hand pass looking for Thomas. Fights with Neil Bullen. Lost his footing and had to knock it out. Brayshaw over the footy at right half forward. He gets a bit of a shove in the back. Umpire lets it go for a moment. He plays holding the ball despite a good dozen players surrounding the contest. And Tom Langdon will take the free kick at left half back for Collingwood.
As matters stand, Melbourne's percentage has dipped below West Coast's. Now, there's still a lot that has to happen, so we'll just put that out there. It won't resolve until late tomorrow if this continues on. Maynard received the kick and sent it up to Hoskin Elliott.
Doesn't it make that game better, though, doesn't it, G?
It does.
That's
ever.
huge.
Kick up to half forward. Grundy brings it to ground. Treloar fights hard. His hand pass didn't come off, though. Oliver gave it to Tyson, who was down in the tackle of side bottom. Onto the spillage went Oliver, out towards the boundary for Brayshaw, who kept it in. Well, it did work. It was a chancy, though, moment. Tyson to Oliver, to Garlett, who couldn't quite mark the footy. He does kick it up the line out in front of Tom McDonald, who's got company, but slapped it on. Put Hannon into space. It sat and he had to wait for it. He did get caught, but he does release it to Harbs. God, this is the hard way. Harbs puts it onto the boot and kicks it out on the full. That's the answer to nothing. They're down by 41 points, 12 minutes to go in this third term.
They look slow, the D's. They look heavy-legged.
They had a 2-on-1 there, and they made a complete mess of it, which is sort of summing up Melbourne's afternoon. Scharenberg with a long kick in, and a good mark from Max Gawn. In the pack over Grundy. He'll send Melbourne into attack once more. Kicks looking for Lewis, who rises. H punched it down. Neil Bullen had it for a moment. Plenty of black and white jumpers here. Side bottom gathers. He kicks to the vacant MCC members wing, and the foot race is on. Leading the way is Oscar McDonald. Phillips charges after him. Oscar McDonald gathers for Melbourne. He's going to chip it backwards on the bounce to Jeddah. Has to get around Dacos. Pushed him away and then chips it back inboard to Brayshaw. Melbourne going the long way round the mountain to try and go forward. He kicks to half forward where Neil Bullen takes them up. Plays on immediately, fires a worm burner to Tom McDonald. Picked it up at his bootlaces, lost it. Gathered by Lewis, throws it towards goal. And the kick is missing to the left-hand side.
And there was 2 guys in the goal square.
Collingwood by 40.
Kick in finds Thomas near the back pocket. Broomhead leads. Phillips as well. The kick goes longer to Moore. Oscar McDonald closes, makes a telling spoil, and it's out of play at left half forward for Melbourne. So Grundy and Gawn come from opposite sides. And they meet for the throw-in. Grundy claims front position, grabs the footy clean, gets it onto his boot, kicks it up the wing, and Moore takes the contested mark and slips the hand pass to Brown. He's run into open space. He's had 2 bounces, make it 3. He's 60 out. He pulls the kick to Dacos. He got it on the bounce, gave it off to Broomhead, back to Dacos, broke the tackle of Oscar McDonald, sized up the goal, kick it to full forward. Flying was Hoskin Elliott, couldn't hang on. It's through for a rush behind. Collingwood again by 41.
Hibbert brings the Demons back into play to the left back pocket to Salem and now to Watts. He's going to switch play inboard to the corridor. Tom McDonald almost dropped the mark. He juggled it off his knee and eventually brought it in. Spreads it wide to half back towards Hunt, who didn't gather. Got round Adams though and chips the ball to Brayshaw, who can run the southern stand wing. Wants to bring it inboard where the options are aplenty. It bounces in front of Petrarca. He wants to move it by foot. Kicks in for Pedersen as Langdon came charging out. The 2 collided and Pedersen slow to rise. Harms got rid of Scharenberg. Gathers inside the boundary. Hand pass over the head of Gartlett, who runs the boundary. Hand passes to Melcham. Top of the goal score. It turns onto the right boot and finally kicks the goal. It's all hard work for the D's.
Cam Pedersen.
But there is some reward at the end. And Cam Pedersen's still down with trainers out to him. Collingwood's lead cut to 35. 12-8-80 to Melbourne. 6-9-45. 16 minutes gone, third quarter.
They go to him, don't they? And so they should. It was a great contest. Great courage from Langdon as well, coming at the ball. That's 2 weeks in a row he's done that, Pedersen. Really setting the standard. That might ignite his team. And I think it was Garlett there that was too good for Scharenberg again. Just losing a one-on-one, a critical one-on-one. He had to at least halve that contest. It set up the goal for Melksham, but he looks like he's okay. Pedersen, he's up. It was a terrific effort.
He got hit in the stomach. There's a lot of things in there. I hope he's just winded, that's all.
Yes, he's coming from the field, but he is able to run. So that's a promising sign. 35 points the margin. Cox wins the tap in the middle away from Watts. Dacos came off half forward, couldn't gather. Brown took possession. He's tackled to ground. Dacos and Brown scurry away. Brown was able to release it to Sidebottom, who works it out the side of the pack to Aish, and he gives it on to Broomhead. Kicks Collingwood to full forward. Kirby sets himself. Oh, he all bar marked. He might crumb the goal anyway. No, he snapped and missed. Just couldn't quite get it to curl enough. Up by 6 goals neat, Collingwood. 18 minutes into the third.
Bernie Venn short into the pocket to Brayshaw, who kicked into Goldsack, who fights for the footy. Brayshaw, a little toe poke. Thomas gathers. Hand pass bounces off Brayshaw. Hunt gathers for Melbourne. Hand pass to Jones to Salem. All in tight confinement now. Petrarca clears into the middle of the ground.
Neil Bullen's out.
Blakes. And he kicks towards Neil Bullen, who's streaming forward. No one between him and the goal mouth. He marks at 25, runs in and kicks the goal. His second. And the D's put a couple together on the trot. And it's the 30-point margin. Collingwood 12-9-81 to Melbourne 7-9-51. 18 minutes gone, third quarter. Andrew Mays on the boundary.
The good news is Cam Pedersen looks like he'll still be a part of the game for the rest of the afternoon. He got a couple of pats on the back from his teammates, the all clear from the doctor. He's just sucking in the big ones at the moment, trying to get breath back into what was a pretty badly bruised rib cage after that.
Chain reaction in footy is amazing. The Pies look, for all intents and purposes, like they were out there and we're going to have a shot for goal. It was Josh Thomas, though, just fumbled and then coughed it up and then before you can blink, it's down the other end for a goal. You just got to be cleaner than that these days in AFL footy.
Collingwood by 30. Gawn won the tap. Socket off the ground. Salem was fearless going at the footy. Didn't gather, but opened the way for Brayshaw to Jetta. In close to the boundary, Oscar McDonald, and back to Brayshaw. His kick's a poor one. And Chris cuts it off on the members' wing. Collingwood to come forward again. He makes Hannon look silly on the mark. Kicks it up inside 50. Huge leap by Hibbert in a four-man pack. Hibbert brings it down and he sends Melbourne across the face of defensive goal.
Where Jack Watts takes the mark. Chips it central and Hunt takes the mark and he is off and running. One bounce as he gets the centre-half back. Almost got round Hoskin Elliott but had to get the hand pass away. Lewis combines with Hibbert. Now the hand pass to Salem. He has it in the middle of the MCG and chips wide to left half forward. Hannon takes the mark. Harms comes out on the lead. Has to find the gap between two Collingwood players and eventually Dunn got it to Maynard and he spreads it wide to left half back where Hoskin Elliott takes the mark.
He brings it on the 45 to the centre square for Broomhead, who plays it out the far side to Thomas. He dropped the mark. Oh, and then he's very untidy with his kick. He gave it up to Jordan Lewis, who was wrapped up in the tackle, and there it ends on the southern wing.
I think Jordan was out of juice. He couldn't move at all. Just had to fall over and hold the ball. Best thing he could do.
Collingwood have been no good with the lead throughout this season, so they'll be tested on that front again. The Magpies are able to work it forward with the clearance from Hoskin Elliott inside the 50. Jetta and Brayshaw have to combine, closing his goal sack. Downs Jetta, but he did get his hand pass away in the nick of time, and it's out of play in the pocket. 9 won the first leg of the quaddie sellers.
We got the cash.
$9.50 over share. Drew,
I think we got it.
Drew might be looking down on us.
Good start.
We're alive.
The Morford Memorial quaddie this afternoon. At the throw-in, Gawn knocks it down to Lewis, who feeds the hand pass to Tyson, who kicks Melbourne out around the wing, and Tom McDonald takes a good mark running at the contest, releases the hand pass to Jones, puts it onto the right boot to an open setup. Melksham has position on Scharenberg. Did he hang on? The umpire said no. Scharenberg dragged him on. It had to be a free kick.
Oh. Well, he missed the mark, and then he actually, I have to give him this. He actually was nothing in that one.
6 one way, half a dozen the other. Melksham has the ball. He'll be a couple of steps outside the 50.
They swung Tom McDonald forward, so I think it's a good move.
Yeah,
he wasn't looking as safe down back today. I think they've got to try and win this game.
Been down there for 10 minutes or so.
Melksham waited a long time and he found Tyson in just a breath of space inside the 50.
Then they catch the Pies out. Dom Tyson runs in a little space and the Pies don't follow him in. All of a sudden they're lapsing. Got to cover everything.
So Dom Tyson angled slightly to the right. Nothing to speak of. A step or two inside the 50. Tyson puts the left foot drop punt on a narrow line. It is a behind. Melbourne trails by 29 points in the 23rd minute of the third term.
And it's a 4-point game at the Gabba at halftime. North Melbourne lead. 5-9-39 to Brisbane, 5-5-35. Dunn plays onto himself for Collingwood. Sends it to half-back. Cox never got a run at it. Elliott in the marking contest. Cox threw a boot at it. Didn't gain much territory. Petrarca tries to knock it down. Treloar tackled by Jones. Goldsack's in there. He can't get it clear. Jones is on the very bottom of the pack and the umpire will ball it up. Left half forward for Melbourne. They trail by 29 points.
And we're into time on. This is a big key period of the game.
Cam Pedersen returns to the field to the applause of Melbourne fans. Hoskin Elliott gathers from the ball up. Kick was smothered. It came to Maynard, who throws it on the boot. High ball for which Kirby sets himself. In front position was Salem. It bumbles out to Hunt, who keeps it alive up against the boundary, but he ran into Adams. And Sidebottom just cuts through traffic and escorts it over the line. Both teams swinging the changes as we're about to have a throw-in.
Tackle count, Collingwood 53 to Melbourne's an abysmal 32. Margin is 29 points. At the throw-in, Peterson's doing the ruck work against Grundy. Grundy knocked it down. Tyson stands his ground in the stoppage, gives it off to Jones. High ball to half forward for Melbourne. Milksham couldn't mark, but underneath him was Lewis. Pumps the hand pass forward to Garland. He's got a step on A. She uses it as a hand pass to Milksham, who takes a sweet swing from 50. And the D's have kicked 3 in a row. Milksham's second of the term. Margin back to 23. 8-10-58 to Collingwood, 12-9-81.
Now they're in striking range. There's still 5 minutes to go in this quarter. They've got a chance to actually peg back again. They're starting to get their hands on the ball. Melksham outside 50. Garlett's handball was a beauty. So was Jordan Lewis's, was outstanding. And then all of a sudden, away they go. Easy goal here to Melksham. And he hit it really sweetly from about 55. Just curled a little bit. Great goal. They're back in this game.
6 scoring shots each in this quarter. Melbourne have kicked 4 goals to Collingwood's 2. The Magpies work it to half forward. Hibbert over the footy. Gathered by Brown, who's tackled. Release the footy. Oscar McDonald set upon by a couple of Pies. And the umpire will ball it up just to the edge of the centre square. And half forward for Collingwood, who lead by 23 points.
Put Darcy Moore behind the ball as their spare down there.
Grundy tries to protect the space, then tapped it down. Watts couldn't gather. Could have been held when he didn't have the footy. Play on's the call. Petrarca throws it on the boot. It bounced wide of Crisp. Although Moore gathers for Collingwood. Hand pass to Adams, who brushed off a tackle. Over the top into the centre square to Treloar, who shows a good set of speed. Kicks towards Kirby in the pocket. Salem punches it away. And sees it out of play. A throw in left forward pocket for the Magpies, leading by 23.
Collingwood have conjured goals from these forward stoppages a couple of times this afternoon. Peterson won the tap. Side bottom tried to keep it moving. He then tackles Jones, who won the footy. Oscar McDonald received it, gave it to Vince. Blind kick on the way out, and Crisp takes the mark. 60 out from goal. There's a few suggesting he should have a dash. Crisp is not up for that. He's going to the lead rather perfectly of Goldsack, who came charging out of full forward to take the mark.
Handy player, Goldsack. Plays back, plays forward, plays all over the place. Needs to finish this one.
He spent his year in defence. He has 1 goal to his name in 2017. He's kicked a behind so far this afternoon. 45 out, straight in front. His team needs it. Goldsack leans on it and misses. And the margin is 24 points at the 27-minute mark.
Salem brings Melbourne quickly back into play to Hibbert. The hand pass to Vince, who cleverly got around Goldsack, but it seemed more dicey than that. Kicks to half back. Howe in the pack, couldn't come down with a mark. Petrarca tried to jump over the top like a steeple runner.
He got tripped.
And he did get tripped, so we'll get a free kick. It was clever, but you never quite know how it's going to end. He takes it at left half back and wants to fire it across half back. Oscar McDonald has a long time as Elliott came charging in. He got the free kick. Oscar McDonald, an advantage is taken. Salem to Hunt, who kicks towards half forward. It's over the head of Neil Bullen. Adams gathers for Collingwood. Hand pass to Crisp, who's tackled by Watts. Ball bumbles clear. Neil Bullen has another go at it. Langdon over the top, just knocked it out. It's gathered by Harms. Hand pass to Hunt. Little chip kick over the top, and Pedersen marks. Just the required journey. Perhaps a tad lenient, but he has it 45 metres out. Wastes no time. Kicking towards Garland, or perhaps Petrarca, who just nudged side bottom underneath it and was able to claim the mark. Christian Petrarca directly in front, 35 metres out.
Well, it's in pretty good hands for the Melbourne supporters. Just winning a few critical one-on-ones in the last 5 minutes, aren't they, the Demons? And that's what's getting them back into this game. And again, you'd back this guy. Likes the big stage. He did it against the Pies earlier in the year.
So 1-1 this afternoon for Christian Petrarca. Trying to pull the Demons back within 3 goals. He's the man you want to have the footy, and he doesn't let Demons fans down. He puts through his second, and Collingwood's lead is cut back once more. 12-10-82 to Melbourne 9-10-64. 29 minutes gone, third quarter, Andrew Mays.
Yeah, a little bit of a lower leg injury for Matthew Scharenberg. He's gone straight down the race with the doctor, sort of around the calf Achilles region, so we'll wait and see if he re-emerges.
Hunt's running is becoming devastating. His run from half-back, just magnificent. And Pedersen's kick back into the middle of the ground to Petrarca, which most people have a ping in it, but not Pedersen. He's the ultimate team player. That's why he's in that side.
That's 4 in a row for Melbourne. A couple of minutes remaining in this third term. They may very well prove decisive. Margin is 18 points Collingwood's way. Tap comes the way of Petrarca, who's in the middle as well. He hand passes to Hunt, the aforementioned, and he uses it up to Peterson. So the prime movers involved for Melbourne. Pedersen kicks it up to full forward. Moore flies as the loose man knocked it away, and the ball goes out of bounds. 45 from the D's goal.
That's why they've been so dangerous all year, and why they will be a dangerous proposition for anyone if they can get there in a couple of weeks' time, because of those prime movers, Petrarca, Hunt, they can really set the team alight.
At the throw-in, Cox does the ruck work for Collingwood. Knocked it down. Broomhead, though, loses it in the skirmish. Oliver to Neil Bullen, kicked forward, but cut off by Howe, who just rejects the entry. He has it in the back pocket for the Pies.
He looks to send Collingwood out of defence with a long kick, looking for Grundy. It's punched away from him. He will get a free kick for a hold, though, and waste no time taking the free kick. Hand pass to side bottom, who's almost run down by Petrarca. Good kick to Elliott, who slips the hand pass to Phillips, running past. Over the top, the hand pass to Brown. Just got around Jetta, but turned it over. And Hunt takes it back for Melbourne. He wants to run and found a gap where there wasn't one. Kicks to half forward. And Darcy Moore behind the ball, cuts in front of Garlett to take the mark. He works Collingwood over the top to Aish, who has it between wing and half back. And with under a minute to go to three-quarter time, Collingwood might be happy to milk the clock a bit here.
Backwards to Moore, who brings it in to Langdon. Another short kick laterally would be risky, so it probably has to come out now. Langdon drives it to half back, where Aish takes the mark. Aish has it at left half back. Short for Maynard. Tiny Maynard couldn't pull it in. Oh, it's trouble. Maynard tackles Pedersen, who got his hand pass away, the umpire said. Langdon against the flow, gives it to Aish. Kicks Collingwood off the defensive 50. Lewis, though, wins it straight back for Melbourne. He wants to get it on quickly to Oliver.
There's still
hand
time.
pass to Jones. They're on the clock. Jones kicks it to full forward. Flying across the front was Tom McDonald. Fans thought he was dragged down, so did he. He protests wildly to the umpire with a hand at the shoulder, saying Grundy dragged him down. The umpire has none of it. 18 points, Collingwood's lead at three-quarter time. It got as far as 41. The Demons have strung 4 in a row together. And if that little phase at the end is anything to go by, Collingwood, who have been unsound with every lead this year, this could get rather tight before the day is done. The Magpies 12-10-82 to the Demons 9-10-64. Elliott's kicked 3 for the Pies, Phillips 2, with singles to Grundy, Adams, Sidebottom, Dacos, Broomhead, Hoskin, Elliott and Cox. For Melbourne, 2 each for Petrarca, Melksham, Neil Bullen and Garlett, with a single to Jack Watts. At the final change, it's Collingwood by 18 points. At the Gabba, it's North Melbourne by 16 points. 4 minutes into the third term. The Kangas 7-9-51 to the Brisbane Lions 5-5-35. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Radio Australia and Grandstand Digital.
Audio, video, photos and stories. There's a world of great sport content for you to explore on the ABC Grandstand website.
Get the latest results and stories.
Stay up to date with AFL, NRL, cricket, golf, in fact, all things sport.
Simply log on to abc.net.au/grandstand.
ABC Grandstand.
On mobile, online and on your radio.
ABC Grandstand. For sports coverage like no other. Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
To Jetta and then off to Watts, to Hunt, who hit it on the fly. He guides the pass to Neil Bullen. 50 metres out. Neil Bullen launches a gorgeous drop punt. Can't kick it better than that.
Gives the hand pass to Scharenberg. The defender chips into the pocket and Mason Cox takes the mark. The American pokes it through. No problem from 30 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
He works the kick up inside the 50. Goldsack one way more. The other. Cox plays Crummers to Hoskin Elliott. This is getting ridiculous. They're nowhere, Melbourne. Collingwood by 41 points.
Gathers inside the boundary. Hand pass over the head of Gartlett, who runs the boundary. Hand passes to Melcham. Top of the goal scorer. Turns onto the right boot and finally kicks the goal. And he kicks towards Neil Bullen, who's streaming forward. No one between him and the goal mouth. He marks at 25, runs in and kicks the goal.
Comes the hand pass forward to Garland. He's got a step on A. She uses it as a hand pass to Melcham, who takes a sweet swing from 50. And the D's have kicked 3 in a row. Margin back to 23.
Wastes no time, kicking towards Garland or perhaps Petrarca. Trying to pull the Demons back within 3 goals. He's the man you want to have the footy, and he doesn't let Demons fans down.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and on Grandstand Digital.
Collingwood by 18 at the final change. Our next stop will be the SCG, where it's the Sydney Swans and Carlton, and that's where we find Corbin Middlemas. Corbin.
Jared, it's a glorious day in Sydney today. The sun is out, it's 17 degrees and no chance of rain. The first task for the Sydney Swans is to take care of business against the Blues. Of course, Carlton, the last side other than Hawthorn to actually knock off the Swans way back in round 6, where Sydney's losing sequence ended after starting the season, of course, winless for the opening 6 rounds. How it all plays out today, Sydney are looking for that percentage boost. We've got the chalkboard and the calculators out, Jared. They can potentially finish as high as 4th. However, they could finish as low as 6th by the end of the weekend, but they've got the early tea time, and then they'll wait to see what happens with Port Adelaide tonight, who can pass them on percentage if they beat the Gold Coast, and then Richmond and St Kilda, of course, the battle tomorrow. If the Tigers lose, the top 4 chances still open for the Swans. For Carlton, just quietly, depending on what happens at the Gabba, they could finish as low as 17th if they lose today, which would mean they will get the 2nd pick in the national draft. It's Sydney and Carlton coming up next, Jared, in the twilight on the Saturday in the final round of the regular season.
Collingwood by 18, Mark McClure and Luke Ball.
Well, it's there for them, isn't it? And just that last 5 to 10 minutes of the third quarter, Sellers, you just felt like the Demons were starting to take over control, and it was their senior players and bigger, stronger bodies and a bit of their brilliance in Petrarca and Hunt that started to look really dangerous. I mean, you look at the Collingwood side, and for a lot of periods, large periods of that third quarter, they had some pretty young guys in the middle of the ground, didn't they? I mean, Grundy's had a really good day, but I was impressed with young Brown in the centre square there. He's clean, he doesn't panic, he's got good hands in traffic. Dacos has spent some time in there, and we know Maynard, who's probably had his best game for the club, has been in there for most of the day as well. He had 20 possessions and 13 of those contested, but you just had the feeling that the 3/4 time siren came at the right time then for the Pies, and as Jared said, they really haven't been great front runners at all this year, so they're out there in front, and Melbourne, well, we know that they need to win. They need to win. They do need to win. They don't want to be relying on Adelaide beating West Coast over in Perth, so the destiny's in their own hands. We said that at the start of the game, and it's still the case, but they've given their opponent a fair sight.
Sellers, it's possible we might get distracted by the footy here, just so everyone's following. Who have we got in the second leg of the quaddie? Having got the first leg in honour of Brew at 9.50.
With a 9.50.
9.50, well, so we should. Second leg at number 2, 8, 10, 11.
Righto.
What time's the race?
2, 8, 10, 11.
2, 8, 10, 11.
I think it's about 15 or 20 minutes from now, so rather awkwardly it's going to fall during the thrilling
Just stop the play. Start a blue.
Drew would never have let us not have it on, though, so it's footy.
Well, I think we should put one on. Can we get one on? Thank you very much.
What is this going to be? What a most curious final term in prospect for Collingwood and Melbourne. 18 points the Magpies lead. Petrarca wins the opening clearance. No, he doesn't, because Aish smothered it. The ricochet, Jones somehow flicked it up from the back of his legs, but by the time he did, Adams had him cold, and it'll be balled up still in the centre square. Nathan Buckley addressing his troops for, well, potentially the final time. Unclear what happens there. Well, Goodwin imploring his side to keep its own fate in its hands. Tyson tried to rip it clear. Oh, the umpire blew the whistle just at the moment that Tyson got away. Thrown up. Cox knocks it down, but straight to Petrarca. Caught in the tackle of Treloar, and he threw it. Treloar did well to pin the arm. Treloar plays it to half-back for Sidebottom.
To keep attacking the Pies and being...
They do.
Yeah, they do. There's no point in putting the queue in the rack. They've got 30 minutes to go for the season. Try and win this game, not try and save it.
Up to Phillips and on to Maynard. It was a scrubby ball to half forward. Vince cut it off, gave it to Oliver. They work it around to Salem, and Oliver, Melbourne can't get through. Pedersen dragged down in the tackle of Ace. Umpire calls holding the ball.
I tell you what, Oliver handballs the blokes in trouble all the time. He's had 18 handballs in this game, and probably 50 or 60% of them have gone to someone a yard away.
Of his 25 disposals, just 6 kicks for Clayton Oliver. Aish takes the free kick, kicks to half forward. Cox in the back, couldn't take the mark. Elliott picked it up clean as a whistle, not sure how he released it. It comes to Oscar McDonald. Hand pass to Petrarca, now to Jones, just wide of him, but he regathers. Here goes Melbourne. He kicks to half forward where Gawn's gone forward. Nudges done underneath it, can't pull down the mark. Gawn after it once more. In the middle of it was Langdon. He was taken to the turf. Crisp gathers for Collingwood. Hand pass to Aish, back to Crisp, but who to? Langdon swats it forward. It comes to Phillips. From left half back, he hugs the members wing. Goldsack dragged down by Vince. And he'll take the free kick. Insight Lane tells us on Twitter that Melbourne have trailed by 18 points at three-quarter time on 20 previous occasions. They've won just 3 of those. So they're not a great steamboat side.
Oh, Grundy's on here.
Treloar swings it to right half forward where Hoskin Elliott takes the mark, and he does poke it over the top to Grundy, who had a couple of metres on Hibbert, and he marks on a 45-degree angle and will shoot from 40 metres out. Started at full forward this afternoon with Mason Cox in the ruck. He's kicked a goal so far and gets a chance to try and steady Collingwood early in the last quarter and really set Melbourne the task. Grundy just through the 50. He's hooked it out to the left-hand side and a minor score. The Magpies by 19 points, 3 minutes gone, final quarter.
Vince has the kick in. Not quite sure where to go, so distance is always the best option in such a scenario. He's over-kicked Jetta, and so it's rolled on and on untouched, and it's a straight turnover. Adams brings it in, but he went backwards to Dunn, so Collingwood will set up from the southern wing.
Melbourne cannot let a player free, because what they'll do is they'll use them all the time. So you need to mark everybody.
Adams puts Collingwood inside the 50. Shallow entry. Hibbert had the play at the front. Ungainly fly from Moore, but it was always Hibbert's ball. So across the face of goal he goes to Watts, as Melbourne try to run into some space on the members' side. Watts has a look and guides the ball into centre field for Oscar McDonald. Vince flies by, didn't give it. Watts on the other side. Oscar McDonald has a decision to make. He does give it to Watts, who's in trouble. He throws it back over his head to Oscar McDonald, then to Tom. He shoots it around to Vince, who just had enough space to make a good decision to Oliver. Between the wing and right half forward for Melbourne. Oliver puts it onto the right boot. It's going to land at full forward. Gawn flies from the side. Underneath Howe, the tidying up for Collingwood. They combine out of defence.
Aish kicks looking for Langdon, who had to sit underneath it a while, and Oliver fights for the footy, overran it, couldn't gather. Vince with a hand pass looking for Hunt, had to pick it up between his bootlaces. Hand pass to Lewis and now to Tyson. Gets to 50 out from the Demons' goal. Gawn is deep. Cox comes from the side, punches it down. Garlett races after it in the forward pocket. He can't gather as he's tackled over the line by Taylor Adams, and a boundary throw-in. Collingwood lead by 19 points. Thrown back in. Gawn takes front position. It clears him. Harms tries to pinch it off Mason Cox, then lays the tackle. And we'll do it all once more.
Collingwood by 19, early stages of the final term. At the Gabba, North Melbourne's put a space on Brisbane. Tap down by Gawn. Dunn is onto it. Hand pass to Maynard. Shocking kick on the way out. Straight to Vince, who'll charge at the 50. Wrong foot Phillips. Settle at goal and miss badly. Gawn in the pocket. Tries to knock it down to advantage, but it goes out of play. So North 10-11, 71. 34-point leaders over the Lions, 5-7, 37. Left forward pocket for Melbourne. Down by 19. Thrown in. Gawn tapped it down. Treloar kicked it straight into the congestion. Tyson trying to get through, held up, worked the hand pass to Garlett, who fired it. Goal, missed the lot. Out on the full. Scrappy start to the final term.
Melbourne with 4 inside 50s to 3. Collingwood's way through 6 minutes. The margin is still 19 points Collingwood's way. Jeremy Howe to take the free kick up against the right behind post. Runs his full measure before he releases the long kick. Big pack. Pedersen flew. Jetta was at the front. Hand pass to Oliver. Swatted forward by Harms. It's gathered by Dacos. Hand pass to Adams. Back into the traffic to Thomas. And then Elliott throws it on the boot. It's a high up and under kick. Grundy from one direction. Oscar McDonald the other. It bounces off a boot and rolls out of play. Boundary throw in. Great Southern stand wing, with Collingwood leading by 19 points. Grundy and Pedersen set themselves. Grundy takes front position, back palms it down to Sidebottom, gives the hand pass to Treloar and now to Aish. Back to Treloar, who's running at half back, but where to? Good hand pass to Crisp, who found his way through traffic, spreaded it wide to the MCC members wing, and Phillips takes the mark. He waits for Moore to lead into space, kicks in front of the eyes with a bullet pass.
Super.
And pretty much led Darcy Moore to water. He's still 2 kicks out from goal though at left half forward. Tyson Goldsack's long in the gold square. He heads in that direction. Mason Cox and pulls down the mark.
Well, that's what he's there for.
That is why you kick to the biggest guy on the field, because every now and then he might just pluck one.
Hasn't done it for a while. That's the best mark I've seen him taken in a crunch time, meaning something in the last quarter. He's a good kick as well, this kid.
He's pretty much directly in front from 20 metres out. He's kicked a goal already this afternoon, shooting for his second and to extend Collingwood's lead. He pokes it through. And the Magpies, with the first goal of the final quarter, throw down the challenge to the Demons. They lead by 25 points, 13-11-89 to Melbourne 9-10-64. We've played 8.5 minutes final term.
Pretty good arm wrestle, isn't it?
Yeah,
for 8 minutes. But all of a sudden that separates it. Big man in the forward line. Darcy Moore mark on the boundary. Another big kick to the one of the tall. And sometimes the tall stand up at the end of games. They're hard to reach over the top of. Mason Cox, he's a monster.
They've actually coexisted pretty well today, Cox and Grundy, I think, which will give the Collingwood list management team something to think about, because up until today it's been a school of thought that really only one of them can play in the same team, but they've done the number on Gawn and Pedersen.
Maggies by 25. Melbourne on the break out of the middle. Petrarca got it off to Tyson, who kicked it poorly to half forward where Howe cut it off. Hand passes to Langdon. Sends the Maggies across the teeth of goal for Crisp. Crisp uses it short. It didn't reach Phillips on the full. He's trying to get it back to Crisp, who had to gather the half volley, and he's got Garlett to contend with. Back to Phillips, who gets the kick out of the defensive area. Grundy spoiled by Gawn. Ball stayed in the field of play momentarily. Jones is able to get it for Melbourne. Give it to Gawn. Loop it up over the top to Tyson, who kicks to full forward. Pedersen sets himself. Had to go one-handed, and roving was Langdon. He clears the area, and it's an important ball. It cleared more, and it sits there for Hibbard. Hibbard's got Vince to work with. Melbourne bring it straight back to half forward. But for how long has Adams made the spoil? Couldn't quite get it to Thomas. Brayshaw the other way. Hand pass it to Melksham, to Lewis. Great hand pass to Hannon, who kicks the goal. Jordan Lewis' assist was exquisite. And Melbourne keep themselves in it. 19 points down, 10 minutes into the final term. 10-10-70 to Collingwood, 13-11-89.
Was an assist, wasn't it? Yeah, really good. When it was held to skelter all around him, and Jordan Lewis just kept a cool head and fed it to Hannon on a platter. He's had a pretty quiet day, but he's in the right spot there at the right time. He's only had the 8 possessions. Hannon, first time he's hit the scoreboard. I thought Taylor Adams had done enough. It was a fantastic effort to halve that contest and bring the ball to ground, but just weight of numbers one out, and pretty important answering goal then for the Demons. They kept themselves in touch.
He becomes the 6th individual goal kicker for the Demons. Has gone one down the tap, looking for Jones, who's tackled. Ball comes clear to Tyson. Had it a long time. Broomhead took it. Hand pass to Treloar under pressure as he was tackled. Grundy trying to bend down and pick it up. Lost it. Petrarca gathered. Umpire pays a free kick for a hold. And it's going Melbourne's way. Hannon's going to take it for the D's. He kicks inside the 50 where Melksham comes out of the lead. What a pass. He didn't have to break stride as he marks on a 45-degree angle, 40 metres out.
The perfect lead, really, from the goal square. It was sort of like 75 metres away.
Space, didn't he?
Yeah, had plenty of space. Been an important player. Kicked a couple already.
2 goals so far this afternoon and 20 for the season. He's become a goal kicker for the Demons this season. Can he stand up in this moment from just inside 50? Yes, he can. And here come the Demons. They pull it back to a 13-point ball game with the last 2 goals of the match. 11-10-76 trailing Collingwood, 13-11-89. 12 minutes gone, final quarter.
Yeah, lovely finish. He's a beautiful kick. That's one of the reasons they certainly got into the club. He usually, cross half back, we're more used to seeing it, but he's been a sharpshooter today. And beautiful finish under pressure. Then they get 2 in a row. Again, the Pies had their hands on the ball, just some poor decisions and sloppy handballs through the middle of the ground that would have seen them away. But well done by the Demons. They stayed at the contest. They pressured, won themselves the free kick. And were able to create plenty of space inside their front 50.
They've kicked 6 of the last 7, Melbourne, and you can hear their fans trying to lift them further. Petrarca's after it in the middle. He got it from hand to foot to the advantage of Hannon, who delivers Melbourne inside the 50. It's a fraction too high for Melksham. He got a hand to it, brought it down, worked in close by Langdon, down to Howe, the relieving kick out for Elliott, and then to Adams and off to Cox, but he's overwhelmed by the pressure. Oliver tried to release Hannon, he couldn't. He goes back in and wins it again, but he's rounded up by Sidebottom. The ball spits out the side of the pack. Good work by Adams to the advantage of Goldsack. Collingwood on the break. Scharenberg's drifted forward. He takes the mark, 52 from goal. He wants to get it on Kirby. It bounces before him. Jetta works him over well.
Well done.
Well done,
Kirby stayed in it, and he offloads Oscar McDonald. And the ball is out of play, 25 around from the Collingwood goal front.
He certainly learnt the difference between VFL and AFL footy. Kirby, he's been in good positions, but just hasn't been able to get separation at times. He's playing on a very good defender in Neville Jetta. But this should be a good learning curve for him.
Just the 3 disposals for Kirby this afternoon. Thrown in inside the 50 for Collingwood. Now Gorn just swatted that straight towards the boundary.
It has to go out.
And the umpire says throw it in.
That is the most deliberate moment of the season, though, with a boundary.
It did bounce a couple of metres inside the boundary line, then rolled across. Let's see what they do again. Collingwood by 13 points. Gorn this time palms it down to Tyson. Hand pass to Hunt. Hand pass back into traffic. Never got to Salem. Pinched by Sidebottom. Hand pass to Brown, who curls it towards goal and hits the post. Collingwood by 14 points.
Great kick in.
It is long and strong, and Jetta has made the space at half back, and Melbourne are on the break. Oh, the other way. Superb stuff from Langdon. Read it, stole it, pumped it for Goldsack. Got hands to it more, probably disrupted his own man and hurt him in the process. Salem in defence, works it around to Jetta and then defence, who turns and sends it to the defensive goal square for Watts. That ball covered a lot of ground in a real hurry both ways. Watts to a contest, unlikely. H brought it to ground, Crisp tripped over and Hunt is away. He runs around Cox as if he was standing still. He spreads it to Garlett. Garlett sends it to the teeth of goal for Melksham, who takes the mark, gives it to Pedersen, and the D's are within 8 points. If that's how they're going to play the last 10 minutes, this will be utterly thrilling. Collingwood 13-12-90 to Melbourne 12-10-82, 15 minutes into the final term.
They all came from Scharenberg's, didn't have to rush the kick for a start. He tried to kick it to a first gamer who tried to lead at him. No, you don't need to do that. You sit and you wait. You've got a shot at goal. You've got 30 seconds to wait, and they rushed it. And in their rushing caper, they turn it over. That's what happens with poor teams. And the D's take control.
Yeah, a lot of Collingwood hands on hips. A lot of hands on hips, isn't there? Melbourne look like they're full of running.
Grundy wins down the tap against Pedersen, but Oliver's first onto it, knocks out the footy. Side bottom gathers for Collingwood, pinched by Tyson, hand pass to Watts, almost run down by Maynard. Lewis tries to swat it over the back. Scharenberg for Collingwood, hand pass to Adams and now wide to Hoskin Elliott. They run the southern stand wing, chips it over the top to Treloar, who has Kirby free. He takes the mark just inside the 50. Now Cox is forward or Goldsack. He kicks into the pocket looking for Cox, who pulls down the mark, plays on, hand passes to Goldsack, who ran over the goal line. He couldn't get boots the ball, and the Pies find a way to stuff it up. Finally for the moment.
Oh, they've kicked it in straight to Cox. It's one calamity begets the next. It was Cox's fault. His hand pass was just so strong that Goldsack had no play on the goal line, and then no sooner had he coughed it up at him, he thinking, oh, what have I done? Then Tom McDonald kicked it straight to him.
The rush trying to get it through. It's amazing, and it's maniac stuff. Plenty of time.
Mason Cox is lining up for his third. He's missed it. They have all gone completely barking mad. Collingwood by 10 points, 17 minutes into the final term. I wonder if Bucks thinks it's a good idea to get reappointed or just to tap out.
He was smashing the desk a few moments ago. I don't think that was tapping, though. Hibbert with a kick in, and Grundy takes the mark.
Just need a cool head here. Just a cool head. Side bottom's there. He's talking to him.
Collingwood lead by 10 points. Just have to hit a couple of targets. Grundy's going to set it to the teeth of goal. It's a shallow kick. And Lewis provided a good block for Oliver to take the mark. And Mason Cox is never in the marking contest. Oliver quickly out of defence, kicks looking for Harms, who competes against Grundy. Hoskin Elliott swats it down. Jones is over it for Melbourne. Adams gathers, pinched by Harms, who taps it down. Grundy goes once more. Hand pass to Dacos. Hoskin Elliott's tackled by Haddon and taken over the boundary line with full authority. And we'll have a boundary thrown at half forward for the Magpies, who lead by 10. What a battle.
18 minutes played of the final term. Collingwood by 10 points. Thrown in. Pedersen cleared the way, took possession, threw it.
Nah.
Cool. Big call.
A huge call.
It looked like a hand pass. Well, I know. Side bottom's ball nonetheless. On the members' wing. Chance to put Collingwood up to the 50. He goes in the Cox direction. He flew. He couldn't mark. The crummer is Vince. Hand pass to Hibbert. Off balance as he kicked it straight to Grundy. Grundy thought about the short pass to Treloar. He didn't go.
They're going to kick the Cox again.
Yeah.
They are. Right to the top of the square. Cox sets himself, off hands, at the back. Kirby threw a boot at it. He missed it. Or did he? This is going to the video.
No, he missed it.
I reckon he missed it, but
he missed it.
They're not going to take the chance to go on.
Have a think through a few of Collingwood's misses here. Brown hit the post. Cox had a man on in the square and hand passed it through for a behind.
Yeah.
Cox missed from 20 out directly in front.
Yeah.
And now Kirby has thrown his boot at a ball that he had every right to sock it through.
And our race is about to start, which is perfect.
Right. So this, in all likelihood, is a behind, which would have Collingwood up by 11 points with 7 minutes to play. But it is not a terribly orthodox final term so far. This is confirmed as a behind.
Correct.
So 93 plays 82.
They got it out this time.
Salem careful with the kick in to Watts, who takes the mark. In the hand pass back to Salem, who kicks to Neil Bullen at the defensive paint of 50. He wants to come into the corridor. Sends a long ball, but who to? Gone the target over his head, and Langdon pulls in the mark.
Been good, Langdon. It's had a really good corner.
Very good.
He has it centre wing, southern side of the ground. Plays on. And kicks wide, looking for side bottom. It's a good kick as he claims the mark at right half forward. Collingwood by 11 points. Side bottom carefully works it over the top to Goldsack, which is probably not the required distance, but paid a mark. He's still a good 3 kicks and change from goal. Fires it inside the 50. Cox comes out. Elliott flew. Couldn't take the mark. Brown, the crummer. Hand pass to Thomas. Tied up against the boundary. Screws it back. Hoskin Elliott. Scarlett gathers, throws it on the boot.
And misses.
And goals.
Missed.
The goal umpire races to his right and gives the all clear for a goal. And Hoskin Elliott kicks his second after making the goal umpire race to the right. But the all clear counts and the Magpies lead by 17 points. 14-15-99 to Melbourne 12-10-82.
Oh, you watched the race, sellers.
I am.
Yeah, that's right. But, geez, he did make it tough for himself. The Pies are doing that in the last 10 minutes, but they're getting enough ball. And what I like is their big blokes are doing the job. Grundy and Cox. We saw Dixon do it last week. You want to call the last 50 metres?
That'll do.
Right, it's a better result too. The fave's been nutted. The $2 fave's been nutted, so we're right in business here. But
2 legs of the Morphett Memorial Quarter here. This game absolutely still in the balance despite 17-point lead to Collingwood. Lewis out of the middle to Jones, who kicked inside the 50, and Howe. That's a very good mark in front of Tom McDonald. Howe plays it off to the right for Crisp. Crisp off the defensive 50. Elliott's his target. Hibbard with him, made the spoil, got it out of play. So Melbourne have got 5.5 minutes to kick 3 goals. At the Gabba, it's North by 40 points late in the third term over the Lions. Tossed in. Gawn flips it out the back. Lewis got it from a neat pass from tap from Petrarca. Off to Jones. Jones kicks to full forward. Melksham is outnumbered. Moore takes the mark and Collingwood use their numbers. Phillips takes the mark near the back pocket. Back across the face of goal. Hoskin Elliott working in defence to Dunn in the right back pocket now. And he goes short to Broomhead. Bit of time management suits the Pies. Kicked it into the man on the mark as Lewis came at him. The ricochet Dunn gets back to Broomhead, who does clear in a hurry this time, and it works as Elliott got to the front of Gawn.
That was a really good mark.
It was. Held his position and dragged in the mark, and 50 now. Melksham pointing to where he thought the mark was set. The umpire disagrees. So Elliott will be taken from half back to half forward.
Impossible to get beaten from here. Stupidity will get you beaten. But if you can control the ball from now on, Pies, you get the cash.
The security staff coming out in the yellow jackets. It means there's under 5 minutes to go. It comes to Brown at half forward to receive the kick from Elliott. Hand pass to Broomhead. High up and under kick with Salem and Jeddah compete. Jeddah juggled it. Is he paid the mark? He is. And he has it just on the defensive 50.
Well, they've got to go, don't they? There's no back over the mark now. They've got to go get through the corridor.
Collingwood by 17 points. Here he goes to Salem and now to Vince. They try and open up the field. Little chip kick over the top to Tyson. He'll swing it to the MCC members side, and Oscar McDonald takes the mark. Can chip it over the top to Watts, who turned around and picked it up on the half volley. Hand pass back to Oscar McDonald. Phillips tackled him. Melbourne threatening to break down. Hand pass to Petrarca. Phillips takes it. Collingwood win it back. Hand pass to Adams. Now to Dunn. He just kicks it to half forward. Hibbert in front position of Grundy. He takes the mark and he's off.
Dunn tucks it under the arm. He runs into Cox. He gets the kick away to the middle for Jones. Jones wanted to give it to Hunt. He couldn't. He turns lace out to Tom McDonald.
There's 2 in the middle.
There is. He gets it off. Doesn't reach. Melksham. Hoskin Elliott darts back. They're their own worst enemy, Melbourne.
Yep.
Hoskin Elliott delivers to Elliott at half back. He takes pause when it arrives.
Oh, they had to get a goal from that 4-8. The Pies, if they don't even have to be good enough here. You're right, Salas. This would be madness. All players are spent.
23 goals, 7. Tom McDonald. He wouldn't be the worst set shot, but he decided to pass it off. And Melbourne intercept on half-back as Hibbert will try and roll the dice again. Salem goes short to Tom McDonald. He marks on the wing, plays on with who to. Sold Salem into traffic. Hand pass to Hibbert. Here go the D's once more. Watts the target. Pedersen comes charging out. Harms the Crummer. Couldn't gather. Hand pass comes out to Crisp of Collingwood. He gives the hand pass to Aish and kicks towards half-back where Sidebottom couldn't pull in the mark. But Lewis lost his footing, so Sidebottom regathered. MCC members side. 2 bouncers trying to draw Petrarca. Dunn didn't provide the shepherd. Sidebottom's going to chip it back. all the way back to the wing, and Langdon takes the mark.
It was an unusual strategy because Sidebottom had Cox inside the 50 on his own.
And Lyndon Dunn wanted the ball instead of saying, I'll help you out.
Langdon goes 60 metres backwards to Hoskin Elliott. Hoskin Elliott across the face of goal as Collingwood play keepings off. Howe out the far side to Broomhead, so they've gone the expansive way around the MCG. Broomhead has it. There's 17 points the difference. It feels like half a kick. But Collingwood have utter control of it just for the moment. Kick to Howe, who works it up to Aish on the members' wing. 26 and a half minutes on the clock, and still they work it around to Howe, and now to Langdon, who's near enough to full back.
They're going to continue to control the tempo as he kicks it wide to Phillips, who takes the mark and plays on. He has done. He'll take the mark. Of course, the former vice-captain of the Demons. I think he's the longest-serving AFL current player to not feature in finals. Well, Melbourne might not be there. As Dunn kicks to half-forward and Brundage takes the mark.
Yeah, been super. Finished off a career-best year, signed for 3 years, so he's been a huge plus for the Pies this year.
The former South Australian kicks in the direction of Cox. Flying from behind was Tom McDonald. Oscar gathers, tackled by Elliott. Neville Jenner with a hand pass to Gawn. Quick hand pass to Salem. And now to Hibberd. Melbourne need to run through the middle of the ground. No options present. He gets around Maynard. Hibberd kicks to half back where Vince takes the mark. He kicks wide. Lewis claims it. Defensive side of the wing. Over the top he works it to Pedersen. Here go the Demons. He kicks to Jones, who marks it right half forward. Neil Bullen leads short. He kicks towards him. One grab, two, couldn't pull it in. Watts gathers, cuts around Darcy Moore, close to the boundary. Hand pass back to Neil Bullen. He's tackled. Brayshaw can't gather. Time running out for the Demons as it's almost gathered by Harms.
Harms hand passes over the top to Vince, who sprays it.
It's the story of their afternoon, Jared.
They have wasted it in every way imaginable. They're down by 16 points. Howe has ball in hand on the kick-in. As far as he can, it'll suit Collingwood's purposes well. It clears the pack. It's one more win for Nathan Buckley. Whether it's one last win is anyone's guess. For Melbourne, they couldn't get it done, and they are in the lap of the gods.
Side by side they stick together to uphold our magpie's name. See the very first shouting as all very first show. All the premierships are capable for the
Collingwood set it up early with a 6-goal-to-1 opening term. They led by 32 points at quarter time, by 28 at the half, 18 at three-quarter time and 16 at the close. Melbourne won the last 3 quarters, but the handicap start they gave away was too much. Collingwood 14-15-99 over Melbourne 12-11-83 in front of 51,223 at the G. The winners, Elliott booted 3. There was 2 for Phillips, 2 for Hoskin Elliott and 2 for Cox, with singles to Grundy, Adams, Sidebottom, Dacos and Broomhead. For Melbourne, 3 for Melksham, 2 for Petrarca, 2 for Neil Bullen and 2 for Garlett. 1 each to Watts, Hannon and Pedersen. For Melbourne, it leaves them tremendously vulnerable now, and it breathes life into West Coast, which they wouldn't necessarily have imagined. They just have to sit and wait, and the drought that stretches back to 2006 may not yet be over. They've squandered their chance to remain the masters of their own fate. They sit in 7th. Essendon would go past them, and the Eagles might get them if those two teams are victorious from there. Mark McClure and Luke Ball.
Well, I love the way the Pies started. You come into a game and you're underdogs, but you want to tear out of the blocks. They kicked 6 in the first quarter to 1. And that's exactly how you want to start a game. Assert your authority early on the contest. And I really like the work of Broomhead and Scharenberg and their youth, and Brown and Dacos, who are they're only kids, these guys. They played a handful of games between them. Phillips, and you've got Maynard, who's a kid who's played a bit of work there too. And Langdon in the back half, who I thought was just fantastic. They continued to work hard. They were challenged in the second quarter, but they equalled their score with 3 goals each. And that's what you want to see through some enormous work, really good work. Good work by James Elliott. Jamie Elliott, Jamie Elliott for 2 really freakish goals in the second quarter, and then Taylor Adams got one, and all of a sudden you go at half time, can they get back in? I don't know. And then the third quarter starts, they do the same. 56 inside 50s to D's to 48, and they get beaten comfortably. 16 points at this stage. That is ridiculous. They just squandered their movement forward, the D's. The Pies just kept chipping away. They're not that good. They're not a great side. But the D's were soft today. Started soft. Behavioural change at quarter time. Changed a little bit. But you can't flick a switch. You just cannot. You've got to come ready. And, you know what? They're in perilous danger now to miss the 8. Stupidity has helped them miss the 8 here, the D's. Poor start. Ordinary side. And then fiddle around. Ridiculous.
So the scenario, that's one of your best sellers, bless you. So Melbourne 48 points, 105.2. So just skip over Essendon for the time being. This really swings on West Coast. 44 points, 104.3.
So what do they need to win by?
3 goals.
4 goals.
If we talk roughly 18 points, they have to beat Adelaide and beat them by 3 goals. And if Essendon win, Melbourne will miss out.
So just to create some... So that's an Adelaide side who will know their fate tonight, because if the Giants lose, they can't go below first.
Yep.
Without their captain Walker and their fullback who would play on the guy who's going to win the Coleman medal. So without trying to worry the Demon supporters too much, that is a genuine possibility. A genuine possibility.
Yep. They'll fall to 8th if Essendon wins, because Essendon's percentage is better already. So, to lose control of your fate in circumstances like this just speaks of a team that's not ready, and it's a bitter afternoon.
They're not ready, and that's fair enough. And Brisbane pushed them last week at the G.
Yeah.
They pushed them really hard. They probably should have won the game with just a little experience.
Hogan was a big out, wasn't he? Yeah, and he has been at times throughout the year. It's a shame because when we spoke about it throughout the call, at their best, they're great to watch, the Demons. They have been this year. They've tested all sides really. And if they were to get in, they would give a bit of cheek. But, I think it's hard to argue, Jared, that they're not ready. It was a pretty young Collingwood team today. We spoke about really young. Some first really gamers, a lot of under 10 gamers who played in big positions as well, and they weren't able to capitalise. And what will disappoint Melbourne coaches and supporters is that first quarter, first half. 25 tackles in a first half when you're genuinely playing for your first finals game in 11 years is just not good enough.
8 in the first quarter.
Not good enough. And they gave a side who had nothing to play for a sniff. And all of a sudden Collingwood went from, we'll just, stay out of trouble because we've got to, we're going on holidays and all that sort of stuff in a couple of weeks, to hang on a sec. We might be able to finish off with a big win here and take a scalp. And credit to the Pies. They were challenged at certain times throughout the game, from the second quarter when it looked like the D's had the momentum, and then again late. But their class players stood up. I like both Elliott's games. I thought Jamie was terrific. It was his best game for the year. Well done by him. We know the serious injury that he had last year. And Hoskin Elliott, I thought, had a pretty good game as well. His running power stood out. So he's been a plus for the Pies this year. Grundy, who I think will go close to winning their best and fairest. Maybe those couple of games out will hurt him. I thought he took over and really stood up in that last quarter. And I like some of Cox's efforts in that last quarter as well. I think he's shown that he's got a future. A nice thing for the Collingwood supporters who turned up to be able to take away and take out of the year and hopefully springboard into a strong summer into 2018. But gee whiz, one opportunity very much lost for Melbourne.
9.5 wins for the season for the Magpies, who will finish in 13th place. They have lingered out with their fans around the MCG and particularly in the Social Club. soaking it all out. And they will finish as victors. At the Gabba, they've just started the final term. North Melbourne 33-point leaders over the Brisbane Lions. 13-12-90 to Brisbane 8-9-57. So the Magpies have sort of had moments and then they've had disappointing afternoons to mix in with it. They do finish on a high. Let's head into the rooms and join Andrew Mays.
It's a great scene down here, Jared. It was great to see Nathan Buckley. He was first in the rooms and he was king of the kids. All the kids coming up and giving him a big bear hug before. A lot of the families have gathered, of course, with this being the final game of the season as well. So there's probably a few more people in the rooms as usual. High fives for all the kids who've made a bit of a tunnel for the players to go through as they walk in, and smiles absolutely everywhere down here. So a great way to finish in a game, as you mentioned, that could have petered out had they gotten behind early. But this is going to be a song sung with gusto. Nathan Buckley and all the support staff away behind the netting, and they're going to leave it to the players. Bucks is very content in the corner. Here they come. Plenty of Gatorade for the couple of first-timers in the middle of the circle. There's a Dacos, there's a Brown, there's also Cale Kirby. Here they go. Couple of famous names in the middle of the circle, and a very happy Collingwood team down here will hopefully be back with Steele Sidebottom, depending on how that hamstring's pulling up and how much ice he needs to go and grab from the doctor.
Bucks just watching on from the back corner, almost behind the netting.
He's singing the song in the left back pocket. Couldn't be more removed from the players. It's an interesting scenario he finds himself in.
Well, he'd be proud.
He doesn't sing the song just on that. Yeah, he's not a. I wouldn't have thought he'd jump in just for today, but.
Very proud coach today.
Yeah, he would be. Yeah, no, it was a good effort.
Young effort.
It was.
Young players, played well, used the ball well, didn't rush it, made a few blues, but gee whiz, Melbourne made a million of them.
So I'm interested just to dwell on Melbourne for a little bit as to what Simon Goodwin does with that. Is they are still a chance to play finals, regardless of the disappointment of the afternoon, but you have to confront that, don't you, straight away.
Well, they were pushed by Carlton in the game not long ago. They're pushed by Brisbane in the game. They've been beaten comfortable in a couple of occasions, and now they get rolled by Collingwood. That's the lower sides. If you think you're in the 8 and you want to sit there and rest and actually take it in easy, you're dreaming.
They laid 4 tackles in the first 20 minutes of the game.
Ridiculous.
I mean, that's an appalling way to come to an afternoon where your finals hopes are in your own hand.
We'll see what they do, huh? If they make it. It'd be nice if West Coast won. There you go. And all that, see what happens, because that would give you a nice spanking, wouldn't it?
Oh, it'd be so galling, wouldn't it?
It'd be terrible. Yeah, well,
it would. Yeah.
Was in their own fate.
Oh, I mean, the other side of it, if they don't, they probably head to Adelaide or Sydney, the way it's going to pan out. So, with what, I mean, I don't know, could you offer fatigue as an excuse? I wouldn't think so, would you? No. For a side, I mean, they are still young at heart as well, the Demons, but gee whiz, with what was presented with them today, you wouldn't think so.
You'd think excitement would be happy.
Yeah, I would have thought.
Fatigue would fade away. Who cares about that?
They were wobbly in the first quarter last week against Brisbane. They led by a goal, but they looked like a team that had all the nerves and pressure on their shoulder, thinking don't stuff it up, and sort of played a bit like that early. You wonder how much of a difference Jack Viney makes not being there in the middle of the ground. I mean, Clayton Oliver had a good game, Nathan Jones, Jordan Lewis, familiar names at the top of the sheet, but they just needed a little bit of composure at times.
Yeah, he worries me, Clayton Oliver, with his handball. He's just handballs far too much. You've got to use
8
his
kicks,
feet
22 handballs.
Well, he's actually a really good kick too, I think.
Yeah, he is a good kick.
So, yeah, I mean, it's been part of being a young player, and he's had a magnificent year. I think it's his second year, isn't it? So that'll balance itself out, I'm sure, but... I think your point about Viney's a good one, because so many times this year when they've started like they had, it's been Viney who's laid the big tackles or recognised the moments to stand up and turn the tide for them. So they won't be using that as an excuse, but sometimes these young teams need everything going for them when it comes to the difference between playing in a final or not.
The difference in the teams in ratio of handball to tackle, kick to tackle, was 211, 198 Melbourne. And Collingwood kicked the ball more, 231 and 154. And so it's about territory and sometimes in this game. And if you don't get the territory game going, and they won it early, they won the territory game very much so early. They had so much inside 50 and 6 goals straight up. It's hard to run down. I don't care who you are or how good a side you are. This competition's too close.
So the marks are Collingwood 118 to 99. So they are a high possession team when they can play on their own terms. So you question whether Melbourne's pressure at times was enough.
Oh, it's pathetic.
Yeah, I mean, but you look at the Collingwood numbers individually. I mean, Adams has had 28. No one's tapped over to 30. I know Pendlebury's not out there. Maynard played one of his better games, 23. Sidebottom, even 23. Phillips and Treloar. So you wouldn't say that Collingwood's midfield got a hold of them. I thought...
Good spread, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a nice spread. And they clearly, part of it was Buckley wanting to throw some of the younger guys into the coalface, and Brown, I thought, stood up. He had 19 possessions, 9 of those contested, so that's a good balance, a good breakdown. Broomhead had some time in there as well, so part of it was that. I think Grundy certainly was one of the most influential players on the ground, and Gawn, I mean, he looks like he'll benefit if they get there from having the week off, fellas. You were critical of him throughout the day, just the way he was moving. He does look a little bit sore. So I thought Grundy got better and better as the game went on, as he's done all year. And he finished. I mean, he finished with 20 possessions.
He's like a bulldozer, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. But he's smart. He doesn't have a naturally huge endurance base, but he's really smart. And he spreads well and runs the right spots. So that was a win for the Pies today. And we spoke about how he coexisted well with Mason Cox for the first time.
There are those who are about to leave us at the MCG. Collingwood by 16 points over Melbourne, while at the Gabba in the 6th minute of the final term, it's North by 32 points over the Brisbane Lions. So Collingwood 14-15-99 defeat Melbourne 12-11-80, and Melbourne's finals fate is in jeopardy.
I like Phillips too. I thought his game was terrific today, Phillips. I thought he one of the better games I've seen him play. So they had some contributors in their side. And when you talk about the statistics, the second last bloke had 10 kicks. Second last. I mean, that is usually unusual. And you have a look at the other side, it's 3 and whatever. It's just they just continually used each other. They played like a really good team. Not a really good team, just played like a team for a change. I thought that was great.
What's Darcy Moore's role in that Collingwood side? You touched on Mason Cox, who anytime you come in as a key forward and kick a couple of goals, you've done your role. But Cox has sort of played in the midfield in the ruck, which has allowed him to get into the game. He's only young, and Jamie Elliott being back at full flight is clearly what Collingwood have missed at patches. But what do you think Darcy Moore's role is?
Yeah, Elliott stood out today, didn't he? I thought Moore, I think he's shown a bit going behind the ball more. He's clearly an athlete. I watched him today. His work rate was outstanding. He played a bit of that Sam Reid role today, didn't he? So he's obviously the one now that they look to when they need to stem the flow against, when Melbourne had a run on a couple of times. And because he's such a really good mark and he reads the ball pretty well, he was able to he took 10 marks, so 15 possessions. He's never been a high possession player, but he was able to get himself into the right spot at times when Melbourne were coming at them really hard and take some calming marks. He's a beautiful field kick of the ball as well, Moore. So I don't mind that ability, provided there's the other key posts there, the flexibility to be able to throw him behind the ball, even throw him up on the wing or inside at times as well, just until he really properly fills out, rather than having him there as a sitting duck as the number one forward. I think in the last sort of 4 to 6 weeks they've used him a lot better, and he's imposed himself on the game. He's been able to impose himself on the game a bit more and get some more footy, because for a period there he was really only getting 4, 5, 6 possessions a game, and sometimes that's the case when you're a forward and you're starved of opportunity. So I liked his game today. I thought Moore was good.
Well, what do you think he does with them in the next week or so with these guys if they actually make the 8?
Melbourne, yeah.
Melbourne, what do you reckon he does with them?
Well, it's a good question. I think Jared's right. I think you've got to address the shortcomings of the first half today. They responded, but if they do get another opportunity, or regardless, they have to address that and knock that on the head pretty soon and say that, we're only showing that we're not ready with performances like that. So Having said that, so knock that on the head, and if you do get a chance, then they've got to move on and then start to embrace the challenge. They get a week off. We've seen what that did last year to a few teams. They might get Viney back.
Does their style stand up?
Well, I think it has throughout the year. They've been a really strong contested ball team.
Against the best.
Yeah, well, today, I mean, no team can wheel out what they did in the first half today. That's right. But I think I've always had the opinion that the finals will bring out the best in Melbourne. And guys like Petrarca, Oliver, Viney's crucial. They need to get him back. Tyson, Jones as well, who'll be absolutely chomping at the bit to get his first final. I think they can turn that back around and get back to their best contested ball-winning footy that they've had throughout the year. Maybe they were a bit spooked today. Maybe they were thinking about the outcome, and 2 weeks' time. It's a poor excuse, isn't it? But maybe that was part of the quiet start in the first half today.
Ben Brown has kicked his 6th goal at the Gabba. North Melbourne 16-12, 108 over the Lions, 9-10-64. So Brown was 4 behind Josh Kennedy or 5 behind Josh Kennedy?
No, he's 61 now. I think he's...
Who's in front?
So Kennedy was on top with 64. Danaher's 60.
Brown started on 56.
Oh, 56.
Right, so he's gone to 63. Yeah.
Yep. So Danaher and Franklin were...
Danaher against Freo tomorrow. He might be licking his lips.
Yep.
For a big bag at Etihad.
Franklin's about to start against Carlton.
Sensational effort from Brown, isn't it? I hope he's rewarded with All-Australian, because to kick 63 as pretty well the lone hand in a poor team, and a team that's going to finish 16th, that's a huge year.
Actually make it 7 straight that he's kicked. That's just updated. That goal we were watching was his 7th goal.
And he leads straight. I love the way, because he's
does.
easy to hit a target then, that makes it simple for the people up the field to hit. He's tall, long, stretches. So I reckon he's a good kick too, real good kick. He's a star.
Collingwood's last 3 seasons: 10 wins, 9 wins, 9.5 wins. So they've been in the same churn.
Yeah, but I like what I saw today against a side who they were unexpected to beat. They come in here as the underdogs, as you would think. Pressure all over the place. Club's is under siege by reviews and bits and pieces. They want to sack a coach. They want to sack everyone in the whole joint. There's no one's any good there, and their recruiting bloke's no good either. So you walk away and you go, is it recruiting? Is it the club? Is it the coach? Or are they just not ready yet to be any good a side? And they probably moved out a few blokes. I mean, Beams is a big loss for him. And he went to Queensland. And they talk about Shaw. I'm not so certain Shaw was a huge loss. He's a little pain in the backside, I reckon.
Well, he's a handy player. He's a back-to-back All-Australian side. I reckon they'd take that off half-back.
But with those ladder positions, it does put the question, well, where's their list? Where does Chris Mayne fit into that team? Does he ever fit in that team?
No.
Well, I mean, not
James Aish.
He's not but they're playing this year, while they're playing these younger guys, you wouldn't think so. So, Aish is an interesting one.
You want contributors.
He was a high pick, wasn't he? So, they'll persist with him. He's still got a bit of time on his side with his age, but Wells.
Tom Langdon wasn't too bad on halfback.
Oh, Langdon's a good player. Langdon hadn't played for a whole year. So you forget how good he was in his first year. He's only young as well. So there is upside there. It feels like they need to steady on a course, I guess, and rather than bringing in 28, 30, 32-year-olds, let's do in a way what Richmond have done and play the kids and back them in.
You can see them get shaky at times when they were approached and attacked, but Melbourne just didn't have the steadiness to roll over the top of them. They were too rushy with their ball. That's what makes me worry about them. Who's going to kick a score from?
What time's the third leg of the quaddie? I was at night in true Drew Morford tribute. We had one eye on the races, one eye on the TV, and normally if Drew was in that position, he'd just tap you and expect you to call for about 90 seconds till the race finished.
There's 8 minutes to go. So just to recap, we took, in memory of Drew Morford, as we did on Saturday afternoons for a great many years, we've taken the quaddie today. We've taken 4x4x4x4. The first leg, we have the winner at $9.50. The second leg, we got the even money favourite beaten by the $7.50 shot, and we had it.
Yeah, Miss Rock.
Hopefully that knocks a few out.
Yeah. Third leg, who have we got, sellers?
We've got 3, 4, 7, 10.
Okay, that's in 8 minutes' time, so we'll certainly hang on until after that. And then the last leg, we have
7, 8, 10, 12. And you know what? We'll probably get the third leg.
Well,
I'm not certain about the last.
Yeah. I thought if
I
it
feel
was
like you
to
should-
do true honour, we would either get bowled out right at the start, or we'll get bowled out in awful circumstances in the last league.
Hey, but you know what? You never know.
Yeah, you shouldn't change your momentum, Sellers. You've been negative all afternoon. Stay in that spot and we'll see how we go.
So the final score at the MCG was Collingwood by 16 points, 14-15, 99 over Melbourne, 12-11, 83. Halfway through the final term at the Gabba, it's North Melbourne 16-13, 109 over the Brisbane Lions, 10-10, 70. And they've just started at the SCG where the Swans have kicked the first goal against Carlton. So this is the percentage race in back-to-back games. Sydney and Port Adelaide, who are locked in a duel for, well, fourth could be in play in a certain circumstance, but as it stands, really for fifth and sixth, to make sure, first of all, they win and host, and then how the percentages shake out from there. Matt, give us all the numbers as to how it finished up at the G.
Well, Melbourne won the disposals, 409 to 385. The contested possession the way of the Magpies, 137 to 133. The marks the way of the Magpies, 118 to 99. The clearances also Collingwood's way, 34 to 32. And the inside 50s the way of the D's, 56 to 48. The tackles, Collingwood 70 to Melbourne 51, with the D's laying just 9 tackles in that first quarter. Some of the individual numbers, Taylor Adams led the way. He's had a great season this year, a career best season, 28 disposals, 9 clearances, 4 marks, 2 clearances and a goal. Maynard with 23, Sidebottom with 23. I don't think Sidebottom finished the match with a bit of a hamstring concern. Phillips with 23, Treloar with 23. And Howe and Elliott with 20. Meanwhile, for the D's, Clayton Oliver had 30 disposals. He had 22 hand passes and 8 kicks, alongside 4 clearances and 5 inside 50s. Nathan Jones at 29, Bernie Vincent 29, Jordan Lewis 27, Salem 24, Tyson 24, and Christian Petrarca wasn't bad for the D's, 23 as well.
So let's do the votes in case we get sort of hurried along at the end of this.
He's trying to push me on the votes here. He's trying to do a draw on me.
No, I know not to push you.
All right.
No. I'll go Jamie Elliott one. I thought he was sensational up forward. His movement had 20 possessions. He was absolutely fantastic at the way he went at the ball and won it quite comfortably. I gave 2 to Will Hoskin-Elliott, who kicked a goal. I thought his movement up forward was very good. Got 12 marks, 11 marks. He was fantastic the way he went about it. And Sidebottom, who is the class player of that side, who just continues to hold them together. I think when he has the ball in his hands, he is almost unbeatable. He doesn't miss. He hits targets. He goes for it, and he's had plenty of tackles and 7 clearances to go with it as well.
3 to Sidebottom, 2 to Hoskin-Elliott, and 1 to Elliott. Say again? He, the man just adjudged best of field, is down in the Collingwood rooms with Andrew Mays.
Still Sidebottom, you must be pretty happy with that. How proud are you of your boys?
Yeah, I'm very proud actually. We've had starts like that a lot this year, and we've let sides come back in, and we haven't been able to hold on. But for the boys to slug it out, Melbourne come back in that second quarter, and we knew they would. But for the guys just to hold on and play the way we wanted to play is very pleasing. It's disappointing that our season finishes now, but it's good to finish off the year with a win.
Was it hard to know what to expect from Melbourne, how they were going to come out? Because, of course, they had everything to play for today. You guys not so much. But how did you sort of guide yourself as to what to expect?
We touched on it a little bit. But I suppose at the end of the day, we prepare to play, every team at their best, and it was no different today. As you mentioned, I think results probably need to go their way, maybe a little bit if West Coast can win by enough. But I suppose we didn't speak too much about Melbourne other than what we would in a normal week. But I'm just glad to get the result.
Bit of a longer meeting as well, with a few extras in there too, a few siblings. Tell us about what was said in there behind closed doors, as much as you can divulge to us.
I suppose we just wrapped it up a little bit the year, but Eddie spoke at the end. Bucks obviously spoke, but just speaking about where we are as a club and where we see we can go, and there's no doubt the group that we've got. I think we've underachieved this year, no doubt. So as I mentioned, we're disappointed to finish off the year right now, but we've got 3 months to go away, and to I suppose rest all your bruises for a while because the season's done. But really look forward to a big pre-season in 2018, and get back to finals because it's been 3 or 4 years now, and no one likes sitting back and watching them.
Mark McClure and Luke Ball upstairs, guys.
Actually, just before you do, Steele, did Eddie provide any clarity on what to expect in the coming days?
Well, he mentioned there'll be changes, but I mean, there's changes every year at a footy club, so there was no names talked about, but as you know, I'm sure it'll come out in the next few days.
Steele, I tell you what, you were fantastic in the first quarter, but you didn't have much opposition. They were absolutely soft.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were, weren't they? They had 8 tackles for the quarter.
Yes, we'll put that down to us coming out with a good intent, mate.
No, I agree with that. And you hung on well, and you've been challenged a few times. They challenged you and challenged you and challenged you, and I was really pleased that the young group stood up.
Yeah, definitely. And I mentioned earlier, like we've had good starts like that, and we haven't been able to hold on. So to see the guys, really grit their teeth and do it for each other today, because it's been a tough season. We've, as I said, we've underachieved. So guys should really soak the win in, but at the same time, we'll get over this season, take the learnings from it, but we need to come back, hungry for next year.
Phillips, Maynard, changing their game.
Yeah, exactly. And, Braden Maynard played in the midfield this week, and probably he's pinched hit during the season, but I think he really stood up. He's a bigger body in there, and, we got him to lean in on Oliver for most of the day, but, Oliver still got plenty of the footy, but, Braden played his role, and Tommy just plays that wing. He can run all day, gets back to help, and then, can get forward to kick goals as well. So that's just a couple of young boys who will benefit from another year of footy and hope to build on their game for next year.
Sellers gave you 3, mate. I'm one of your biggest fans, but I probably had you down for 2. I thought Jamie Elliott was super today. You speak about guys needing to play some footy. We really missed him. The Pies really missed him, didn't they, last year? And it was great to see him finish off the year well, and hopefully that'll springboard his 2018.
Yeah, it is. And Billy's sort of been limping to the end of the season. He's had a few niggles, but whenever Billy is up and about and kicking goals, then we're a better team for it. But we look forward to next year having him for a lot more of the season.
What's on for the break, mate? You and Leash take off somewhere over to Europe or something like that? You head back to Paris and
what are you implying, mate?
No, just wondering what you're going to do. You'll spend a bit of time in Shep, no doubt, but
yes.
Anywhere a bit more exotic than that for a Leash, or just?
I'm gonna leave Leash home this year, and I'm gonna head over to Europe with a couple of the boys. But 1 year on, 1 year off. We went to Europe last year, so she's got to go to work and put the meals on the table.
Yeah, she's the breadwinner, isn't she? So fair enough.
Steele, it's Matt Cleach. Let me get you out of this one. Tell us a bit about Josh Dacos. There'll be Collingwood fans who would be cock a hoot this afternoon, tonight, heading home, having seen another Dacos on the MCG. Give us the insights as to what he's been like around the club.
Yeah, he's been great. I suppose there's probably been a little bit of pressure, put on him with his dad being such a legend of the club. But when he first came in, I think him and Brownie were probably a bit of a standout when the first guys that come into the year. But I think the last sort of month of VFL footy for Dakes, he started to sort of dominate games, and he really earned his spot. But to see both Brownie and Dakes come in and play their role like everyone, it's pleasing to see. But I'll let him know I gave him his first goal, so he'll owe me a beer tonight.
Good on you, Steele. Thanks a lot.
No worries. On your puppy.
Steele side bottom giving as good as he gets down in the Collingwood rooms. It's been the Magpies by 16 points over Melbourne, 14-15-99 to the D's, 12-11-83. At the Gabba, it is North Melbourne, 19-13, 127 over the Brisbane Lions, 11-11-77.
You wouldn't believe it, Joe.
Oh, no.
We're out.
Just hold on there.
13.
Bye-bye.
Out of the Memorial Court. Well, it probably is best that before we finished up, we got bowled out.
Knocked out before the last. Number 13,
would've had a
here's
sit
a
here.
there. $670 win.
Have a $6. We didn't have a $6 chance in.
Nah,
That's disappointing.
no good.
So the
Oh, well.
Memorial Quaddie for Drew expires as it was fully
What time are we
expected
off
to
air?
at the start. We're about to go off air now.
Oh, perfect.
At the SCG, it was the Swans. It's the Swans 2-14, leading Carlton yet to score. So that match has a lot of percentage issues riding around it. Port Adelaide plays tonight, but our main game for broadcast is obviously from Cardinia Park, where it will be Geelong and the Giants. So lots of ramifications there, particularly for Adelaide and West Coast now. West Coast very much back in the equation.
Well, the feeling's the same, Jared. No different.
Mm-hmm.
Out in the third. Lucky we got there sometime.
Yes, exactly right. So there we are from the MCG. 51,223 saw it. Collingwood beat Melbourne by 16 points to keep score on the ladder. Melbourne finishes off at 48 points, 105.2%. Essendon is on 44 points, 106.07%, with Fremantle to come tomorrow. If they do win as expected, they would go past Melbourne. And then West Coast has a percentage which is essentially 3 goals adrift of Melbourne's. So there is a scenario in which case West Coast beats Adelaide by 3 goals or more and Melbourne misses the 8. So there'll be a lot in the wash-up from that. D's fans have a nervous 24 hours in store. We are going to head to the SCG, where Corbin Middlemass is leading our team for the call of the Swans and the Blues.